And then, obviously, Tatum goes nuts in overtime. I think that gave him confidence. And then, obviously, Game 3, where they were down 8 with 2:38 left, never gave up, continued to play defense, made some plays. And they're standout guys like Drew Holiday and Tatum and Al Horford made plays, and that's what they want. That's what they need if they advance to the finals. They're going to need their big-time players to make big-time plays in big games.
Gary Washburn of the Boston Globe. I know it's been a very busy day for you, especially with this franchise and the passing of Bill Walton. I thank you for a couple of minutes tonight, Gary. We'll talk soon.
Thanks a lot.
Gary Washburn joining us here on NBA Countdown, presented by SoFi. Kevin Winter with you. We're inside our Grainger studio. Grainger.com is your source for supplies and solutions for every industry. Gary brought up the 1986 team. One of Bill Walton's teammates in that 86 team is Pacer head coach Rick Carlisle. A short time ago, Mark Kessler and PJ Colissimo caught up with Rick.
Kevin, thank you very much. Rick, Game 4 coming up. Heck of an effort in Game 3. I know it didn't go your way. What would you like to see today? Backs against the wall. I know Tyrese can't answer the bell once again for you.
Well, we're going to have to take away some of the wide-open shots that we gave up. A couple of things here. So we started the game. They went 6 for 6 for 16 points to start the game. That's tough. You get down 7 or 9 right off the bat. And we fought back, and we did get a significant lead. But they're very good. And throughout the course of the game, there were too many missed communications on switches and plays where we should have had them covered where they got wide open shots. Horford, in particular, Tatum a couple of times on miscommunications, and then there were a couple in transition. We've got to eliminate those. And then, on the other side of the ball, we've got to keep playing fast. I've got to do a better job of keeping our guys fresh. We slowed down a little bit in the fourth quarter. We're down some key guys and all that kind of stuff, but, we've just simply got to find a way.
Hey, Rick, recognizing how important this game is, but I wonder if you would, for our listeners, talk about a guy that was a great friend of yours and a teammate, and somebody that I got to work with for a long time, Bill Walton.
Well, I appreciate you asking. Bill was very special for a lot of reasons. He was certainly one of the great players in the history of our game, college, pro, high school, etc. I was fortunate to play with him for a couple years in Boston. We won a championship together. But there are some other personal reasons that he's so important to me. When I first met my wife back in 1987, she was in grad school in D.C., I was still in the NBA. I was on my way down to Charlottesville to work out, get ready for training camp. She was just starting grad school, trying to get into medical school. And so the Grateful Dead were playing at the Capitol Center. In those days, no one had cell phones or anything else. I called Bill on a landline. I said, Bill, I've got this girl that I've met that is really cool. The Dead are playing at the Capitol Center tonight. I don't have any tickets. Is there any way you can help me out here? Because Bill was very close with the Grateful Dead for decades. Played drums for the Dead, the pyramids in Egypt at one point in time. I mean, the stories are endless. And he said, okay, here's what you do. Just drive to the loading dock, walk down, knock on the door, ask for Dennis McAnally, tell him you're Rick Carlisle with the Boston Celtics, and everything will be just fine. now, if you know Bill, you know the inflection of his voice and all that. I said, are you sure? He goes, trust me, everything will be just fine. So I pull up, and so my future wife, Donna, is sitting in the front seat next to me, and I stopped the car at the top of the loading dock. I said, just hang on here, I'll be right back. She said, do you have tickets? I said, just give me a minute. So I walked down, knocked on the door, and about 90 seconds later, I walked back up, and I had 2 laminated all-access backstage passes. One said Bill Walton, and one said Susie Walton, who was Bill's wife at the time. And so we virtually sat on the stage for the show. During the intermission, we wandered in the back and just opened up a door and walked in, and all of a sudden we were sitting having a 15-minute conversation with Jerry Garcia, Bob Weir, and Mickey Hart, who were 3 of the players in the Dead. And so it was a dream night and a pretty good start to a relationship.
I know there was a story after the party after the 1986 championship with the Celtics, and he said he woke up in your shirt or jersey. I can't picture the details of it. Do you know how all this happened? Do you remember any of it?
I remembered parts of the beginning of it, but the way that story goes is that we were downtown after we had won Game 6 to win the championship in '86. Bill and I were kept toasting a lot of different things and throwing shot glasses against a brick wall. The owner of the establishment called Larry Bird the next day and said, hey, are Rick and Bill okay? And Larry said, well, what happened? And he explained. Well, anyway, fast forward 2 days later, I saw Bill at the corner of Newberry Street, and I forget what the cross street was. He pulled up and he says, hey, Rick, I've got something of yours. And he had an Oldsmobile 98. It was probably like a 1984 model or something like that. And he gets out, he opens up the trunk with a key, and he pulls the shirt out that I wore to the game and to the dockside after the game. And so somehow I ended up going home after that whole thing without my shirt. So anyway, that's kind of in a nutshell. But the moments with Bill were so extreme on the one hand, but so special on the other.
He had such a great spirit. These stories will live on forever. Thank you on a bittersweet day for sharing some of them with us. We appreciate it.
Well, I would say one more thing about Bill. He defiantly competed for every moment in life to be the absolute greatest that it could be. I mean, that's just who he was. He spread joy. He helped so many people, and he was an amazing teammate. Rest in peace, my friend.
Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Indiana Pacers, a short time ago with Mark Kestecher and PJ Carlissimo. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is your radio home for New York Rangers hockey. WEPN FM, New York, a Good Karma Friends radio station.
I'm Kevin Winter. That'll do it for us on NBA Countdown presented by SoFi. Coming up next, can Rick Carlisle's team keep its season alive, or does Boston sweep its way to the NBA Finals? We tip in Game 4 next. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio.
I need directions for paying down debt.
Starting route. Apply for a SoFi personal loan and consolidate your debt into one fixed payment. Turn right into a positive outlook and get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required.
Got it. You could get out of high-interest credit card debt with a SoFi personal loan. View your rate at SoFi.com/debt in 60 seconds with no impact to your credit score. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/debt. NMLS 696891.
Get the champagne ready. The NBA Finals are here. Welcome to the NBA Finals. Let's raise our glasses and our rings to the two phenomenal teams left standing. My goodness! Here's to high-stakes action, to thrilling moments we can't miss. He calls the game at the buzzer! And to crowning our next champion. Here's a toast to the NBA Finals. The 2024 NBA Finals, presented by YouTube TV, begin Thursday, June 6th on ABC.
Two guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same two guys drove home. One guy wore a seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do. So great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Because comfort keeps us going. So grab your family, your friends, and your Wrangler layers for some fresh air adventures together. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Beach Boys! Now streaming, the Beach Boys tell their story in a must-see film event.
Brian, Dennis, and Carl, a cousin, Mike Love, and our good friend El Jardine. That's family to me.
Experience the definitive look at America's band.
They were participating in the creation of a California dream.
The fact that what was a family, that's where the success came from.
The Beach Boys, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Now streaming on Disney+.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Winter with you, NBA Countdown presented by SoFi. We'll get you out to Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals coming up. Celtics and the Pacers. Boston goes for the sweep here on this day. Then Bill Walton dies at the age of 71 years old after a prolonged battle with cancer. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver issued the following statement earlier today. Bill Walton was truly one of a kind. As a Hall of Fame player, he redefined the center position. His unique all-around skills made him a dominant force at UCLA and led to an NBA regular season and finals MVP, 2 NBA championships, and a spot on the NBA's 50th and 75th anniversary teams. Bill then translated his infectious enthusiasm and love for the game to broadcasting, where he delivered insightful and colorful commentary which entertained generations of basketball fans. But what I will remember most about him was his zest for life. He was a regular presence at league events, always upbeat, smiling ear to ear, and looking forward to sharing his wisdom and warmth. I treasured our close friendship and envied his boundless energy and admired the time he took with every person he encountered. It's part of the statement from NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. It's time for Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Celtics and the Pacers. The NBA on ESPN Radio is presented by Indeed. Hiring this year. Visit Indeed.com/credit. With the call, we go to Cambridge Fieldhouse and join the broadcast team with George Donato and PJ Colissimo. Here's Mark Kestisher.
Kevin Winter, thank you very much. We welcome everybody to Cambridge Fieldhouse in downtown Indianapolis. We hope everybody had a pleasant Memorial Day weekend wherever you may be listening in. And, of course, we think about all of our servicemen and women who gave the ultimate sacrifice as we honor them on this Memorial Day. And, of course, as Kevin mentioned in a short time ago, PJ here in the building, a moment of silence for Hall of Famer Bill Walton, our ESPN teammate, and, of course, Basketball Hall of Famer, College Basketball Hall of Famer, who passed away earlier today. And the irony, the Celtics are here. He won a championship with the 86 Celtics on that same second team that Rick Carlisle played on, the Indiana Pacers head coach, as Boston tries to get into the finals. But a great night to just remember and honor and hear some great stories about Bill Walton.
Yeah, kind of amazing. The last time that we had a chance to see Bill was right in his building during the before the All-Star game. He and his wife Lori were here, and we obviously send our best wishes along to Lori and son Luke and the rest of the family.
As we get set for basketball here tonight, you look at these 3 games, PJ, and it's 3 games to none Boston, but they needed a Jaylen Brown three-pointer, tough corner shot with 6 seconds to go in Game 1. They needed to rally down 18 points in the second half in Game 3 the other day. If Indiana closes out either of those games, any of those games, both of those games, we have a total different story leading into what could be a Celtic sweep into the finals.
If you talk to anybody, any of the coaches or any of the people involved with the Boston Celtics, believe me, they know just how fortunate they are. A lot of that was good play by them, but there was also some very good fortune.
And Tatum and Brown have been terrific in this series. Both are averaging north of 30 points per game. And Drew Holiday, awesome on both sides of the ball in the crucial minutes of game 3.
They've got so many weapons playing so well, not the least of which is 38-year-old Al Horford, who's playing as well as you could possibly play in a starting role in place of Kristaps Porzingis.
Well, the Indiana Pacers trying to keep their season alive. They were hoping perhaps Tyrese Halliburton could return after missing Game 3 with the sore hamstring. George Sedano with us on the Eastern Finals. George, Tyrese not able to answer the bell for the second straight game.
No, Kesty, PJ, he did try. He did everything he could to try to get on the court, but unfortunately for him, that will not be the case here in Game 4. Shepard will start again on this Pacer team, so their starting five will be Nembhard, Shepard, Turner, Siakam, and Neesmith, Kesty.
Appreciate it, George. And PJ, it's a spot the Pacers have been in before, right? They were in elimination games in the Knicks series that went 7.
They've won a couple already. We were here for Game 6. They forced the trip back to Madison Square Garden. Another elimination game, and they took care of business there. So they're used to it. I'm certain that it's a little bit different when Tyrese Halliburton's in the lineup also, but nonetheless, they've dealt with elimination games, which can be a very difficult thing. You lose, you put the uniforms away, and your season's over. Sometimes that's a bigger challenge for the other team, in this case the Celtics, because they're kind of sitting there knowing they do have 3 more opportunities. If they don't get this tonight, there is no tomorrow for the Indiana Pacers.
Well, if you follow the NBA, you've heard it many times. You go down 3 games to none, you are toast. 154 series have had teams up 3-0, and those teams have advanced all 154 times, but you only have to dial the calendar back 1 year to when the Boston Celtics were down 3 games to none to Miami and forced the 7th game.
Jason Tatum told Arlise DeSalters in the post-game interview the other night, she said, well, now you're up 3-0, and he goes, wait, last year we were down 3-0. We forced the game 7 in our own building, so we know it's possible.
Here's the starting lineups for the Boston Celtics. 64 wins in the regular year. They're now up to 75 wins total, including the postseason. Drew Holiday and Derek White in the backcourt. Holiday in this series is averaging 19 points, 6 rebounds, 7.5 assists. And Derek White in closeout games in the first 2 rounds is averaging 21 points per game. Front line, Tatum and Brown, we told you, both north of 30 points per game in the series. And, Al Horford, who had 7 3-pointers, many of them clutch down the stretch for the Celtics in the Game 3 win. For the Pacers, no Tyrese Halliburton. As you heard George mention, Andrew Nembhard and Ben Shepard will be in the backcourt. Nembhard had a career-high 32 points in the loss in Game 3 the other night. It's Aaron Neesmith and Pascal Siakam on the front line. Siakam averaging nearly 25 points per game in this series. And it'll be Miles Turner, 17 and 8 in the series, in the middle. Game 4 is underway, and the tip is controlled by the Boston Celtics, who will bring it from our right to left as we watch it here at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Tatum works it. He's been defended tightly all series by Neesmith. They'll switch off the screen. Turner now has Tatum. Tatum's going to make a run at him. Now will pass to the left. Horford sends it in the corner. Brown, 3-pointers up, no good, and Turner is securing the first rebound of the game. Here's Nembhard quickly into the front court. Gives it to Neesmith, who has struggled from the perimeter. Now Siakam and all this ball handling on top of the 3-point line. Nembhard with it. Now bounces it with 10 to shoot to Siakam outside the post on the left. Siakam now is going to back down his man Tatum. Now he spins, fades, and connects on the first field goal attempt for Indy.
I think it was about 6 minutes in before the Celtics missed their first shot, it seemed, the other night, so a much better start for the Pacers.
Here's Brown driving the lane, was a little out of control, but able to draw the foul. Ball went careening away as Nembhard committed it. They're going to say he did not have control of the ball. James Caper saying this is going to be side out of bounds. The early indication was 2 free throws.
Sometimes the refs will look at each other and kind of, just give a nod of the head or shake their head, say, no, we didn't gather.
Inbound to Brown, lost the handle again, nearly picked, kept it, now throws it to Tatum, wildly and saved on the near side. 8 to shoot, Tatum against Turner, crosses to the left, gets off a 3, and connects, picking up where he left off. in Game 3.
Looked like a turnover waiting to happen, but once it got to Jason Tatum's hand, no problem.
Not sure if you heard that cheer when Tatum splashed it. There are a number of Celtics fans in the building tonight. Nimhard, 16-footer, answers with a 2, and it's 4-3 in favor of the Pacers.
That's two players who really had things going on Saturday night, Jason Tatum and Andrew Nimhard.
See some spots of green throughout the building. All the fans mostly clad in Pacers gold as Brown drives hard this time and scores the layup. Jaylen Brown giving Boston the 5-4 advantage. Nimhard clear for 3, in and out. Offensive board, Siakam. Put back contested, couldn't fall, and Derek White comes away with it for the Celtics. 4-on-3, the numbers. Loft over the top, Tatum circles at the rim. Shot no as Neesmith got in the way, and the ball goes out of bounds to Indiana.
Jason Tatum felt he was fouled. Derek White made a nice pass to him. JT was right underneath the basket, but unable to finish.
Indiana Pacers, 5th time in franchise history, down 3-0. They've been swept 3 times. The other series they lost in 5. Right now a 5-4 early lead as Ben Shepherd handles on top. Goes to Turner at the free throw line, 7 to shoot. Now to Nimhard, back to Turner rolling. Takes on Horford. Oh, the ball wouldn't fall through the cylinder. Pops out to Horford.
Great look. Miles Turner normally is going to finish that shot.
9:40 to go in the first. Drew Holiday thinks about a 3. Siakam gets on him. Gives it up to White, who comes across the top to the right. Now to Tatum over on the right angle. Against the rookie off the switch, Shepherd. Tatum dribble at the 3-point line. Inside the 3. Stops. Tip of the circle jumper. Off the rim. No good. And Neesmith has it. Here come the Pacers left to right. Nimhard front court to Neesmith on the right. Picked up by White. They go to Nimhard at the top. Drives through the lane. Kicks it to the wing. Neesmith for 3. No good. Rebound weak side. Tatum's got it. 3 minutes into game number 4. 5-4 Boston. Euro step Brown. Got too deep. Shot went off the rim. Zach Zarba looking for help on the baseline, out of bounds. It'll stay with Boston.
Yeah, Pat Frere had it, and that was the correct call. Good teamwork by the officials. Kesty, with 3 minutes in, I think the score was like 20-18.
That's a good point.
3 minutes in on Saturday night. Both teams just started amazingly well.
Inbound over the top to Drew Holiday, 12 to shoot. Holiday dancing on the 3-point line. Now pulls the trigger and drains the triple. 8-4 Boston. Holiday's been terrific. In fact, in the last 6 games, 47% from 3-point land. Here's Turner, free throw line pass to Siakam. Going to take on Tatum. Tatum walls him off, so the fadeaway's up and good for Siakam. 8-6, Pacers back within 2. Both teams 3 for 7 from the floor to open game 4. Jaylen Brown doubled in the mid-post, sends it outside to Horford. Skips it across to Derek White. Catch and shoot 3 is good, and the Celtics continue. 11-6 lead.
Yeah, Derek White didn't shoot very well on Saturday, but he's off to a good start.
Miles Turner at the top. Looks like Tatum off ball with a foul. That's going to be a Boston foul number 1 on Tatum. The Celtics, PJ, 3 of 4 so far from 3-point land.
Yeah, and 4 different players have scored. Al Horford, the only starter not on board yet for the Boston Celtics.
Team foul each way. Inbound Pacers. Siakam has it near the free throw line. Backing down Drew Holiday. Gets about a 12-footer off. Missed it to the left. He's got his arms up. Thought he got fouled. Holiday coming the other way. Stops on the 3-point line. Takes it and makes another. His second to open game 4.
Drew Holiday is a veteran of must-win games. And I'll tell you what, Andrew Nimhard has played really well. He knocks down another pull-up jump shot. He's shooting the ball with so much confidence, Kesty.
He is. He gets a foul line jumper. So right now a lot of 3s for Boston, a lot of 2s for Indiana. Another 3-point attempt missed by Derek White. Rebound, quick outlet, Nimhard. Races into the front court, sends it back to Neesmith. Now to Turner. He'll try a topside 3 wide right. Rebound, Karams, and Tatum's got it. 14-8 Celtics, 7:15 to go in the first. Here's Brown driving on Nimhard. Goes by and missed the layup. And the rebound by Turner.
He got a great look. Just shot it over the top of the square.
Ben Shepherd, the rookie, drives against the veteran White. Spins, and White gets his 101st block shot. It goes out of bounds. Zach Zarba says Indiana ball. That's regular season and postseason. 101 blocks for Derek White.
First guard since D. Wade back in 2011 to get to 100 blocks in one season plus the playoffs.
So Boston showing us that defense and they've also shown us their three-point prowess. 4 of 6 to start. Timeout on the floor. Charge to the Pacers with 7:02 to go first quarter. Celtics 14, Pacers 8, and you're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Have you overcome some challenges in your life? Use your life experience to supervise and support young people in detention. Become a youth development specialist. It's a union job with a $51,000 starting salary, and you'll be making a positive impact on the lives of young New Yorkers. NYC residency not required. Apply to become a youth development specialist today at nyc.gov/YDS. That's nyc.gov/YDS.
With Father's Day right around the corner, what do you give to the man who has everything? Easy. You give him an experience he'll never forget. You give him Omaha Steaks, because a world-class dad deserves a world-class steak. The Father's Day experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to put a smile on the big guy's face this summer with hand-selected gift packages starting at just $89. Just go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code K at checkout for an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. Endless flavor, endless variety, and endless value. Truly, they have perfected more than steak, and your dad is guaranteed to love every bite. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code K to get an exclusive savings. Shop for unforgettable gifts that are guaranteed to make Dad's day. Because if there's one thing Omaha Steaks knows, it's that dads want steak. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code K at checkout to save on exclusive packages starting at just $89.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass. Raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated. Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
I'm Kevin Winter with Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio. Don't forget to log on to our social media accounts at NBA on ESPN Radio to vote in the AutoZone in the Zone poll question. Who's going to get in the zone for tonight's Game 4? Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Pascal Siakam. In the Zone brought to you by AutoZone. Get deals to start your summer right now with AutoZone with the Memorial Day sale. Save on brakes, wash, wax, and more. This weekend only. Get to the Zone, AutoZone. Back to Indianapolis with George Sedano and PJ Calissimo. Here's Mark Kestisher.
All right, Kevin, Isaiah Jackson checking in here for Indiana. George Sedano, what's going on with Miles Turner?
Miles Turner went to the locker room, Kesty. Remember, the last game he was dealing with some back issues, so curious to see if that's involved this time around. I'm efforting to get more information.
Appreciate it, and more of the bench coming on. T.J. McConnell and also Obi Toppin. So, look, it's one of the best benches in the league. They were terrific the other night as well, and Rick Carlisle going to them here 5 minutes into the first.
Oh, and he uses the bench, no question about that. It's interesting to watch the contrast. Indiana thrives on paint points. They were incredible on Saturday. Boston on three-point shooting. Boston gets a ton of points out of their starters. Indiana gets a lot off their bench.
Pacers out of the inbound. McConnell drives right into Drew Holiday, gets a short jumper and knocks it home right off the bench and right into the scorebook for T.J. McConnell. Quickly the other way. Derek White got penetration and right at the rim scores.
Rick Carlisle not happy with that. That's after a made basket. They get a breakaway layup on the other end.
16-10 Boston. Nembhard with that right foot picked up. No call out to Neesmith. Hands a three. First triple of Game 4 for the Pacers.
Yeah, Sam Cassell, the Boston assistant, is up talking to the officials, and he's 100% right. He dragged his pivot foot.
Boston trying to go fast here. Tatum was walled off by Neesmith in the post. They go outside to Brown. Now with the shot clock at 10, they work it to Tatum on the right. Tatum driving baseline. Tatum inside, lays it up and good. Jason Tatum has 5 points early. It's an 18-13 lead for the Celtics. Crossing 6 minutes to go first quarter. T.J. McConnell works from the left, circles into the lane, gets up a layup, and he's so tough to stop. He turns that corner hard.
I thought Jaylen Brown maybe got a hand on it and still went in.
18-15. Celtics lead is 3. Brown behind the screen of Horford driving, and now McConnell reaching in, trying to stay with Brown, commits the foul right around the free throw line area. TJ doesn't like the call. That's his first personal.
Well, he put both hands on Jalen, it wasn't to stop him, but he put both hands on him. I mean, it was no factor in the play whatsoever. But again, most times you put two hands on a player, the referee's going to call it.
Almost every time.
Especially when it's like 3 feet in front of the referee.
Inbound to Holiday, gets deep, pivots, shoots over Isaiah Jackson and connects. 8 points for Drew Holiday, who had the final 5, or had 5 in the final 39 seconds in the Game 3 comeback win. Celtics by 5.
I'm surprised Isaiah Jackson. He shot it right in his face.
There's McConnell against Sam Hauser in the game. First time missed from short. Xavier Tillman in the game. Feeds Hauser. Three-pointer, no. He's still 0 for the series.
0 for 10.
0 for 10 in this Eastern Conference Finals for Hauser. Pacers down 5. Neesmith aggressive. Went to the left hand as he got into the body of Tatum, but missed it. And the rebound to Boston. Up ahead, Jaylen Brown. Straight line drive. Pitches into the corner. Nice save, Tatum. Left corner with Neesmith defending. 5 minutes to go in the first. Tatum twitches, rises, hand in his face jumper is a miss, and rebounded by Jackson.
Good D by Neesmith. That was a tough shot by JT.
Outlet to McConnell, who goes coast to coast, takes it all the way to the rim and scores. Indiana within 3.
Look at all the guys in the game, Kesty. Both coaches going to their bench early.
You got Doug McDermott in the game early as well. Right now, Brown and Tatum still on the floor for Boston. Jaylen Brown defended by McDermott on the 3. Over the top, it's a touch pass out to the corner. Tillman's got it. Xavier's going to drive against Jackson. The big body Xavier Tillman cut off and blocked by Jackson. Shot clock winding down. Tillman recovered, but couldn't get the shot off in time. Good defense by Isaiah Jackson.
Really good job. 4 starters on the floor for the Pacers right now. Neesmith, the only starter still in the game.
Here's McConnell into the front court. Indiana has trailed throughout this first quarter with 4:15 to go. They're down 3. McConnell passed it up, got it back. He's at the top against Jaylen Brown. Now shovels it into the right corner. Aaron Neesmith with it. Rises, fires, missed the 3. Contested rebound. Tatum grabs it as he came across the baseline.
Neesmith shot it so well in the regular season, but he's struggling this series.
Brown gets deep, passes to the corner, Hauser, and finally Sam Hauser hits a three-pointer, and the Celtics bench erupts. His first of the conference finals.
He's an excellent shooter and was all during the regular season, but he has struggled against the Pacers.
Celtics double their lead up to 6 points. Obi Toppin has it. Ball fake against Tillman. Now driving. Hangs off the window. Shot not there. Tip. No Jackson. Gets another offensive rebound. Went for the dunk and missed it. But O'Connell comes up with it. McConnell will send it out. TJ gets it back. A little step shot 3 is left to the mark. And chased in the corner. Toppin tried to save it. Couldn't. And it's out of bounds to Boston.
Isaiah Jackson, it's easy for me to stay sitting here, Kesty. He has the ball. He's working hard. He's coming up with rebounds, but he's not finishing inside. I mean, most of these are point-blank looks he's getting.
My favorite moment there, we're right next to the Celtics bench. Sam Hauser got a standing O from his teammates. Hauser gets the inside track, gets blocked at the rim. Pacers come the other way. McDermott fires for 3 and hits from the top.
Doug McDermott blocks the shot, then he gets the bucket on the other end.
And Joe Mazzulla calls for timeout as the building erupts once more. Indiana back within 3 points.
The bench delivers again for Rick Carlisle.
We got 6 points for T.J. McConnell off the bench, and Doug McDermott just fired home a 3. And right now the Boston lead is 23-20 over Indiana as we step away with 3:02 to go in our first quarter of Game 4. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indeed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Small business owners, we know tackling your to-do list can sometimes feel like going 12 rounds against a heavyweight champ. Except that heavyweight's gloves are made of something hard, like diamonds. So when a new to-do pops up, you're like, I can't. I'm boxing my diamond boxing glove-wearing heavyweight champ of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy with over 30 customizable coverage options, so you can finally land a knockout blow. See if you can save on business insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, Happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
I'm Kevin Winter, inside our Granger studio. The NBA's Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio today. Bill Walton dying at the age of 71 years old. The accolades and the tributes coming in. Bob Ryan, formerly of the Boston Globe.
Passionate for life. He loved life. He got the most out of life for him. Whether he attacked, whether it was a basketball game or he had a passion for bike riding. Once he actually wrote a book about riding bikes. He was enthusiastic about politics and people's rights and civil rights and so forth. And he lived life with a zest.
Mark Katz is here. Back to you, PJ and George in Indy.
All right, Kev, thanks a lot. And for more on Miles Turner, who left early, let's check in with George Sedano.
Thanks, Kessie. He's back on the bench. Lower back soreness available to return, but we should certainly monitor that because remember he had that last game as well, Kessie.
Appreciate that. PJ, what are you seeing?
Well, they need Miles for sure, but I'll tell you the way the bench is playing, Pascal is now on board. Doug McDermott has been good. He blocked the shot on one end. He knocked down a three. T.J. McConnell's been one of the best players in the entire playoffs.
Well, we've seen both teams go a little deeper into the rotation. We're seeing Sam Hauser before Peyton Pritchard tonight.
Yeah, that's surprising.
23-20 in favor of Boston. Under 3 minutes to go first quarter. Derek White dribbling up high. Now passes to the rolling Tatum at the free throw line. Sends an extra pass to Horford, who makes the catch and lays it up and in. Well done.
Well, if that was Dallas, it would have been a two-hand alley-oop dunk. Al Horford just kind of politely put it in off the glass.
How about the Mavericks up 3 games to none? We've never had two conference finals both end in sweeps in the same year. Indiana trying to avoid it here. A pass over the top. McConnell couldn't get it to Jackson. Made a baseline save. And with 7 to go, they get it to Toppin. Left wing three is good. That is the second time they've had a terrible possession, but it ends in a three.
Doug McDermott made a good cross-court pass and found Obi all alone on the weak side.
Pacers within 2, 25-23. Celtics, 2:05 left here in the first. Hauser comes across the top, goes to Horford on the left wing. Now to Tatum, who drives against the three-point line. McDermott trying to stay in front of him, gets by him, lays it up, and scores. 7 for Tatum.
J.J. Redick calls it a hezzy. He stopped his dribble, made like he wasn't going to go anymore, and then continued on. Really sweet move.
4-point lead Celtics. P.J. McConnell backing up to the three-point line. He'll go to Toppin on the left. He tries to stroke the three. Missed that one. Long rebound. Toppin can't get there fast enough, and it goes out of bounds to the Celtics with 96 seconds to go in the first. And now we'll see Peyton Pritchard for the first time in this game. Comes in for Jaylen Brown. And Andrew Nimhard back into the Indiana lineup for T.J. McConnell. Brown 1 for 4, 2 points as he heads to the Boston bench. Tatum has 7. Drew Holiday leading all scorers with 8 points.
Well, that's the thing with this team. There are so many capable scorers.
Tatum at the free throw line against the smaller Nimhard. Spins, dotted line jumper. Too much, not enough, I should say, and it comes up short of the rim. Here's Toppin on the other end, guarded by Tatum. Gives it up to Nimhard against Pritchard. Bumps him with a shoulder. Backs up. Missed the shot. Rebound is loose. Indiana's got it. Siakam with a minute to go in the first. 10 to shoot. Drives to the high post. Double comes hard. Siakam pass inside. Jackson had it. Nearly had it. It was poked away out of bounds by the Celts.
Another extra possession. 6 offensive rebounds already, Kesty, for the Indiana Pacers. They've got 26 field goal attempts to only 22 for the Celtics so far.
5 on the shot clock for Indiana. Andrew Nimhard, baseline right, handed the ball. Count is underway. Looks inside, looks outside. Goes inside to Toppin, right there and scores.
It was over Derek White's shoulder. D. White lost sight of the ball. Unusual defensive mistake for him.
27-25, Boston. They've led from the start. There's a three from the wing. Horford overcooked it, hit the back iron, rebound Toppin. Indiana chance to tie or take the lead on a long one with half a minute to go in the first.
And they got a chance for a 2-for-1 in the next couple seconds.
Nembhard driving, Nembhard reaching in. Nembhard got a shot off that didn't hit the rim, and the rebound went off of Nembhard and went out of bounds to Boston.
A lot of officials.
Happy with the officials.
A lot of officials in the crowd trying to help out our crew. By the way, how about our crew? This is one heck of a crew. Veteran players. I think almost 4,000 games officiated in the league.
Zach Zarba, James Capers, and Pat Frere all have more than 20 years NBA refereeing experience. Peyton Pritchard, standing dribble. 14 seconds to go first quarter. About 3 seconds difference on the shot clock. Tatum to the top. Now sends it to Pritchard on the right. Pritchard with 3 to shoot. Ducks under. Got hit. Got off a shot. No good. He took a shot to the face. He's down on the floor. He'll have 2 free throws coming after he shakes it off.
I think he got hit right in the nose. He's rubbing higher up like his forehead. Actually, he's rubbing his whole head. He's shaking the cobwebs out right now.
Isaiah Jackson got a piece of him, his first. Jackson went up on that fake. Oh, it was actually his foot. Jackson got up so high that he kind of scissor kicked the foot and kicked the face of Pritchard.
Yeah, he did, but I mean, James Johnson's the only guy in the league that can do that intentionally. James Johnson can touch the rim with his feet. When he was with us in Toronto, I cannot believe that was intentional. That's what the Celtic coaches are calling.
We got a little blood 30-second timeout here for Pritchard. The entire bench was arguing with the lead, Zach Zarba, for a review. I think Zach was saying, as you pointed out, unintentional, but there's blood from the lip of Peyton Pritchard. And they have 30 seconds to address that now here in front of us.
Literally, Peyton faked him out, and as Isaiah went by him, his trail foot was up in the air, and it did hit him right flush in the face.
And not only the lip, but if you look at his right eye, looks like the eyelid also is red. Looked like he took a couple of shots at the end of round 1 before the bell hit.
Yeah, he did. The mandatory 8 count there.
He'll go to the free throw line with 4.9 seconds to go first quarter. Boston 27, Indiana 25. The 18th time in Celtics franchise history that they've been up 3 games to none, and they are looking to reach their 23rd NBA Finals. They could do it tonight.
18 times they've been there. Or was it 8 times they've delivered a sweep?
That's right. 8 others that went 5 games. Yeah. None of them went to 7.
Nope.
Peyton Pritchard, I don't know if he has the shoe print of Isaiah Jackson on his face, but it's awful close. As he will go to the free throw line. 2-point Boston lead. Pritchard's first is good. Pritchard in this series, 8 for 13 shooting from the field, 4 for 7 from 3. And he has only the 4th bench point for Boston here in this first quarter. Second one good as well. They get almost all their points from their starters. 4.9 seconds to go in the quarter. 4-point deficit for Indiana, and a foul as McConnell was quickly coming into the front court. Al Horford with that take foul. They had one to give, and so it'll be side in Indiana from the left.
Very few fouls, very few turnovers in the first quarter. Not a lot of whistles.
29-25. You hear a substitution buzzer there as Obi Toppin will check in.
How many free throws, Kesty, for the quarter?
2. And both for Boston.
Yep.
They're counting free throws on the other side.
Yes, they are.
McConnell looking, gets it into McDermott. Quick tap back to McConnell with 1. McConnell gets rid of it. High floater, good! Well done by T.J. McConnell with only a couple of seconds. Timed out the floater. It left his hand. The clock struck 0, and the ball went through the net.
Really good execution. High side out of bounds. T.J. threw it in and just took the handoff right back from Doug McDermott. Went right into the rim and a little finger roll.
Indiana Pacers starters had 11 points. Their bench had 16, led by T.J. McConnell's 8. Boston 29, Indiana 27. 1 quarter in the books in Game 4. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Because comfort keeps us going. So grab your family, your friends, and your Wrangler layers for some fresh air adventures together. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Get the champagne ready. The NBA Finals are here.
Welcome to the NBA Finals.
Let's raise our glasses and our rings to the two phenomenal teams left standing. Here's to high-stakes action, to thrilling moments we can't miss. And to crowning our next champion. Here's a toast to the NBA Finals. The 2024 NBA Finals, presented by YouTube TV, begin Thursday, June 6th on ABC.
I'm Kevin Winter inside of Granger Studio. Game 4 Eastern Conference Finals. What an opening quarter.
Now to Tatum, who drives against the three-point line. McDermott trying to stay in front of him. Gets by him, lays it up, and scores. 7 for Tatum.
J.J. Redick calls it a hezzy. Stopped his dribble, made like he wasn't going to go anymore, and then continued on. Really sweet move.
Tatum's got those 7. Drew Holiday's got 8. T.J. McConnell's had a heck of a postseason. He's got 8 for the Pacers. The coach mentioned it. Very clean opening 12. 1 turnover each side. 29-27. Boston back to Game 4. Start the second with George Sedano and the coach, P.J. Colissimo. Here's Mark Kessinger.
All right, Kev. P.J., what'd you see through 12 minutes?
Well, what K-Dub was just talking about, very even quarter, three-point shooting, which has been Boston's trademark. They're 5 for 10. That's why they're leading. The one number that jumps out at me, Testy, they lead Pacers 14-12 in points in the paint, which has been their strength, but they're 7 for 18. They've had a ton of looks at here in Gainbridge Fieldhouse. The paint is colored blue. They've been in the blue the whole night, and they're not really finishing in close.
Good point, because they have Indiana the rebounding edge, 16-9, 6 offensive rebounds, but they have not been able to take advantage.
Not easy to finish inside against the Celtics defense, but that's disappointing shooting, I'm sure, for Rick Carlisle.
Drew Holiday leading all Celtics with 8 points. He'll pick up T.J. McConnell. Second quarter gets underway. Pacers attacking the basket to our right. McConnell has it on the right wing. Now we'll send it to Siakam in the deep corner. Now to Miles Turner, working it inside the arc against Horford. Gives it up. Siakam drives Horford off the switch. Backs up. Deep too good. Pascal Siakam's tied the game at 29.
The possession didn't look like it was going anywhere. Pascal Siakam, right in front of the Pacer bench, knocked it down.
Indiana has been good late clock so far here in this first half.
And usually they don't even get near the late clock.
Here's Holiday drive, sends it in the corner. Horford banging home his first 3 of Game 4.
Well, he had 7 Saturday night. That was the most he ever had in any regular season or playoff game.
Going to be 38 in about a week.
He's like a good wine. He gets better the older he gets.
It's a 3-point lead for the Celtics. Siakam has the height advantage on Jaylen Brown. Goes to the high post, goes around him, got the whistle as he tried to whip that left arm around. Got a shot off, no good, but it'll head to the line.
Pascal Siakam. Jaylen Brown is complaining, and I don't know if the foul was called on him. Those are literally 2 of the best players in the entire NBA taking the ball to the basket. That's why the 2 of them are so good with paint points. Jaylen Brown and Pascal Siakam.
He did get it on Brown. That's his first. Siakam will go to the line. He's only shooting 62% from the free throw line in the playoffs, but he is 4 for 4 here in the Eastern Conference Finals. Has a very wide base as he takes the first shot and connects.
Just to finish that thought, in the playoffs, Jaylen Brown, 7th in paint points, 13.8 a game. Pascal, 9th, 12.8. So the two of them make a living in the blue.
Pascal Siakam trying to make it a one-point game. Second free throw on its way, and it circles the rim and falls off. No good. Rebounded by Jaylen Brown. Second minute of play, second quarter. Brown's going to attack Siakam. Got deep, shielded him, put up a shot, missed it. Tried to tap, won't go. Siakam the rebound. He'd gotten by him, just didn't get aggressively to the basket. Now a turnover, Indiana. Miles Turner couldn't hang on to it. Al Horford into the front court, had it tipped away, chased it down. Holiday has it, fires it for Brown. It hit the rim. Brown able to get it, got fouled, but again couldn't convert up close. And to the line goes Jaylen Brown as Doug McDermott gets called for the foul.
You're right. Drew Holiday's pass came very close to going in the basket. Jaylen Brown, the basket's had a lid on for him. He's been in the paint. He's kind of shooting the ball inside the way the Pacers are. He's 1 for 6. And most of them are right there, point-blank range.
I would say 5 misses, 4 of them were point-blank, and he's short on the first free throw. Wow.
Badly short.
Man who authored a 40-point Game 2, off to a slow start here in Game 4. T.J. McConnell, 8 off the bench. He heads out. Andrew Nembhard checks in for the Pacers.
If you're a Celtics fan, you really aren't concerned if either Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum doesn't get off to a good start. Normally, he missed the second one deep.
2 free throw misses. Sluggish might not describe the start for Jaylen Brown here.
Tough start for JB.
Indiana down 2. Siakam turns. Drew Holiday poked it away. It's loose. Picked up by Siakam to Nembhard. He drains a 3 from the right wing, and Indiana's taken the lead. 33-32. Quickly, Boston front court. Pritchard goes for 3 and splashes it home. Cold-blooded from Pritchard.
No other Celtics had crossed the three-point line when he took that shot.
35-33. Boston. Here's Nembhard driving. Tried to pass, lost it. He had Turner by his side. Brown the other way. Straight line drive. Finds Pritchard. Left corner 3. In and out. Siakam with the Indiana rebound. 9:45 to go in the half. 35-33. Boston. Pascal Siakam, dribble handoff, McDermott, top side to Nembhard. He'll launch from 3 and connect. Cool, calm, three-pointer drained, and Joe Mazzulla wants a Boston timeout.
Yeah, Joe Mazzulla's not happy. Al Horford bailed him out on the previous possession by deflecting the pass, but the game right now is going Indiana pace, up and down the floor, getting quick shots. They look more comfortable, and I know he's not thrilled with the way Jaylen Brown has started off.
Yeah, and Tyrese Halliburton missing his second straight game. Andrew Nembhard, who had 32 2 nights ago, has 10 here in the first half off that three-point make. Timeout, 9:35 to go. Second quarter of Game 4. Indiana 36, Boston 35. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indy.
If you ever volunteer to coach, mentor, tutor, or just be a positive role model to kids and young people, why not make a career of it? Become a youth development specialist where you will supervise and support young people in detention. It's a union job with a $51,000 starting salary, and you'll be making a positive impact on the lives of young New Yorkers. NYC residency not required. Apply to become a youth development specialist today at nyc.gov/YDS. That is nyc.gov/YDS.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law, bite back. Don LaGreca here to talk about my friends at Bath Fitter. They remodeled my mom's bath, did an awesome job. The process was easy. One expert installer, even with the customization she needed for a cast iron tub. It was all done in one day with no demo or mess. It's beautiful. It's a high-quality permanent solution. Bath Fitter provides a lifetime guarantee. 3 million happy customers like my mom, for a limited time, get 0 interest or save $500 on a complete Bath Fitter system. So start designing your bath today at bathfitterdesign.com. There is only one Bath Fitter.
I'm Kevin Winter, Insider Granger Studio. Game number 4 here in the Eastern Conference Finals. Western Conference Finals have Game 4 coming up tomorrow night. Dallas goes for the sweep. The difference is they're at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. We'll start our coverage beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. 9:38 to go in the second quarter. Indianapolis, Indiana. The Pacers have a 1-point lead. George Sedano, PJ Carlissimo, Mark Ketzischer, back to you.
All right, Kevin. Andrew Nimhart of the Pacers, back-to-back threes, George Sedano.
Yeah, he's balling right now. He's the leading scorer with 10 points, averaging 20 points per game in this series. After the season, he's going to be competing for a spot on Team Canada alongside Jamal Murray and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. But as a rookie, he told us that he had to bring donuts from Longview Bakery here in Indy for his vet, James Johnson. But Johnson never made him pay for a meal the entire season, guys. And you know what? Whatever advice he's getting from James Johnson is working right now in this series.
Yeah, if James Johnson talks, you better listen.
Amen. Dale Davis sitting courtside just got a great response from the crowd. Dale's son had a heck of a year.
Oh, yeah. Trace Jackson Davis, indeed. 9.5 to go here in the first half. Boston with it, trailing for the first time since the early stages of the first. Derek White, hesitation, pumps, puts up the shot and hits it. He pumped twice that time and connected.
Well, Pascal Siakam wasn't biting on the pump fakes, and he's long. That was a tough shot. He had to really arc that up in the air.
37-36. Boston. Nimhart drives, floats it in. That's 8 straight Indiana points for Andrew Nimhart. He's up to 12, leading all scorers. Back and forth we go now. 38-37 Pacers. Under 9 minutes to play in the half. Over the top pass for Brown. Has it against the smaller Nimhart. Double comes. Finds White. Corner 3 is short. Clangs the rim, and Siakam's got the rebound. He takes on 3 Celtics down floor. Drives. Got fouled and hit. Siakam took it right to the cup. Got fouled and a chance at a three-point play.
I love that aggressiveness from Pascal Siakam. I don't want to say disappointed, but he had such a good first half. He and Miles Turner both had 15 in the first half. They both scored early in the third quarter, and then really nothing. 1 bucket each in the fourth. So Pascal's off to a good start again. He's got to play well in the third and fourth quarter for the Pacers.
He took on Al Horford. I thought maybe from behind he was fouled by Derek White, but they called the foul on Horford his second, and Al comes out of the game. Free throw rattles, no good, missed, and Derek White secures the rebound.
Obviously, with Horford in a little bit of foul trouble, Luke Cornett, we're not sure he's in uniform, but whether he's available, and obviously Kristaps Porzingis is not available.
Xavier Tillman is in right now. Tatum driving, Turner to the high post, ducks in, goes to the left hand, scoops it up with a ton of English, and it spun through the net.
That was a shot to get fouled. That's all that was. It just happened to go in.
Pacers lead down to 1. Inside to Siakam, turns on the smaller Derek White and scores.
We were bragging on his paint points, and he's living up to that reputation. Pascal Siakam just taking it to the hole.
He's got 11. Pacers lead by 3, 42-39. We just crossed 8 minutes to go in the first half. Jason Tatum with the dribble to the top. Tatum against Turner. Goes to the left hand. He's going to pull for 3. Off the rim. Long rebound. Pritchard's got it on the left corner. Reset to 14 seconds on the shot clock. Pritchard against McDermott. Going to drive by him on the baseline. 2 Pacers under there. Finds Tillman, whose shot is blocked by Nimhart. 3 to shoot. Boston has it. Brown saw the clock. Rises for 3. Missed it. Rebound tipped and a loose ball foul on Indiana. Pritchard nearly had an offensive board. McDermott commits the Indiana foul, his second.
Early on, it was the offensive glass belonging to the Pacers. Right now, Celtics making a run. They're up to 4 offensive rebounds, 2 in this possession. Jason Turner kind of kicking at the floor in front of us.
Oh, yeah. I felt that shake. Jason Tatum kicked.
He had a good look. Miles Turner, who was guarding him, was down in his stance, so JT just pulled back and shot it. Right on top. He expected to make that shot.
McDermott went out with the second foul. Ben Shepherd checked in. Boston down 3. Tatum will inbound right in front of us near the Celtic bench. Gets it in to Derek White with 12 to shoot. White dribbles, finds Tatum well beyond the arc. He's got the rookie Shepard defending. He takes him to the free throw line, backs him into the lane, goes to the right hand, got the whistle and scored. Good luck defending Jason Tatum, hitting the prime of his career and heading a chance for a three-point play. He's got 11.
Well, the young guy from Belmont, if he's not having nightmares this week, he's never going to have nightmares because he's been trying to guard Jason Tatum, which is one of the toughest covers in the entire NBA. And you got a guy that can shoot threes, can take it to the basket. He scores in transition. He scores on second chance points. Scores every way you possibly can.
Three-point play ties the game at 42. 7:15 to go in the half. Siakam at the top. Sends it out to the right. Nembhard drives, bounce pass Turner, floats it up. A whistle. Shot no good. With 7:11 to go here in the half, a Boston foul.
Miles Turner was about to get a 3-second call. He was camped out in there, and they finally got him the ball, and then he got the kind of a late whistle. There have not been a lot of whistles, so...
Pat Frere put up a fist. I was double-checking. That is on number 0, Tatum, his second.
Yep.
42 all. Miles Turner unties it with the first of 2 free throws. Miles Turner coming off a 22-point, 10-rebound game 3, but as PJ mentioned, he and Siakam were so good for about 3 quarters.
Yeah, exactly.
Turner hits both. Indiana 44, Boston 42. 7:05, clock moving, first half. Derek White crosses half court, attacking the basket, 2 hour left.
That was Miles Turner's third double-double of the playoffs already.
White pass, they blitz Tatum. Tatum has it, goes back to White. White drives, extends the right arm and scores. Miles Turner was caught in between.
Good recognition by Jason Tatum. He just tapped it right back to the
over-the-top pass to Siakam, turns, missed a tough layup attempt, and Tatum secures for
Boston. I tell you what, Pascal Siakam and Jaylen Brown are trying to post up in the paint virtually every possession.
And both have not had good numbers in the paint. Now falling down, Tillman can't hold on to it. Turnover Boston. Nembhard with numbers. Fires to Shepard on the left. Shepard drives Hauser, gives it up to Turner, retreats to the three-point line, takes the triple, missed it. Tap up, no for Siakam. Boston coming the other way in a 44-all game. It's Brown taking it all the way to the rim and scoring, and Rick Carlisle didn't like that defense, calling an Indiana timeout.
Well, that kind of is what we're talking about, because you could say virtually the same thing. Jason Tatum a better three-point shooter than Jaylen Brown, but the two of them score so many different ways. If you don't stop them in transition, they'll shoot a three, they'll go all the way to the rim, or they'll make a pass to a teammate. They're really versatile players.
Jaylen Brown was 1 for 7 before that layup. In fact, the last 4 Boston baskets, all layups to take the lead. Celtics 46, Pacers 44, and with 6:12 to go in the second quarter, this is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Hey, are you having a hard time dealing with high-interest credit card debt? It's normal, and a SoFi personal loan could help you save thousands by consolidating your DEBT to one low fixed monthly payment. You can get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required. It only takes 60 seconds to view your rate, and it won't affect your credit score. View your rate at SoFi.com/paidoff. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/paidoff. NMLS 696891. Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
2 guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same 2 guys drove home. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222.
you'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
From inside our Granger studio, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Mark your calendar. The ESPN New York Beach Bash is coming Friday, June 28th at Bar A in Lake Como, New Jersey. WEPN-FM, New York.
I'm Kevin Winter. Coming up on the AutoZone halftime report, Bill Walton, in his own words, and you may need a box of tissues. Mark Kessler, PJ Calissimo, George Sedano, back to you.
Well, we welcome and look forward to that. And Bill Walton owned the paint in his career. Let's get to owning the paint, brought to you by Sherwin-Williams. Ask Sherwin-Williams and save 40% on paints and stains. Now through June 3rd, retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. PJ, Indiana's owned the paint in most of the series.
Indiana was number 1 in the regular season. They're number 2 so far in the playoffs. They put 68 paint points on the board, but neither team is shooting well. They both have 20 paint points right now, but Pacers 10 for 22, Celtics 10 for 19. You expect better percentages in the paint.
See if Indiana takes it to the paint. Touching the paint, Neesmith had the ball knocked out of bounds across the baseline. 10 to shoot here for Indiana. 5:59 to go in the first half.
Scoring has slowed down a little bit.
Got the bench players on the floor. Neesmith, the only starter, as T.J. McConnell will inbound, goes over the top for Isaiah Jackson, who makes the catch on the perimeter. Drives Tillman into the lane, hangs, short jumper's good for Isaiah Jackson.
He's been living in the paint. Sherwin-Williams would love him, but he finished that time. He's not been doing that.
Travel on Jaylen Brown, who tried to stop on his dribble, defended at the free throw line, and skidded.
Drew Holiday was on the bench a long time. I think Joe Mazzulla's trying to take care of his minutes. He's still under the weather, and he's going to make sure that he doesn't want to with too big numbers.
Pretty well played game. Only 3 turnovers both ways, and neither point has a team has a point off the turnovers here in the first half. As T.J. McConnell drives through the baseline, out to Shepard on the wing, back to T.J. Baseline drive into traffic. Ball gets in the air, and it's stolen. Here's Tatum the other side, goes to Brown, and Jaylen Brown stuffs it home as Boston takes the lead. There's the first 2 points off the turnover.
There's been a lot of dead ball turnovers, travel violations, plays like that. That was one of the few live ball turnovers.
They go inside to Toppin, who was establishing position against White in the lane. And we got a whistle and a foul on Boston and White, who was trying to contain the taller Toppin from behind.
I don't think those lights have worked the entire time we've been here.
Which lights?
Next to Boston, the fouls.
Oh, those lights. 4 fouls. Mostly have been very shallow in numbers in this
They
series.
have not been in the penalty too many times. That's 4 fouls on the Celtics.
And we still have 5:16 to go in the quarter. McConnell off the inbound, a running hook, turns into a pass to Jackson. Couldn't control it. It's loose. Another turnover. Here's Derek White into the front court. Didn't have numbers. We'll wait for the rest of the Celtics as he dribbles on the right wing. 5 minutes to go in the half. 2-point Celtic lead. Goes to Tatum on the wing. Back to the basket. Turns on the rookie Shepard. Gets in the air, drive, sends it to Holiday. Pass now to Jaylen Brown. He'll drive to the basket. And an offensive foul is the call as Aaron Neesmith takes the charge. That's going to be foul number 2 on Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown saying, hey, I had already released the ball before I even touched him. No, he's not quite right. It was close.
Got a little slow-mo replay from our friends at ABC.
I'm saying the ball was still in his hands when he knocked Neesmith down. That's a good play by Aaron Neesmith. Jaylen Brown's having a tough night. He's 3 for 9. He's had a couple. That's another one of those turnovers, Kesty, we're talking about, dead ball turnovers. So Indiana has to inbound in the backcourt, so you don't have the advantage you get off a steal or when something happens in live play.
48-46 Celtics. Both these teams thrive on live ball turnovers. 2 top scoring teams in the league this year. 4:40 to go in the half. Pacers with it. Nimhard up high. Finds Shepard off the baseline. Curl gets it and connects on a 3-pointer. That's a big one for the rookie, who, like Sam Hauser, hadn't hit a 3-pointer in the entire series till just now.
He has really, really been struggling.
Maybe that'll give him some confidence. Indiana takes the lead on the Ben Shepard triple, 49-48. Derek White with it, passing it to Tatum. Free throw line, fadeaway jumper. No, it's the back iron, comes all the way toward Tatum. Ball is loose. Siakam had it. We got a whistle and a foul. Oh, and it's going to be on Miles Turner is the call on the late chase of the loose ball. James Capers putting up number 33. Turner with the foul, his first. Indiana had one more foul to give in the quarter, so this will be side in for Indiana with 4:10 to go in the second. Looked like a good call on the replay that we were watching. Inbound to Jaylen Brown, 49-48 Indiana. Brown puts it on the deck. He's going to grab against Shepard, who knocks it away momentarily. Brown's got it with 3 to shoot. Brown with 2 on the three-point line. Drives. Tough jumper. No. Rebound secured by Nembhard.
Struggles continue for JB.
Nembhard fires corner. Shepard 3. Got perimeter blocked by Brown. There's Derek White driving up floor. Got into Siakam. Now a screen by Horford gets him free. Goes to Holiday. Into Brown mid-post. Going to back down. Double comes. Sends it outside. The Celtics work it all the way around the horn to Tatum. Tatum drives into the lane, lays it up and good. Jason Tatum up to 14 points.
He just blew right by Andrew Nembhard in the corner.
50-49, Boston now in front. Siakam from the right with Drew Holiday, the outstanding defender on him. Siakam trying to get by him, and finally a whistle. Basket will be waved off. Foul on the floor. Holiday with the foul, and both teams in the bonus. Siakam will shoot 2. First on Drew Holiday. Holiday saying, I fouled without my hands. He got the big steal.
You weren't kidding about Hauser and Shepard. They both came in 0 for 9 from the three-point line and finally got one to fall.
2 guys who were obviously a better track record for Sam Hauser, who shot 42% this year. Ben Shepard only shot 31% during the regular year, but he was
cooking in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. He shot it very, very well.
First free throw goes in for Pascal Siakam. That ties the game at 50. 3:17 on the clock. Second quarter. Pacers playing without All-Star Tyrese Halliburton for the second straight game with the sore left hamstring.
Ben Shepard was 45% against the Knicks, and even better, 50% against the Milwaukee Bucks.
Second free throw good. Siakam gives Indiana the lead. 51-50. Comes Boston with 3:15 to go. Second quarter. From Indianapolis, Derek White dribbling out on the right wing. Up top, Tatum getting around a Horford screen. Accelerates and dunks with 2 hands. What a move by Jason Tatum. 16 points for Tatum. Boston back in front.
Boston started out knocking down threes. They have been attacking the paint in the second quarter.
Nembhard got White off his feet, but he couldn't finish the layup at point blank. Did all the work, couldn't finish it. Boston coming the other way. 1-point lead. Brown twitching. Brown rising. Three-pointer goes down. Jaylen Brown have been struggling. 3 for 10 from the field. That three-pointer puts Boston up 4.
Our producer, John Medani, is just telling me that is the 7th Boston player to make a three-point shot, and the last 7 baskets prior to that were either layups or dunks. Wow. Finally came with a three-pointer again. 7 different C's on the board with three-pointers.
Nobody made more three-pointers during the regular year than the Boston Celtics, more than 1,300 of them. Timeout called by the Pacers here. 2:37 to go, second quarter. 55-51. Celtics leading Indiana. Alongside P.J. Carlissimo, I'm Mark Kestisher. George Sedano with us. John Medani, our producer. Al Rosenberg, our engineer. Kevin Winter holding things down at our ESPN Radio studios. The first of 2 Game 4s in the next 24 hours. Both the Dallas Mavericks and the Boston Celtics have a chance to clinch and gain a spot to the NBA Finals, as we told you after the Game 3. If Boston can win tonight, they'd be looking at 9 days rest. The Pacers want to get to Boston for a game on Wednesday.
Longer than All-Star break. I always wondered what Kevin Winter did in the studio, holding things down. I wasn't sure.
Got a few coffees.
It's like a space capsule, things like fly around.
Think more like the hamster wheel, and you're on the bike.
I see, yes.
Yeah, if he stops, there's no transmission. 2:37 to go here in the half. 55-51 in favor of the Celtics, who have 16 from Jason Tatum. 2 Pacers in double figures. Siakam with 13. Nembhard with a dozen.
18 bench points for the Pacers, 8 for the Celtics, but the three-point line, as is often the case is the difference. 8 for 17, 47% for the Boston Celtics.
We have had 13 lead changes, 5 ties here in Game 4. Pacers have it, 2.5 to go. First half. Siakam near the baseline left.
The two Paint brothers going at each other.
Siakam just turned it over, dribbled it off the foot. Here's Brown the other way, bumps into Nembhard, got the whistle, couldn't finish off the layup off the glass, and to the line goes Brown in the midst of 5 straight Boston points.
I think they got Ben Shepherd on the call. The rookies always seems to be in the wrong place when either Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown are attacking the rim.
Last year, he's dominating at Belmont University. That's near Nashville, right? Or in Nashville. And now here he is in the Eastern Conference Finals. First time in a decade the Pacers are in the ECF. And Brown, wow, he looks frustrated missing that first
he's
one.
Definitely frustrated. He's 0 for 3 from the free throw line, Testy. I'd be frustrated 0 for 3.
You know, he was 70% regular year, down to 64 in the postseason coming into this game and declining. Second one, up. Good.
There we go. Good stroke there.
56-51 Celtics.
Boston looking to do what they've done repeatedly, close out the quarter.
2:10 to go here in the half. Nembhard juggles it on the left, gives to Siakam, looking to pass now. Nesmith squares for 3 on top, missed it. Flying in, Shepherd couldn't grab it. Drew Holiday has the rebound. Holiday front court, peels to the left, thought about a 3. Gives it up to Tatum. Jason with 16 working.
Looking for Brown underneath the rim again.
And Shepherd, the rookie, defending. Takes him into the post. Turns him over. Here comes Indiana running. Siakam down the middle of the floor. Passes to the wing, Nembhard. Nembhard had it poked away by Drew Holiday, but Nembhard picks it up on the far left sideline.
Wow.
Minute 35 to go in the half. Nembhard with it, spinning down the lane against Brown. Stops, puts up the layup and scores. That's 14 for Andrew Nembhard, keeping the Pacers in this game. They're down 3 with 1:20 left in the half.
Well, they didn't want to see Tyrese Halliburton go down to find this out, but Andrew Nembhard, when he's more aggressive, obviously has some scoring potential.
Tatum lifts for 3, misses it. The long rebound all the way to the perimeter to Boston. Now Holiday step back 3, misses that one. Ball gets hung up on the rim, and Toppin able to clear it. Obi Toppin with a minute to go into the front court, met by Holiday. Pacers down 3. Now to Nembhard, tip of the circle, backs up beyond the arc with Tatum defending. Nembhard dribbles, lurches forward, passes to the right. Toppin, he's going to drive hard, floats it up off target. Toppin went for the rebound, couldn't come up with it. Out of bounds it goes to Boston.
Al Horford knocked it off Nesmith. That was the play. Obi likes to drive from the right side of the court and kind of hook dunk it with his left hand, but they cut him off.
56-53 Boston. 37 seconds to go here in the first half. 2-for-1 opportunity. 3-pointer missed by White. Rebound Indiana.
3 straight threes.
Nesmith going hard down the lane. Got fouled as he tried to get a shot off with 27.7 seconds to go. Aggressive move against Drew Holiday, who picks up his second.
That's going to be Indiana, who closes with a little bit of a spurt. Boston had opportunities, but they came up dry on 3 threes in a row. 2 of them badly missed.
P.J. Nesmith has had to defend so many good players in this postseason. It's definitely affected his offense.
Oh, no question. He's done a good job. I mean, you have to give him credit for how well he's played. He's playing well, but his offensive numbers have been terrible. I mean, he came in shooting 2 for 10 from the 3-point line. He was shooting 48% from the field. That's not bad, but we're talking a guy, Aaron Nesmith, who was 13th in the entire NBA at 41.9% from the 3-point line, and he was one of the elite 3-point shooters in the league.
He's been nearly perfect from the free throw line this postseason. Hits the first and the second 1-point game. Indiana down.
And Kessie, I should mention, that was on 330 attempts. Yeah. It wasn't like he had a few attempts. He was a regular, put it up and knock it down 3-point shooter.
56-55 Boston, about 4 seconds difference on the shot clock, which hits 10 as we approach halftime. Al Horford on the right, nothing doing. Comes back to Holiday with 6. Now Holiday cuts inside, goes right by Siakam and lays it up. Undeterred with 6 seconds to go in the half. Boston by 3. Here's Nembhard with it. Spins. Nembhard in traffic. Puts it up at the horn. In and out and back in again. A clutch 2 for Indiana and Nembhard to make it a 1-point game at the break. Celtics leading.
T.J. McConnell ended the first quarter with that basket off the side out of bounds. Nimhard here, Joe Mazzulla really upset because he prides himself on the way Boston finishes quarters. They are fortunate to be up one. The Indiana bench is good. Boston pretty good from the three-point line. But guess what, Kesty? For the third time in 4 games, we've got another very close game.
Celtics have managed to win all of the first 3. Nimhard with 16 to lead Indiana. Jason Tatum with 16 to lead Boston. Halfway through Game 4. Celtics 58, Indiana 57. Let's go to Kevin Winter in the studio with the AutoZone halftime report.
Mark Testashare, PJ Calissimo, George Sedano. Get deals to start your summer right now at AutoZone with the Memorial Day sale. Save on brakes, wash, wax, and more. This weekend only. Get in the zone. AutoZone. The guys mentioned it. Andrew Nemhard, 16 points, 7 of 11 shooting. Pascal Siakam's got 13. Jason Tatum's got 16 for Boston. Jaylen Brown with 10. Drew Holiday with 10. Bench points 18 to 8 in favor of the Indiana Pacers, but Boston does have the advantage from the three-point line, 8 of 20 compared to 6 of 15. Up next on the AutoZone halftime report. Bill Walton dies today at the age of 71 years old after a prolonged battle with cancer. Up next, Bill Walton in his own words. This is Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
NBAstore.com, the official online store of the NBA, and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NBA fan gear. With unique designs by Fanatics, Nike, and all the latest styles for every NBA team, plus one-of-a-kind products and authentic collectibles. Shop now and get today's special offer. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, Happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you can use that money towards going to see your favorite team in the playoffs. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can go see your favorite team in the playoffs. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but we cannot guarantee that your favorite team will make the playoffs or even finish with a winning record. They could easily lose more than half their games and finish in the cellar because they stink badly and haven't made the playoffs in years. Savings, very doubtful. Switch and see if you can save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates, not available in all states. We cannot be held liable for your favorite team's terrible and frankly embarrassing performances now or ever.
The Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
And from inside our Granger studio, this is the AutoZone halftime report. Boston Celtics with a 58-57 lead over the Indiana Pacers here in Game 4 as Boston goes for the sweep of the Indiana Pacers. Today, the NBA News was shocked and saddened by the news that Bill Walton died at the age of 71 after a prolonged battle with cancer. Bill Walton, the lovable NBA Hall of Famer through the years, in his own words.
I think a lot of people figure that I win all the games, but really it was more the other guys than me. I played the best of my ability all the time. When people ask me questions, I tell them honest answers.
First championship at UCLA, that was big, wasn't it?
That was big, but the second one was not.
I've never coached a better player, I've never coached a better competitor, and I've never coached a better person than Bill Walton.
Bill.
I really had nothing to say.
Thank you, Boston. You're wonderful. Now let's go win a basketball game right now.
With enthusiasm and emotion, I could let my personality out and be very free on the basketball court.
Sometimes the light's all shining on me.
Gotta have the right equipment. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
Take a bite out of it while it's lit.
While it's lit?
Say, oh, I'm kidding. Let me get out of your shot here, guys.
Great to see you, Snoop. Well, Snoop and I go way back. We go way back.
Ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready.
This is called the Glockenspiel. Okay?
It's got Jay Garcia on it. Please don't.
Yeah, that's a Jerry. National Popcorn Day, please. Party on. The physical nature of the Wildcats coming right in there. Claws flailing. Steve Miller, soar like an eagle. Yeah, right? Willie Nelson. I was out this morning talking to Stevie Ray and to Willie.
Yeah.
And I found something here. We were on the grass, and this was lying there, this piece of wood with some phalangias growing on it. And this is how you use this dirt.
No, don't.
You do it like this, you get it, you sort of rub it on, you get it, and then you just sort of, okay, now I'm ready to go.
I wish it could have lasted longer. Unfortunately, it didn't. But all good things and all good times, and we'll get there soon.
Bill Walton, dead at the age of 71, two-time NBA champion, two-time national champion, basketball Hall of Famer. You're listening to Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
If you've ever asked yourself if you could do more to help struggling young people turn their lives around, apply to become a youth development specialist, where you will supervise and support young people in detention. It's challenging, it's rewarding, it's a union job with a $51,000 starting salary, and perhaps most importantly, it's a job that has a positive impact on the lives of young people. NYC residency not required. Apply to become a youth development specialist today at nyc.gov/YDS. That's nyc.gov/YDS.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Wednesday, July 3rd for a very special night. It's Fireworks Night presented by Baby Ruth. Bring family and friends down to the ballpark to watch the Yankees take on the Cincinnati Reds. And following the ball game, we'll have a spectacular fireworks show. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Reds for Fireworks Night on Monday, July 3rd. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated. Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
The New Jersey Lottery has it's a Jersey thing. Scratch-offs. Let's see if people can guess all 6 things.
It's gotta be Summers Down the Shore.
Oh, yeah. Jersey Diners. The best. Asking someone, what's your accent? You know it.
Now you can turn your Jersey pride into prizes with the chance to win up to $500,000.
Hands down, the best pizza.
Right? Never pumping your own gas. Never.
Play today. Anything can happen in Jersey. Must be 18 years old to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I'm Kevin Richard with the AutoZone halftime report. What an opening half for both teams.
Up top, Tatum getting around a Horford screen, accelerates and dunks with 2 hands. What a move by Jason Tatum. 16 points for Tatum. Boston back in front.
Boston started out knocking down threes. They have been attacking the paint in the second quarter.
Al Horford on the right. Nothing doing. Comes back to Holiday with 6. Now Holiday cuts inside. Goes right by Siakam and lays it up. Undeterred with 6 seconds to go in the half. Boston by 3. Here's Nembhard with it. Spins. Nembhard in traffic. Puts it up at the horn. In and out and back in again. A clutch 2 for Indiana and Nembhard to make it a 1-point game at the break. Celtics leading.
58-57, second half from Indy is next. This is Game 4, the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I need directions for paying down debt.
Starting route. Apply for a SoFi personal loan and consolidate your debt into one fixed payment. Turn right into a positive outlook and get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required.
Got it. You could get out of high-interest credit card debt with a SoFi personal loan. View your rate at SoFi.com/debt in 60 seconds with no impact to your credit score. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/debt. NMLS 696891.
2 guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same 2 guys drove home. One guy wore a seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
The NBA app is everyone's app. Every fan of every team.
Oh, my goodness.
Everyone who follows LeBron, Tatum, and Embiid in the app. Every warrior who's ready to go to battle over three-point percentages. Every streetwear king who sees for the tunnel fit. Every young buck, nugget, and grizzly who wants to take a peek behind the scenes of the league. And everyone else on this floating basketball we call Earth. Download the NBA app today. Available in the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I'm Kevin Winter, and this will do it for us on the AutoZone Halftime Report. Celtics with a 58-57 lead over the Indiana Pacers. Boston wins. They're on to the NBA Finals. If the Pacers win, we're going back to Boston for a Game 5 coming up on Wednesday. Tell you what, the Pacers are following the words of the great poet Dylan Thomas. Do not go gentle into that good night. Down only one. Back to the second half. Start the third quarter at Cambridge Fieldhouse with George Sedano and PJ Calissimo. Here's Mark Kestisher.
All right, Kev, thanks a lot. And PJ, as we digest some of these first half numbers, kind of role reversal. Indiana's been the paint team, Boston's been the three-point team, but the numbers favor the opposite so far.
Yeah, Boston 28-24. They started 6 for 14 in the paint. Remember our producer John Medani told us 8 of their last 9 baskets were dunks or layups, so that meant they finished 8 for 10 from the paint, so that's why they have the advantage there. Meantime, Indiana started struggling from 3, which they really struggled the other night. They missed 11 straight on Saturday. They started 2 for 7. They've made 4 of the last 8. So they closed it. They've also got 8 offensive rebounds, all good. Bench points, that's never going to change. Indiana, 18. Boston Celtics, 8. That starts with T.J. McCollum. But when it's all said and done, we got a very close game. 1-point game, and just remember, T.J. McCollum scored at the buzzer in the first quarter. Andrew Nembhard scored at the buzzer in the second quarter. McConnell, excuse me.
And Jason Tatum has 16 points to lead all Boston scores. Nembhard, 16. George Sedano, 12 of those came in the second quarter.
Yeah, Kesty, Nembhard has 48 points in his last 2 games, and we still got another half to go here. That's tied for the most over a 2-game span in his career. Nembhard, by the way, 6 of 8 on open shots in the first half, and accounted for 17 of the Pacers' 30 points in that second quarter, Kesty.
Appreciate it, George. 2 guys who are struggling. Jaylen Brown, he does have 10 points, but it's on 11 shots. And Miles Turner, remember, left at about the 5-minute mark first quarter. Came back in, gave him 13 minutes, but he so far is 0 from the field.
Yeah, Miles had 15 in the first half the other night. He's 0 for 3, 0 for 2 from downtown, and you have to think that back is bothering him.
Turner on the floor as Indiana attacks the basket to our left, and Turner's going to shoot a 3 and connects for his first field goal of Game 4.
Why would you say his back is bothering him, Testy? I don't understand.
You know, they yell at me when I say they're perfect at the line and miss, so I reverse jinxed them. 60-58, Indiana with the lead. Al Horford and the Boston starting 5 on the floor. Horford holding out on the right wing, trying to find Tatum. Does. He's got a mismatch against Nembhard. Spins, fades, fires. No good. Weak side rebound, Aaron Nesmith. They'll outlet to Pascal Siakam. Crowd just getting back to their seats here to start the second half. Indiana the lead. Nembhard on the drive. Cut off by Holiday. Outside to Siakam. He'll lift for 3. Back iron. No. Big rebound. And it comes down to Jason Tatum.
Jason Tatum has done a great job on the glass in the playoffs.
Man, he's over 10 a game as Holiday Euros down the lane and has his shot go no good. In traffic. Here's Turner trying for another 3 and makes it. 2 for 2 on threes to open the second half.
Well, he made 3 in 64 seconds against New York in Game 5. He's got 2 quick ones right there. Watch out next possession.
Biggest lead for the Pacers tonight. They're up 5 here early third quarter. 63-58. Horford at the top against Turner. Little shake and bake, and he gives to White. White picked up by Turner with 5 to shoot. Now turns a quick trigger 3. Went down looking for a foul. Didn't get it. Rebound by Siakam. Down floor pass. Oh, Turner had turned up. And he says, my bad, as the pass went over his head and out of bounds. Turnover Pacers.
He started to post up, and in the meantime, Andrew Nembhard saw him and put it in the air, and Miles didn't see the pass coming. He went outside to get the ball on the perimeter.
7th turnover for Indiana. Here's Jaylen Brown getting deep. Spins on Nembhard. Layup. Good.
He's just a bully. He just went right through the lane. But unlike the first half, that time Jaylen Brown finished.
He's got 12. Celtics back within 3. Nembhard accelerates, cut off by Holiday. Pass to the corner, Siakam. 3-pointers up, no good. Ball tipped around, and Holiday has it for the Celts. In their Kelly green uniforms, Boston across the chest to White. Drives under the basket, sends it up high to Tatum. Bumps, stops in the high post, down for White. Nearly mishandled the low bounce, has it. Now with 10 to shoot. Works in the low post, bumps off a Shepard. Doesn't matter. As he fades, he fires and hits.
Yeah, he thought he was going to get the foul call. Shepard hit him pretty good, but the shot went down.
Quick answer for Boston, down 1, but Nembhard rises early on the clock and buries a 3.
Well, the trends are continuing. Indiana's the one making the threes. Boston's attacking the paint.
3 3-pointers to open this third quarter for the Pacers, who lead 66-62. Horford bounced pass to Tatum, baseline left against Nesmith. Rises, hand in his face jumper, no good. Tatum went down, wanted the foul, no whistle.
They got numbers.
Here's Nembhard from the right. Passes opposite corner left. Shepard 3, no. Offensive board, Siakam. Kicks it outside to Nesmith, drives, 15-footers up and in. Joe Mazzulla doesn't like the efficiency with which Indiana is scoring, and it's their biggest lead at the timeout, Indiana by 6.
Well, he shouldn't in a standing ovation here in Cambridge. 3 threes, an offensive rebound, good defensive play. Evidently, the Indiana Pacers have reservations on that flight to Boston tonight.
Fire up the Jets. It's early, 8:57 to go, third quarter. Pacers with a 68-62 lead over the Celtics, and you're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
If you have experience working with young people, there are many who need your experience.
Become a youth development specialist where you'll supervise and support young people in detention. It's challenging and rewarding. It's a union job with a $51,000 starting salary. It's using your life experience to make a positive impact on the lives of young New Yorkers. NYC residency not required. Apply to become a youth development specialist today at nyc.gov/YDS.
It's not a question of if, or even of when. Climate change is affecting New Jersey right now. The things that make us great, our majestic shorelines and rivers, and our bustling cities, also make us vulnerable to rising sea levels, inland flooding, and extreme heat. But we're not focused on the fear, we're focused on the fight. And New Jersey has the people, the power, and the plans to be resilient. Learn more about them and find helpful resources at climatechange.nj.gov.
D'Agostino & Associates is the legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first. 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first. 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
You're with you inside our Granger studio. Game 4 here in the East, Game 4 in the West. Let's give you the injury report. The Dallas Mavericks have upgraded Maxi Kleber to questionable for tomorrow night's game. Remember, he dealt with that AC joint separation that he suffered back in round 1 against the Clippers. Upgraded to questionable tomorrow. Derek Lively is doubtful with a neck sprain. Back to Mark Kessinger, PJ Calissimo, George Sedano with the Pacers. 4 for 7 in the second half. Kessie?
Yeah, Lively's been so good. That was a bad knee to the back of the head. Hope he can get back soon right here in Indiana. An 11-4 start to the quarter for the Pacers.
Yeah, going way back. Pacers started out 2 for 7 from the three-point line. They made 7 of their last 14. They are now 9 for 21. Boston 8 for 21. They went the other way. They started out hot. They've gone cold. They're doing all right in the paint. But Indiana right now playing with a little more intensity than Boston coming out of the halftime locker room.
And probably good timeout for Joe Mazzulla.
Oh, no.
Wake his guys up.
Very good timeout.
Indiana off to a quick start to the third quarter. Here comes Boston out of the timeout to our right. Drew Holiday sends it to White at the top. Shepard covering. Now off the switch. Pass to Horford, left wing. They'll find Tatum high post. Outside White fakes the three. Drive kicks to Tatum. Left angle three is good. A three-pointer right out of the timeout for Jason Tatum.
The masters of the three, the Boston Celtics. They take the most, they make the most.
They have 9 triples, matching Indiana's 9. Back to a three-point game, Pacers leading. Nembhard with it, way high with 8:20 to go. Gets to the three-point line, poked away, gets it back.
He had Miles Turner open on the roll and couldn't deliver.
Siakam driving, gets off a shot, missed it. Weak side Shepard chasing down the loose ball. Gives to Neesmith like a bull, drives in, got the foul from Holiday, missed the shot attempt. But Neesmith will shoot 2, and that's 3 fouls on Drew.
Okay, that's 10 offensive rebounds for the Indiana Pacers. They are just outworking them, and a lot of the rebounds were like that one that we just saw. Ball bounced twice on the floor. Rookie Ben Shepard just ran it down.
Neesmith, who expends so much energy on the defensive end. Little huff and puff and a free throw up and in at the 8:06 mark to go in the third. 69-65 Pacers.
Yeah, I tell you what, at one point he had 17 straight free throws in the fourth quarter. He came into this game shooting just under 94% from the free throw line. So not shooting well from the three, but he is from the free throw line.
Really missed that one, but another offensive rebound. But White took it away from Turner. Derek White flushes with 2 hands. Stole it right from Turner off the offensive rebound. And a big bucket. Joe Mazzulla wanted a foul on that dunk. There was contact there. 4-point lead, Indiana. Ben Shepherd with it on the right, 7:45 to go in the third. Shepherd dribbles to the top, finds Siakam, and a whistle underneath, and it's an offensive foul as Derek White took the charge, and now Turner, who committed the foul, pushed Jaylen Brown, who went across the baseline and now through the tunnel. And now the officials will separate. Turner still woofing. And now some security coming out as well, and Aaron Neesmith turns Turner, and he'll walk toward the bench, cooling off a bit here.
I tell you, Miles Turner's had 2 or 3 of these offensive fouls.
What'd you see?
Derek White just got in front of him. It's the second time. First they met outside the paint. Then he knocked him down, and Jaylen Brown shouldn't have been in there. Jaylen Brown was kind of defending Derek White. Watch, see, he hits him there. Now he hits him again inside. We're watching the replay.
And I believe Pat Frere gave double technicals as well.
The play is under review.
So they'll review the altercation. That was the voice of Zach Zarba. The personal foul, PJ, was on Miles Turner.
Yeah, the offensive foul.
His second, and I think they got
turnover.
Turner and Brown.
Exactly, for double technicals. And that's what it'll be. There's nothing else. But what happened was Miles Turner was out, foul line extended on the right side of the basket, and he was going in the lane to post up. Derek White just stood in front of him, almost like taking a charge. So they banged first. Then Derek White got knocked back a little bit, and Miles Turner hit him a pretty good shot in the paint. That's where the offensive foul was called. And then Jaylen Brown came in to defend him. We're watching the replay again. It's not showing the first hit.
Yep.
You see, Jaylen Brown comes in and pushed him.
Shoved him with the left hand right into the bicep, and then the shove back.
If Miles Turner had not done anything, it was going to be a technical on Jaylen Brown. He'd have been okay, but he pushed him back with 2 hands.
Zach Zarba, James Capers on the headset. Getting some help from Courtney Kirkland.
Comes back.
After review, the ruling of offensive foul on Turner stands. There are also double technicals, one on Miles Turner and one on Jaylen Brown. Double technical foul.
As predicted, 69-67, Indiana leads Boston. 7:42 to go here in the third quarter. Mark Kestisher, PJ Carlissimo, George Sedano with you in Indianapolis.
You never want technicals, but if any team needed to get going a little bit, it's Boston. I think this helps them a little bit. Indiana was already playing with more fervor so far here in the second half. I'm sure somewhere in the back of Joe Mazzulla's head is, well, good, maybe this will get us going a little bit.
It was 11-4 Indiana out of that timeout, and now 4 out of the last 5 scored by Boston. Trails by 2 and attacks the basket to our right. 7.5 to go in the third. Derek White, lob for Tatum and a whistle. Tatum was late getting over because I believe he was held.
He's held.
Zach Zarba with the call.
It was a pick and roll.
On Shepherd.
Kind of small. Derek White off Jason Tatum, and as Tatum tried to go to the basket, his feet were moving, but the rest of his body wasn't because they had a pretty good grip on him.
3 on Shepherd. First team foul against Indiana. Side in Boston to Horford. Not a Holiday. Quick bounce pass for Brown. Never got to him. Too hard. Didn't have a nice bounce. Went out of bounds. Turnover Celtics.
That's 6 for the Celtics. Indiana has 9 so far.
Andrew Nembhard got a hard screen and an illegal screen from Miles Turner. That was a hip check. It took down Drew Holiday.
I tell you what, the refs looked the other way. Miles Turner banged the ball on the floor. Didn't go real high, but it went over his head. So that's about 7 feet. That could have been his second technical.
Could have been out of the game. 7:22 to go here in this third quarter. A frustrated Miles Turner picking up the offensive foul. It's more of a trip than an illegal screen.
Yeah, see, when you set a screen, your feet have got to be underneath your shoulders. If your feet are wider than the rest of your body, it's a trip, and that's what that was. That's a good call. Rick Carlisle was looking to whether or not to challenge, and I can't see them from here, but I think his assistant coaches said no, the call was correct.
And they're taking out the frustrated Miles Turner. The bench crew is in.
2 fouls in about, 15 seconds?
Got 3 total and the technical. Tatum with it at the top. Step back 3 on its way. No good. Long rebound. Horford's got it for the Celts. Gives it right to Derek White. Looking inside for Brown. Nothing there. 7 minutes to go in the third. Now inside for Horford. Poked away momentarily. Al's got it. Feeds Tatum. Outside to White for 3 in the lead. Missed it. Another offensive rebound. Horford who's fouled on his way back up. And now Horford can tie it at the free throw line.
Indiana bench is furious. They must have felt Al Horford came over the top. I'd love to see the replay because they are up screaming. watch Al Horford, see what happens.
Nembhard nearly took it away from him. After the Derek White three-pointer, we're getting a look at the replay here.
Pushed Obi Toppin with his left hand.
Yep. Didn't get the call. Horford to the line. First and 2, good. One more will tie it. And 6:50 to go.
Didn't do him any good, but he clearly extended his left hand on the back of Obi Toppin and really didn't get him position, but there's no question he pushed.
Celtics will figure it's a wash because they thought Derek White got fouled and did. We saw the replay.
Yeah, exactly.
There was a lot of contact on the arm on his dunk as Horford ties the game with 2 free throws at 69.
Good response from that Joe Mazzulla timeout. Post-technical chance to talk to the players, I should say.
6:40 left here in the third. Neesmith to the top, drives down the lane, picks up the dribble, gets deep, finds Jackson. Great pass and a dunk by Isaiah Jackson.
He should do that more. He's such a gifted player. He gets off the ground so easily.
Over the top pass for Jaylen Brown, had nothing underneath, sends it out to Tatum, back to Brown, right at the cup for the layup. We're tied again.
JT didn't have the ball in his hands for a split second and hit it right back to Jaylen Brown.
Guys have authored triple-digit playoff games together. Here's Neesmith spinning in the lane, short jumper missed on the fade, rebound Holiday. Tied at 71, coming up on 6 minutes to go here in the third of Game 4. Outside they work it, Jason Tatum against Isaiah Jackson. They clear the middle. Tatum fakes left, cross right, cross left, layup blocked by Jackson. Great recovery. On the other end, McConnell drives deep, blocked from behind by Derek White. Nice chase down by White. Celtics have it. Brown splits a double, lost the handle, out of bounds, turnover Boston.
Big-time defensive plays on both ends. Isaiah Jackson, Derek White trade blocks, and then Jaylen Brown continues some struggles getting to the rim tonight. Inability to finish again in the paint.
Second block shot of the night for Derek White. Indiana with it. Tied at 71. Pass into the corner, Nembhard, who out the 16-point first half. Drives into the foul line, nothing. Gives to Neesmith, who drives on White. Got stripped of the ball, got fouled. White must have got a piece of the arm, says James Capers. Foul on Derek White will be his second.
He's telling Derek White's telling Cape that I had all ball. Kind of in front of us. I thought it was he did have all ball.
He smacked that right out of his hand.
It's one of those plays where the ball got knocked loose. Then he hit his forearm, but as we've learned, if you knock the ball loose, the subsequent contact doesn't matter.
Here's Neesmith. First of 2 free throws is good. 72-71 Indiana. Doug McDermott will get some run here as Andrew Nembhard sits down, only 3 points in the quarter.
Nice little flourish by Isaiah Jackson with Miles Turner on the bench. A block shot and then a dunk. Getting going a little bit more. He's capable of giving them more offensively.
6 of his 8 points, Jackson scoring here in the third. Neesmith's second free throw, good as well. 5.5 to go in the third. Indiana by 2. 73-71 Pacers. Neesmith picking up Tatum backcourt. Tatum gets across the timeline, barely, with some contact. Over to Xavier Tillman on the left. Luke Cornett, apparently that wrist is not ready to go tonight. Tillman's been the first big off the bench. White has it from Tillman, drives, steps back, left angle 3, no good, long rebound, Boston will keep. Went right to Tatum in the corner. Jason drives, offensive foul, knocking down Neesmith, who takes the charge.
JT's shaking his head no at James Capers, saying no, he was moving, he cut me off. We get the benefit of the replay. Boy.
Warded off with the right hand.
Yeah.
Third foul on Tatum. At least the second charge taken by Neesmith tonight.
Exactly.
5 minutes to go here in the third. 73-71 Pacers. McConnell drives inside the arc, edge of the lane, puts up a 15-footer, rolls off. Tatum has the board.
Boy, he is doing some job on the glass. That's 8 rebounds for JT.
To go with 19 points and 5 assists. He has delivered here in the conference finals. 4:40 to go. Boston down 2. Tatum will send it to the far side, nearly stripped by Toppin. White keeps, passes to Holiday, fakes the 3, checks the feet, shoots the triple, missed it. Rebound by Indiana. Jackson had it poked away, but it's going to be a foul on Sam Hauser, who got a piece of Isaiah Jackson.
Team getting a little ratty right now. A lot of fumbled passes. A lot of balls getting knocked out of players' hands. I'm sure both coaches would like to see it settle down a little bit more on the offensive end.
Topping off the inbound, rises and connects on a triple. That's Indiana basketball. Inbound, and a second and a half later, get a three. 76-71 Pacers. Crowd on its feet here at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Did not hear the whistle, but Derek White went down hard.
He's lying on his back, so something happened.
I see a 2 and a 2. Isaiah Jackson hip checked him out of the way. Foul on Jackson will be his second. That is the third Indiana foul this quarter. Side out Boston.
Same for the Pacers. Both teams with 3 team fouls.
Inbound to Drew Holiday as we approach 4 minutes to go in the third. Celtics down 5. Holiday, straight line drive, tries to get past McDermott. Passes out to the wing. Hauser for 3 off the rim, no good. Loose ball foul underneath against Indiana. Xavier Tillman was going for the rebound. Isaiah Jackson back-to-back fouls. Now he's got 3.
Is that JT or Drew that drove the ball? Whoever drove the ball had a layup himself. Instead, he decided to kick it out to Sam Hauser.
Thought it was Holiday.
I think they'd have been better served just taking the layup. Although that's the way they play.
I was going to say.
Penetrate and pitch.
Penetrate, sometimes get in the air, and then find the guy to pitch to.
Well, again.
It's a dangerous game, but it's effective for these guys.
It certainly is. And they far and away lead the NBA in 3-point field goal attempts and 3-point field goal makes, the Boston Celtics.
Al Horford back in for Boston, who inbounds front court, 3:50 to go, third quarter. Celtics trail 76-71. Here's Holiday at the top dribble, stops, pops for 3, no good off the rim, no one under the basket but T.J. McConnell. Up ahead for Obi Toppin. Will pass to the top, Turner, catch and shoot 3, missed it. Didn't even catch rim, and right into the hands of Holiday. Great pass down floor to Hauser, who gets grabbed by Turner, and foul will be the 5th team foul against Indiana, so Hauser's going to the free throw line in the bonus.
I couldn't see whether he was shooting anyhow, but it puts them into the penalty. I'll tell you what, Kester, Boston's really gone cold from the 3. They are now 9 for 28, down to 32%. They were like 1 short of 50% early in the game.
Well, that's the 4th foul also, PJ, and Miles Turner, 3rd in this third quarter.
3rd in a very short period of clock time. He was on the bench for a while. But when he was on the floor, he's committed a bunch of fouls.
Hauser gets the first of 2. Jason Tatum will get a blow here at 3:33 to go in the third, with Jaylen Brown replacing him. Celtics down 4, a chance to get 1 point closer.
Boston 8 for 17 at 1 point from the 3-point line. They're now 9 for 28, Kesty. My bad math. 1 for their last 11.
Struggling, to say the least, as Hauser hits both free throws. 76-73, Pacers. Final 3.5 minutes, third quarter, game 4. Indiana needs a win to keep the season going. Neesmith has it on the right wing, puts it on the deck once, now at the top to McConnell. McConnell drives, got deep, passes out. Neesmith 3, just ticks the front rim, and Hauser, long rebound, great outlet down floor to Holiday, who scores. Boston within 1, and a timeout, Indiana.
Drew Holiday ran right by the 3-point shooter. Neesmith never hesitated. He went down in good recognition by Hauser, finding Drew all by himself in the backcourt.
4 Celtics in double figures. Boston back within 1. Timeout from Indy with 3:10 to go, third quarter. Pacers with a 76-75 lead. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, Happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Because comfort keeps us going. So grab your family, your friends, and your Wrangler layers for some fresh air adventures together. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
People are going to want to see you fall when you get to the top.
3 stars, 1 season, changing history.
Cardoso for 3! To plan these environments, this is what we work for. We fought so hard all season long.
You could not have scripted a better ending to this magical women's college season.
Kiki Rice, Camila Cardoso, and Caitlin Clark. ESPN Plus Original presents Full Court Press, presented by State Farm. ESPN Plus.
With you inside our Granger studio with Game 4, the NBA's Eastern Conference Finals. 3:10 to go in the third quarter. It's the Pacers holding a 1-point lead, 76-75, trying to keep their season alive. This game has virtually been played inside of a phone booth. Boston had an early 8-point lead. Indiana's largest lead has been 6. Right now, Pacers by 1. Let's go back to Gainbridge Fieldhouse for the conclusion of the third with George Sedano and PJ Calissimo. Here's Mark Kestisher.
All right, Kevin, let's check in with George.
Kesty, I was behind the Pacers bench just now, and Rick Carlisle and his staff was imploring his team to make sure they do a better job rebounding. We saw a couple of possessions ago where Al Horford really dominated the glass, and then defensively, they were told to just be ready to switch potentially depending on who has the ball. Back to you.
Appreciate it, George. And PJ, that 3-point number working for Indiana, not for the Celtics.
Yeah, Indiana's 4 for 9 so far in the third quarter. Boston 1 for their last 11. 1 for 8 this quarter. They've gone ice cold. It happened to the Pacers Saturday night. They missed 11 straight before 2 big ones at the end of the game. But 8-2 paint points continues an advantage for the Celtics.
Pacers lead down to 1. Indiana ball out of the timeout. 3 minutes to go in the third. Neesmith on the left to Toppin in the corner. Toppin dribbles into the lane. Jump pass to a cutting McConnell. Sends it in the corner to Siakam for 3. Hits the rim short, and Brown has the Boston rebound.
I thought he was fine. I should also mention 5 turnovers this quarter for the Pacers. That's hurt them.
Boston looking for the lead. In the corner, Peyton Pritchard had it ripped away. Nimhard with the steal. Down floor to Siakam, 2.5 minutes to go. To McConnell, spins by Hauser, floats it, never touched the rim. He wanted a foul. It was deflected, and coming the other way, Boston. To Hauser for 3 in the lead. Nope. Rebound, and nice job by Neesmith to get over Brown for it. 2:20 left in the third. Siakam drives, kicks to McConnell, outside Neesmith. Ball fake on the 3. Boy, he let the ball go because it would have been a travel. Goes underneath to Siakam. Yeah, that was a double dribble. No call. Up top they go McConnell. Behind the back to Nimhard. Bumps into Hauser as he drives. Nimhard had it kicked away with 3.1 on the shot clock, and this game has devolved.
Yeah, no, it's gotten sloppy. 5 turnovers this quarter for the Celtics. 5 for the Indiana Pacers. It's gotten very sloppy. They caught a break there with that kick, Kesty. They get a new small clock, 14 seconds.
Zach Zarba told the bench Sam Hauser had deflected that ball, the reason there was no double dribble. Off the inbound Toppin, attacks the rim and throws it down with 2 hands.
Poor communication by the Celtics. Fake the dribble handoff. One player thought it was a switch. The other player thought it was a stay. Ends up with an Obi dunk.
Late clock dunk. Pacers up 3, 78-75. Minute 40 to go here in the third. Holiday front court to Horford. Feet spread over the 3-point line. Dribbles one, Toppin right on him. Goes to Tatum on the baseline. Back to the basket. Double comes. Outside to Horford. Open for 3. Nope. Rebound. Shepard has it for Indy.
1 for 12. The drought continues for the Celtics.
Good defense on Tatum as McConnell spins down the lane into a double. Great pass. Finds Siakam at the cup for the slam.
P.J. McConnell's penetration again benefits the Pacers.
80-75 Indiana. We're just about to hit the 1-minute mark to go, quarter 3.
25-10 bench points, Indiana.
Jaylen Brown, standing dribble. Now spins to the 3-point line. Drives to the right, cut off by Nimhard. 5 to shoot, trying to get by him. Euros, layup good. Jaylen Brown took Nimhard right to the woodshed and got the 2.
He's more under control this quarter.
80-77 with 43 seconds to go. Pacers lead. Toppin block. Nope. Goaltend. Horford got there late off the glass. Counted for Toppin. 82-77 Indy.
Obi Toppin doing a good job attacking. His last play was one of 3 dunks already this quarter by the Indiana Pacers.
41.9 to go, third quarter. Boston, 94 feet from the hoop, inbound to Tatum. Being guarded by Shepard. Tatum has to get rid of it. Across court to Brown, ahead of the half-court line. Pulls for 3 now and hits. Jaylen Brown just rose, shot, and knocked down the triple.
2 for 1. Might have been a little early. Indiana can do the same thing.
Boston within 2. There's a foul as McConnell getting inside on Pritchard. Got the foul on Payton. Shot no good. 2 free throws coming with 27.4 on the clock here in the third.
Joe Mazzulla doesn't care for the call. He's talking, actually having a normal conversation with Zach Zarba. Now Peyton Pritchard's joined it.
1 on Pritchard. McConnell to the line. 8 points. All in the first quarter. Free throw, no good.
Ooh, big miss.
McConnell was 12 for 13 at the free throw line coming in to game number 4. Those were his postseason numbers.
79% free throw shooter in the regular season.
2-point lead Indiana. 1 more free throw coming, and TJ splashes it with 27 seconds to go in the third. 83-80 Pacers. Drew Holiday will dribble into the front court, picked up by Siakam, accelerates to the left, now stops at the 3-point line. 14 on the shot clock. Jaylen Brown has it. Siakam defending with 9 on the shot clock. Brown to his left, switching defense against Toppin with 5 on the 3-point line. Step back, Brown, no good. Rebound secured with 3 seconds to go in the quarter. Here's McConnell, splits a double, running 3 at the horn is good, but they'll wave it off. Zach Zarba said it was still in his hands, and that will not count at the horn, but Indiana leads by 3 after 3.
I agree. I think it was late, but guess what? That would have been the third time they ended a quarter with a buzzer shot. Nonetheless, they got the stop, which was more important. Again, Pacers lead after 3. Their first playoff loss at home was Saturday night when they led after 3 also.
We head to the fourth. They're checking the clock. It was clearly in McConnell's hands. No basket. Indiana 83, Boston 80. We're through 3 in Game 4. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indy.
We love the game because anything can happen. There's no sure thing.
How did that go in?
Every play, every shot,
are you kidding me?
every swing is a risk if you bet.
I can't believe that just happened.
There's no easy money. There's no luck. And no one wins all the time. If you bet responsibly and always set a limit. Learn more at responsibleplay.org.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Discover why critics are calling Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes the best film of the franchise.
What a wonderful day!
It's a jaw-dropping spectacle that demands to be seen on the biggest screen possible.
I need to go.
Hang on. It is our time. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Now playing only in theaters. Rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13.
Progressive presents 10 things on a contractor's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Bidding a new client, giving an accurate estimate, finding affordable materials, getting a client to pay you for work you already did, getting a client to pay you, period, securing permits and workers and tools, getting those workers and tools to work together, and finding the perfect pair of overalls. Pockets, baby. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
From inside our Granger Granger Studio. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indeed.
This is 98.7 ESPN, a Good Karma Brands radio station. WEPN-FM, New York.
Off the inbound Toppin, attacks the rim and throws it down with two hands.
Poor communication by the Celtics. Take the dribble handoff. One player thought it was a switch. The other player thought it was a stay. Ends up with an Obi dunk.
I'm Kevin Winter. That third quarter was black for everybody combined, but if you're the Pacers, you love it. I say black because 26-22, but Indy by 3. They go to the fourth quarter. Back to Cambridge Fieldhouse with George Sedano and PJ Calissimo. Here's Mark Kestisher.
All right, Kev, thanks a lot. Let's check in with George.
Kesty, PJ, we have another nail-biter here, a three-point game. In Game 1, the Pacers, who could be up 2-1 in this series while being down 0-3, had a 97% chance to win, but then all those miscues happened. We all remember that. And then in Game 3, Indiana had a 94% chance to win that game, and Boston imposed their will in that one. And they're up 3-0 now. We'll see what happens in Game 4.
And let's see what happens in the fourth quarter after a difficult fourth, and especially three-point shooting for Boston.
I guess Siakam's got a lot of blood on the back of his uniforms. I think it's probably already been treated by the trainer.
Boston attacking with White at the top to Horford. Shot clock already at 5. Now to Brown. Brown with 3. Checks the clock. Backs up with 2. Behind the back dribble with 1. Gets off a 3 at the shot clock. Hard and down it goes. Jaylen Brown having a big second half.
After they were 1 for 11, JB's been 2 for 3 in the last about 40 seconds of clock time.
Ties the game at 83. Second half, 5 of 6 shooting for Jaylen Brown. Here's a 15-footer good, untying it. P.J. McConnell for the Pacers.
That one counted.
They will review the three-pointer by Brown. As of now, that point is on the board, the third point. 85-83, Pacers by 2. Here's Tatum rolling to the basket, receives a pass from White, and jams it home.
Derek White pick and roll has been very effective for the Celtics.
A little side pick and roll action there to tie it at 85. They go to Toppin in the mid-post against Hauser. They send a double. Pass on top to McConnell. 10:45 to go in Game 4. Now Siakam near the free throw line. Looks at the rim. Drives in the lane. Great pass underneath. Finds McConnell for the bucket.
Well, you don't expect to see the big guy looking for the little guy underneath the rim.
Indiana back in front on our 14th lead change. 87-85. 10:30 to go. Tatum rises, fires, missed a 3 out of the left corner. Rebound McConnell. Up ahead, Siakam looking left, goes to Nembhard. Nembhard drives, straight, no-look bounce pass to McConnell, fading, firing, and hitting. That's his shot on the baseline. Little 10-footer, twist and turn score, and a timeout for Boston.
Joe Mazzulla wouldn't do it, but if I was Joe Mazzulla right now, I'd get a picture of T.J. McConnell and show it to this team and say, hey, guys, can somebody guard this guy when he's underneath the basket all by himself?
He's got all 6 Pacer points in the fourth quarter. Early timeout with 10:13 to go. In the fourth, Pacers 89, Celtics 85, and you're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indy.
Have you overcome some challenges in your life? Use your life experience to supervise and support young people in detention. Become a youth development specialist. It's a union job with a $51,000 starting salary, and you'll be making a positive impact on the lives of young New Yorkers. NYC residency not required. Apply to become a youth development specialist today at nyc.gov/YDS. That's nyc.gov/YDS.
It's golf season. Beautiful days, beautiful views. Reminds me of Rock Spring Golf Club. Have you heard of it? It's New Jersey's premier daily fee golf club. Golf Week calls it one of the best courses you can play in New Jersey. Rock Springs 6,600-yard par 71 course sits on rolling tree-lined site featuring many of the trademark design elements and truly unique and creative green complexes from the legendary architect Seth Rayner. No matter what your level of play is, your handicap, it's a fantastic public course. Visit them at rockspringgolf.com. Have a look around. You can reserve a tee time on the site as well. They've got junior and adult golf instruction, golf leagues, and so much more. If you love golf, you're going to love Rock Spring Golf Club. Find them at rockspringgolf.com. It's that time of year. Rock Spring Golf Club. Easy to find, a great place to play. rockspringgolfclub.com. Again, that's rockspringgolf.com. Come and play.
I'm a New Yorker. I want to contribute to public safety.
I want a 6-figure salary.
I want to get paid after I retire.
I want to take my kids on vacation.
New York City Department of Correction Officer jobs are available now for strong, brave, bold New Yorkers with problem-solving and communication skills. Most earn more than $85,000 in their first year. Register today. Search the words City Exams on your phone, click, then scroll to Correction Officer.
On a serve with a purpose, take the test. Join, discover New York City Corrections, take the test.
Kevin Winter with you. I want to thank all of you who logged on to our social media account at NBA on ESPN Radio to vote in the AutoZone in the Zone poll question. 43% of you said Jason Tatum would be the player to get in the zone tonight. Tatum's got 21. Moments ago, Jaylen Brown had 22. He no longer does, and the Pacers now have their largest lead of the game, 89-82. Marquez Tesser, P.J. Carlissimo, George Sedano, that 3. And G, no good. Back to you.
Thank you, Kevin. Zach Zarba in concert with Courtney Kirkland back at the replay center. They looked at that 3 versus 2 or shot clock violation. The ball was still on the tip of the fingers of Jaylen Brown as the shot clock expired. So that 3 came off the board. The crowd erupted when it was announced, and it's 89-82 Indiana.
Huge call, obviously. And that three-point line had better heat up if you're the Boston Celtics. Obviously, you need to cover Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. They both average more than 5 points in the fourth quarter.
T.J. McConnell went for an inbound steal, ended up on the deck. 5-on-4 Boston. Hauser for 3, still off target. Rebound loose at the free throw line. Jaylen Brown digs it out. Tatum's got it with 12 to shoot. 10 minutes to go in Game 4. Loads up Brown, waits for the defense to fly by, gets off a 3, and that one will count. And we're back to 89-85.
Jaylen Brown keeping the Celtics in the game. Another 3 from JB.
He couldn't buy a bucket in the first half. He's been terrific here in the second. 9:40 to go in Game 4. Nembhard driving near the free throw line. Bounce pass to Turner, and his arm wrapped up. And a foul on Jason Tatum, who would grab the arm of Turner, who had no chance to explode toward the basket. That is 4 fouls on Jason Tatum. 9:37 on the clock.
We have not had a double-digit lead tonight, Cassie. We've talked so much about comebacks and everything.
Yeah. Side out of bounds to Siakam against Brown. High post, mid-post, turns off the glass. No, got his own miss, puts it up and in. Siakam stuck with it.
Well, we said Pascal had to be there in the fourth quarter. He's making his presence felt.
91-85 Indiana spinning. Jaylen Brown ends up on the deck. I think the defense pulled the old chair out, but got the whistle call against Indiana. It's going to be on Nembhard. That'll be his second.
1 team foul for each team. Drew Holiday back in. I think Joe Mazzulla was being very careful with his minutes.
Well, to your point, Indiana's led by as many as 7. Boston is led by as many as 8. Right now, a 6-point Pacer lead. Inbound Tatum drives on Turner. Underneath the basket. Up top, they go to Horford. 7 to shoot. Left side, Brown. He's been hot. Brown against Siakam. 4 to shoot. Pulls the trigger on a topside 3. Missed it. Rebound loose. Controlled by Turner. Up ahead, Nembhard. Nembhard crosses on White. Drives. Hangs off the glass and in. And 1. Andrew Nembhard a chance at a 3-point play. Derek White picks up his 3rd personal. Nembhard up to 21 points.
As is their MO, Indiana attacks quickly and relentlessly. Any chance they get, they push it and they'll shoot it quickly. Meantime, on the other end, Boston 3-point line has been very, very cold. 11 for 36. That's barely over 30% for the Celtics.
3-point play, Nembhard, his first time this year, back-to-back 20-point games. He's got 22 off a career-high 32 on Saturday night. Biggest lead for Indiana. They're up 9. Need a win to go to Boston. 8:50 to go. Tatum receives the pass. Left side 3 is a miss. Loose carom. T.J. McConnell's got it. McConnell over the top. Siakam in the mid-post. Finds the cutting McConnell layup. He blew it. Missed it too strong. Rebound Holiday.
Uncontested layup. Good pass by Pascal.
Horford to Brown. Jalen's right corner three. Splashes down, and here come the Celtics.
JB is 4 for 8. He's the only one making threes for Boston.
He was 4 for 11 in the first half. 94-88 Indiana. Siakam driving to the high post right with 8:10 to go. Backs off against Horford, beyond the stripe, runs at him, goes to Toppin, catch and shoot, left corner three, no, missed it, tapped in the air, McConnell taps it, still loose, but Horford, the longer arms, gains it. Down floor to Holiday, hits White at the top, 7:50 to go. White puts it on the deck, driving by Toppin, stops underneath in the low post, out to Holiday, step back three from the wing, no good, front rim, tapped out by Tatum, another offensive rebound.
Tapped it to himself. What a great play by Jason Tatum on the offensive boards.
Jalen Brown going to try to turn the corner into a double team, now with a left hand through the lane, fading, shots up, it's a miss, and this time secured by Siakam. Down floor as his eyes on Toppin, Euros and passes out to Nembhard. 4-3. Front rim, no. McConnell got the rebound and got clotheslined by Brown, and down on the floor is T.J. McConnell.
We're going to look at it. I'll tell you what, it was obviously unintentional.
It looks accidental. We're right at the foul line where it happened. Brown was looking at the loose ball, and McConnell was coming from behind.
Yeah, he turned his body. TJ's still on the floor, moving around. Joe Mazzulla's upset with Zach Zarba. They have to look at that.
I don't know if he hit his head on the deck.
Hit his face.
But he definitely snapped his...
No, he hit his back when he hit the thing, but JB hits him across the face. Watch when JB comes in.
McConnell went to the rebound. Right hand, gets underneath the arms, hits the face of TJ in midair. Barely had a left hand to brace his fall, and just now is being sat up in a prone position with 1, 2, 3.
Josh Cordell, the trainer's there with the
He's good. Pops up, says, I'm good. Rub a little dirt on it. Walk over to the Pacers bench. 7:23 to go here in the fourth quarter.
Very, very easily can be upgraded to a flagrant one, Kesty, I think.
Ruling on the floor is a loose ball foul on Brown. The play is under review to see if it meets the criteria for a flagrant foul.
They will take a look with the replays from Courtney Kirkland. The officials in the building will make the decision on a potential flagrant.
Hit him in the face by accident, and then the contact knocked him flat on his back.
I'd be shocked if it wasn't flagrant, whether it was on purpose or not.
Agreed.
Now, the crowd wants an F2. That's not going to happen.
Oh, no way. Better not. I mean, I couldn't. I would find that hard to believe.
7:23 on the clock in the midst of this official review. Indiana 94, Boston 88. Headsets are off. Zach Zarba, again, this is decided by the officials on the floor meeting with Capers and Frere. And here comes Zach.
After review, the contact, although unfortunate, does not rise to the level of flagrant foul penalty. Brown is making a play on the basketball and remains a common foul.
That is code for playoff foul.
He said that he was making a play on the ball. That's why they did not upgrade it. He was trying to hit the ball and instead hit TJ's face. This, regardless of the outcome of this game, this call is going to be much talked about, Kesty.
Yep, Rick Carlisle just wanted some more explanation from Zach Zarba. Not going to get the answer he wants. Retreats to the bench. But it was a common foul. Brown was concerned for T.J. McConnell.
He stayed right there.
Had a word for him as McConnell gets back. This, again, was not a shooting foul. It was a loose ball foul, only the third team foul against Boston. So an inbound from the left sideline.
3 team fouls on Boston, 1 on Indiana so far.
7:20 to go in Game 4. On their feet, here's the inbound. McConnell lost it for a moment, gets it in the lane, turns, fades, fires short, and rebounded by Drew Holiday.
You knew TJ was going to try and score that possession.
Jalen Brown will sprint with a dribble to the right on top to Holiday. Boston trailing by 6. We're under 7 minutes to go. They rallied down 8 with 2.5 in Game 3 Saturday. Here's Tatum at the top, fires underneath, wide open. Drew Holiday for the easy bucket. Rick Carlisle didn't like that sequence, and he calls for time.
Yeah, I think he's calling for time as much to settle his guys down. They were upset also not getting that raised to a flagrant foul. He's just, hey, guys, we're up 4 points with less than 7 to go. We're okay.
6:52 on the clock. Game 4, quarter 4. Indiana needing a win to force a Game 5. 94-90 lead over the Celtics. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indeed.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Granger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
I'm Kevin Winter. Reminder, coming up tomorrow night, coverage starts 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Game 4, Western Conference Finals. The Dallas Mavericks go for the sweep. We're here in the East tonight. Pacers trying to keep their season alive, leading by 4. You take the 7 games that we're playing, including tonight, here in these conference finals. 6 of the 7 have been utterly outstanding games, and yet, ironically, or somehow, some way, you got Boston and Dallas on the verge of a sweep. Can Boston pull it off, or can the Pacers send us back to Boston for Wednesday night? George Sedano, PJ Charisma, Mark Kessler, back to you for the final 6:52.
All right, Kevin, if TJ McConnell doesn't blow the layup, it's an 11-point game.
Pascal Siakam got double-teamed. He found TJ all by himself, just missed the layup.
Instead, Jaylen Brown hits a 3. Now, a little while later, it's 94-90. Without Jaylen Brown's 15 second-half points and 3 of 5 from 3 in the second half, Boston would be sunk.
Boston is 4 for their last 19 from 3. 4 for 19. Jaylen Brown is 3 for 5. So his teammates are 1 for their last 14 from the three-point line.
94-90 Indiana. Pacers with it out of the timeout. Crowd is quiet as they work the offense. 6:40 to go. Nembhard driving. Gathers. Pass to the wing. Toppin. Toppin inside the arc with 7 to shoot. Gives it up to Neesmith. He'll drive into 3 defenders and puts it up and in anyway. Tough bucket for Aaron Neesmith.
I think someone grabbed the ball on the way up, and he kind of got it under control and finished the shot. It's like a double-pump layup.
6:20 left. Tatum out on the left wing. Horford with a high screen. Tatum feeds Horford. Neesmith defending on the three-point line. Hits the cutting Holiday. 15-foot fade in and out. All Pacers under the basket. Toppin secures. 6-point lead. 6 minutes to go. Neesmith sprinting down to the baseline left. Holiday defending him. Now cuts under the basket. Pass to the wing. Neesmith. He'll drive into the lane. Bumps off Brown. Fading shot. Rolls around and down. Back-to-back buckets for Neesmith.
2 big ones. And again, this is the time in the game. In the fourth quarter, game 1, fourth quarter, game 3, when Boston made their comebacks.
8-point Indiana lead. 5:40 to go. Horford dribble handoff to Brown. Cuts down the lane against Turner. Got the foul. Couldn't get the sidewinder toward the bucket close enough. Foul on Turner. 2 free throws coming. That is 5 on Miles Turner. 5:36 to go in the game, and Jaylen Brown, who was authored 15 second-half points, will shoot a pair. Brown leading all Boston scorers, leading all scorers tonight with 25 points.
Rick Carlisle's gone away from the smaller lineup. He's kind of pushed Neesmith to the backcourt and given Obi Toppin time up front with Pascal Siakam and Miles Turner. The rookie Ben Shepherd's been struggling, so he's not getting too much playing time here in the second half.
Brown hits the first. 7-point game. He's got one more coming. Thundersticks waving through the clear glass as Brown shoots and connects anyway. He is locked in the second half. 98-92 Indiana. 27 for Brown. 5.5 to go. Here's Toppin using a screen, dancing on the right, finds Nembhard up top. Andrew Nembhard toward the three-point line, feeds Siakam left of the circle with 10. Looking to pass, Turner's covered. Siakam now has to go. Rises, fires, front rim, twice, no, it falls off to Tatum.
Pascal's got to put it on the floor and attack the paint.
5:09 left in Game 4. Celtics down 6. Jason Tatum holding up high. Now a left-hand dribble to the left wing. Shot clock dips under 10. He's got Turner on him with 5 fouls. Here's Tatum crossing left. Step back 3 on its way. And good for Jason Tatum. And the lead is cut to 3. 24 for Tatum, 51 combined, Tatum and Brown. Now Siakam drives past, hit by White, steal Boston. 4:40 to go here in the fourth.
Joe Mazzulla's slowing him down. He wants to make a call.
98-95 Indiana. They led by as many as 9. That lead is down to 3. Tatum wards off the defender, and Zach Zarba says offensive foul. He pushed off Neesmith, and Boston turns it right back over to the Pacers. That's 5 on Jason Tatum.
That's why he wants a review. Joe Mazzulla's looking at the assistants, and they're not telling him to go for it.
Naked eye, that looked like an easy call. Even Zach hesitated momentarily. Zach Zarba, the elite official.
Yep.
Inbound Nembhard to the three-point line, shovels back to Siakam. Inside the 3, now back to Nembhard. 4:20 to go. Andrew Nembhard with Horford on him. Still beyond the arc. Now he's going to drive Horford. He's going to rise, hand in his face, jumper, count it! Nembhard drains the 12-footer.
Tough shot over a big man. 5-point lead. We approach 4 minutes.
24 points, 6 rebounds, 10 assists for Andrew Nembhard tonight. Here's Tatum, stepping back with 4 minutes to go. Gives to Holiday. Holiday against Toppin. Drives him into the lane. Dribbles down low. Shot up. Got the foul and 1 for Drew Holiday.
That looked familiar, Testy. That was the shot at the end of the game the other night. Drew Holiday drove in, shot it with his left hand, got the and 1 call.
That came with 38 seconds to go in the ball game on Saturday night, and then he got the steal to seal it. Right now, Holiday trying to get it back to a 2-point game.
Wow, surprising substitute here.
Remember, Jaylen Brown had that 3-pointer taken away on the shot clock violation earlier in the quarter. That's the difference in the game right now.
And no question, with 10:13 to go, instead of 89-85, it made it 89-82.
Tatum comes out with the 5 fouls at the 3:54 mark. The crowd you hear rising is T.J. McConnell, grittiest of the Indiana Pacers, back on the floor.
Both teams 3 team fouls, Kesty. Drew Holiday, chance for an and 1, and to cut it to 2.
Holiday steadies. Free throw up, free throw in. 100-98. Indiana, the lead is down to 2 with 3:50 to go. Into the front court, Toppin hands it back to McConnell. McConnell driving on the right. Jaylen Brown defending. Now dribbling across the arc, Neesmith takes it. Neesmith will pass into Toppin against Brown, back to the basket, 7 to shoot. He's going to try to get by Brown, can't. Pass dangerous. Siakam has it and floats it in. Timeout called by Joe Mazzulla to use it or lose it at 3:32 to go, and a big bucket to put the Pacers up 4.
Obi Toppin at times has had trouble delivering the ball out of the trap. That time he did a really good job and located Pascal Siakam right in front of the rim.
Pascal Siakam up to 19 points, 3:32 to go. Pacers with a 102-98 lead over the Celtics. And time to check our attendance tracker. We got a sellout here tonight at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. 17,274. It's brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. Mark Kestisher, PJ Carlissimo, George Sedano with you. John Medani, our producer. Al Rosenberg, our engineer. Kevin Winter back in studio control. The Celtics' next game will be a home game. We don't know if it's game 1 next Thursday of the NBA Finals or if it's game 5 of this series 48 hours from now as the Pacers try to shove this series back east.
Really balanced scoring from the Pacers. Aaron Nesmith's got 4 in the fourth. Pascal Siakam 4. Andrew Nembhard 4. Not one player carrying them. They're moving the ball very, very well. Boston, you know they want the ball in either Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown's hands, but they're surrounded by 3 dangerous three-point shooters if you choose to double.
So Tatum with the 5 fouls is back. 5 fouls. Miles Turner still on the Indiana bench. There comes Brown into the front court. Finds Tatum with 3:20 to go. Down 4 is Boston. Tatum left side bounce pass on top to Horford. Horford has Nesmith converging. Goes to Tatum with 7. Tatum against Toppin. Tatum's going to drive, clear the middle, gets by him and flushes it home with 2 hands.
Yeah, he likes that matchup, Jason Tatum.
Indiana taking it quick down floor. Nesmith 3 is a miss. Rebound. Horford's got it. Boston down 2 in possession.
He's done it repeatedly, but we talked about how well he shot it in the regular season, Aaron Nesmith. But he struggled in the playoffs.
Near steal at half court. They say it was tipped into the backcourt. Horford's got it. 2-point game. Boston trailing. Jaylen Brown with it on the right. Brown crossing to the left at the free throw line. Ducks under, took a step and puts it up, floats it in for the tie. 102-102. 29 for Jaylen Brown. Indy with it, Nesmith. Passing to the right side, McConnell. McConnell on the wing. Now he's open for 3. Won't take it. Into the post, Siakam feeds the reposition. McConnell, baseline jumper's a miss. Rebound went through the hands of Holiday. Indiana with a second chance.
JT had the ball. He deflected it. Oh, boy.
Turnover.
No call.
Poke away against Siakam, who had it. I think Jaylen Brown poked that one away.
Joe Mazzulla's calling for them to bring it out. I think he's going to run that 2-man play on the other side.
Holiday explodes against Siakam. Passes tip, but gets to the corner. White has it. Left angle 3 for the lead. No. Long rebound. Tatum secures with 1:50 to go. Tied at 102. Tatum with 11 rebounds tonight.
8 assists. He's knocking on the door of a triple-double.
4 to shoot. 3-pointer Tatum. In and out on the 3. Nesmith has it. Down for McConnell. Feeds Nembhard in the front court. Bumps against Brown. Knocked away. Loose ball. Another turnover.
Tatum created the steal and ended up in Jaylen Brown's hands.
Boston playing tenacious fourth-quarter defense for the second straight game. 1:20 on the clock and a 102 all tie. Now Brown's going to drive, going to hang, going to finger roll, miss the shot. Rebound Indiana. Down floor, McConnell did not have numbers. And a timeout from behind. Rick Carlisle didn't like the 1-on-4 setup and called for the timeout.
Can't get a better look than Jaylen Brown just got a finger roll right in front of the basket. It did not go. Boston trying to author another. They trailed 94-85, Kesty, with 8:35 to go. They've been on a 17-8 run to tie this game up.
Well, that's been the MO of the Boston Celtics. Had to rally late in Game 1. Jaylen Brown had the tying 3. They won in overtime. Game 2, Boston a 16-point win, decisive. And then in Game 3, 18 down, Boston, including 8 with 2.5 minutes to go. And Indiana, turnovers been the big stories for them in the series. They have 3 turnovers in just the last couple of minutes. Boston hasn't taken advantage, and we're still tied at 102.
They were good plays, too, knocking the ball loose a couple of times. It was Jason Tatum the last time that made a really good, reached in and made a really good play, knocking it loose.
Pacers have 1 timeout remaining. Celtics still have 2 timeouts remaining. Both teams have 1 foul to give here in the fourth quarter in a 102-102 tie. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. Tatum with 26, Brown with 29. Andrew Nembhard, 24 points to lead Indiana.
Jaylen Brown got a great look right in front of the rim but couldn't finish. It's been Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum and Drew Holiday with the dribble penetration.
All right, Pacers will inbound in the front court out of the timeout. 3 team fouls each. We're under 2 minutes, so 1 foul to give each way. T.J. McConnell will inbound near left side. Inbounds into the backcourt to Nembhard. Get a running start. Siakam sets the screen, and he's blocked by Brown. Nembhard got blocked by Jaylen Brown. Another defensive effort here in this fourth quarter. 1 minute to go. Jaylen Brown holding up top. Brown guarded by Nembhard. Brown working his way to the left. Now he's going to cut toward the basket. Jump pass into the corner. Derek White for 3. Got it! 44 seconds to go. Derek White, the go-ahead 3.
7-0 run for the Boston Celtics.
Does Indiana have a late-game answer? They didn't Saturday night. Here's Nembhard at the top. Lifts for 3, doesn't have it. Tatum's got the rebound for Boston. Half a minute to go, and a foul in the backcourt. Nesmith got too close to Tatum and knocked him down. The Boston Celtics again coming up with clutch execution down the stretch on both sides of the basketball. And what a second half for Jaylen Brown.
Joe Mazzulla always preaches how you close the game. His team has done it in Game 1 and Game 3. They're looking to do it in Game 4.
18 seconds to go in the game. About 5 seconds difference on the shot clock. Celtics in possession. 3-point lead. Here's Tatum coming across to the right. Tatum now turns. Tatum's going to wheel. Try a 3. Off the iron. No. Holiday leaps. Got the offensive board. They got to foul him. He passes out with 2. They can't get to Brown. Throws it in the air and it's over. The Celtics have finished the sweep. They rally again. And it's on to the NBA Finals for the 23rd time. The Celtics will celebrate in Indianapolis with a comeback 105-102 win over Indiana.
20-8 run, Kesty. At 8.5 minutes, they trailed by 9. 5.5 minutes, they still trailed by 8. But they find a way. 15-4 if you take the lesser one. The Boston Celtics execution in the last 2 or 3 minutes of each of these games has been incredible.
Jaylen Brown ends up with 29 points, 19 of them coming in the second half, 3 second-half three-pointers, a tremendous fourth-quarter block. I mean, Indiana could have won 3 of these 4 games, but Boston executed down the stretch.
How about Drew Holiday? How many times do we talk about him making plays that you sometimes don't see? Biggest rebound of the game off the miss. Drew Holiday outworks, I think it was Aaron Nesmith, both of them going up. JT, we're watching the replay, shot a deep 3 from the right. Holiday went up. He actually got it over Nesmith. Excellent offensive rebound by Drew Holiday, and then he had the presence of mind to kick the ball out.
Jaylen Brown, star of the second half, is with George Sedano.
Jaylen, you guys had a 7-0 run down the stretch, but a lot of it was started on defense. How did you guys pull this thing off?
Man, we just made some plays down the stretch. Give credit to Indiana, man. They played a hell of a game, but we found a way to win in the end. Defense, make some big-time plays towards the end of the game. I'll take the win.
You had a tough first half by your own standards, but in the second half, you were absolutely incredible. What was your mindset after the tough start?
Just breathe. One game at a time, man. Just breathe. I don't feel like I played to my best. TJ, I love you, bro. Respect to you, bro. You're a baller, bro. Nothing but love.
Giving TJ McConnell some love?
Yeah, man. Tough. TJ is tough all series, man. When I said players was looking like Michael Jordan, that's what I was talking about. With TJ, he was balling, man.
And then all season long, we heard, because you guys were blowing everybody out during the regular season, they struggle in late game situations. You disproved that theory 3 times in this series alone. What does that say about the resiliency of your...
We play excellent down the stretch. And people not giving Indiana their respect, man. They was a great team, man. They played with so much pace and force, and those dudes can ball, man. But we found a way to win.
What is it going to be like to go back to the NBA Finals and have a few days off?
Great to have a few days off. Super blessed, super grateful to be able to go back to the NBA Finals to take advantage of our opportunity.
And lastly, we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you about the passing of Bill Walton, a former Celtic, won a championship in '86, Sixth Man of the Year. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. Rest in peace, Bill Walton. He was a commentator in the Pac-12 when I was at Cal Berkeley. And, I would talk to him before every game when he would commentate. And he would just tell me, great advice and stuff like how he loved Berkeley, how he spent a lot of time there, how he was proud of me. And he used to always talk highly of me on his announcements. So my family, they love Bill Walton. They have nothing but respect for him, so rest in peace.
Jalen, thank you so much. Congratulations. Go celebrate with your team.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much. Jalen Brown, 19 of his 29 points in the second half, 10 of those second half points in the fourth quarter, 3 steals, a big block, and the Boston Celtics, for the third straight series, PJ, are going to get serious rest. They got 6 days after each the first and second rounds, and now they're going to get 9 days rest before the finals start a week from Thursday, June 6th in Boston.
Yeah, so many people just talk. They want to talk about Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum and their offense, and well, they should. They combined for 55 points, but what they don't see are the rebounds. 13 for Tatum, 6 for Jaylen Brown. The assists, 8 for Tatum, 2 for Jaylen Brown. The steals, 3 for Jaylen Brown, 1 for Jason Tatum. A block shot by Jaylen Brown. They do all the things that matter, and they do it unfailingly in the fourth quarter when the game is on the line.
It's amazing. They looked a little lackadaisical early stages of the third quarter. Indiana was able to get that lead up to 9, had a chance to get it to 11, couldn't. But you could sense it here, right next to the Boston bench. You could almost sense those screws turning tighter defensively down the stretch.
They saw this movie before, Casey. Yes. They saw it in regulation in Game 1, then they saw it in the overtime in Game 1. They saw it in the fourth quarter of Game 3, and they saw it tonight. That 9-point lead you referenced, 94-85 with 8.5 minutes to go. Okay, that's a long time. Now, at 5:36, it's down to an 8-point lead, 98-90. From that point on, 20-8. 20-8 from the original one. And to close it right there, 15-4. Down the stretch, they make plays. Don't forget, Jaylen Brown had a basket taken away, a three-point, and he missed a layup, a finger roll right in front of the rim. They find ways to win, and don't sleep on the three-point play by Drew Holiday and the enormous offensive rebound by Drew Holiday on the last possession for the Celtics. Never gave Indiana the ball with a three-point deficit a chance to tie the game.
That was a good pickup, that Drew Holiday. Late September, early October, right before training camp.
How about the other one? We haven't even seen him in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Porzingis. Now he gets another 9 days to rest up.
How about that?
He's already been out a month. So he's going to be about 40 days of rest before the finals pick up. Indiana did not score the final 3 minutes and 33 seconds, and now the Celtics will wait and watch. They may know their opponent for the finals by tomorrow.
Could find out tomorrow night.
Has a 3-0 series lead over Minnesota. We'll see if the Timberwolves can get that one back to Minneapolis, but just another impressive job by the Celtics, who will go to the finals for the second time in 3 years.
I don't know my history that. As old as I am, Kesty, I don't know it to say it. But I'll tell you what, there can't have been many sweeps where 3 games the team that was swept had the chance to win it right in their hands late in the game and came up empty all 3 times.
Yeah, we saw it last year, right? Denver did it to the Lakers time and again. What we have not seen in the history since they went to conference play in the 70-71 season is both conference finals going in a sweep. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But how about this, PJ, as the Celtics are getting set to celebrate? We can see Brad Stevens, general manager, president of basketball operations, handing out some celebratory T-shirts there. Joe Mazzulla took over last year, remember, with Ime Udoka having to step aside. He goes to the conference finals his first 2 years, and now at 35 years of age, he is the youngest head coach to reach the NBA Finals since player coach Bill Russell in 1969. Russell was there the year before in 68 as well at 34 years of age, but that's quite company for Mr. Missoula.
Maybe some of the doubters out there will realize just how exceptional a coach Joe Missoula is and what a great job he's done with this Boston Celtic team. And everybody forgets, Kesty, remember, it was, I think, less than a week or very close to it last year when he was thrown into it. Ime Udoka was let go. Wasn't his coaches, hey, Joe, take over. He's never looked back. Brad Stevens, the faith he had in Joe Missoula and the great moves that Brad has made, very well justified.
And for the 23rd time, the Boston Celtics are going to the NBA Finals. They've won 17 of their first 22. Boston and the Lakers still tied for most championships at 17, that long-awaited 18th banner. So they're going to need 4 more wins, and it'll come against either the Dallas Mavericks or the Minnesota Timberwolves, with the Western Conference Finals headed to a Game 4 tomorrow. The Eastern Finals are done. Our final score from Indianapolis: Celtics 105, Indiana 102. Another stirring Boston comeback, and they sweep the series in 4 games. Now for PJ Carlissimo and George Sedano, our producer John Medani, our engineer Al Rosenberg, I'm Mark Kestisher. That'll do it from Indianapolis. Let's send it to Kevin Winter in the studio with the postgame show.
Gentlemen, great job. Enjoy your time off. I'll talk to you guys next Thursday night in Boston for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Thursday night, June 6th. That's when we have the NBA Finals. Tomorrow night, we may find out the Celtics' opponent. It'll be Game 4 in the West. Dallas goes for the sweep. The Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio. Game 4 has been presented by Indeed. When you need to hire, Indeed.com/credit. Up next at the NBA Night postgame show, we'll give you the highlights. We'll let you hear from the MVP of the series. We'll let you hear from the head coach of the Boston Celtics. We'll try to get in the head coach of the Indiana Pacers, Rick Carlisle, whose team was incredible in this series, despite actually being swept. But as PJ and Kesty mentioned, it was just an incredible series, how tight it was. The Boston Celtics, as Kesty mentioned, 23rd time in their history, they're headed to the NBA Finals. They may find out their opponent tomorrow night. Up next to the NBA Tonight postgame show. All the highlights, the reaction, is coming up next. Boston is headed to the NBA Finals. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
NBAstore.com, the official online store of the NBA, and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NBA fan gear. With unique designs by Fanatics, Nike, and all the latest styles for every NBA team, plus one-of-a-kind products and authentic collectibles. Shop now and get today's special offer. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience.
This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate our members who go above and beyond every single day. That's why we thought you might want to hear some special thank you messages from your friends and family.
I want to give a shout out to my brother AZ1 Archie Castillo.
Hi, I want to give a shout out to my friend Colin, who's currently serving in the Army. Thanks for all you do. Happy Military Appreciation Month.
And from all of us here, Happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Because comfort keeps us going. So grab your family, your friends, and your Wrangler layers for some fresh air adventures together. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
2 guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same 2 guys drove home. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
This
the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Owens with you inside our Granger studio. Our game flow for Game 4 brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit Progressive.com. The Eastern Conference Finals are done. Jaylen Brown is your Larry Bird Eastern Conference Finals MVP award winner. Give you some more post-game reaction coming up from Indianapolis, but let's run through the highlights as we await that. This Game 4 played inside of a phone booth. It was really tight all the way throughout. Boston by 1 at the half, 58-57. In the third quarter, the Indiana Pacers outscored the Celtics 26-22. Good third quarter for Indiana.
Off the inbound Toppin, attacks the rim and throws it down with two hands.
Poor communication by the Celtics. Take the dribble handoff. One player thought it was a switch. The other player thought it was a stay. Ends up with an Obi dunk.
Pacers go to the fourth quarter with the lead. In the fourth quarter, they would actually extend the lead.
Rebound loose, controlled by Turner. Up ahead, Nembhard. Nembhard crosses on White, drives, hangs off the glass and in, and one. Andrew Nembhard a chance at a three-point play. Derek White picks up his third personal. Nembhard up to 21 points.
And the free throw is good. 94-85. Pacers have their largest lead of the game at 9 at that point. Boston cuts it a little closer, but the Pacers don't go anywhere.
Pass to the wing, Neesmith. He'll drive into the lane, bumps off Brown, fading shot, rolls around and down, back-to-back buckets for Neesmith.
Two big ones, and again, this is the time in the game. In the fourth quarter, Game 1, fourth quarter, Game 3, when Boston made their comeback.
But Aaron Neesmith, 14 points for the Indiana Pacers in the game. Back-to-back jump shots. That one makes it 98-80. Again, we're back to an 8-point lead. Boston inches a little closer, down 3, but Pacers have the ball.
Andrew Nembhard with Horford on him. Still beyond the arc. Now he's going to drive Horford. He's going to rise, hand in his face, jumper, count it! Nembhard drains the 12-footer.
Tough shot over a big man. 5-point lead. We approach 4 minutes.
24 points, 6 rebounds, 10 assists for Andrew Nembhard tonight.
195 at that point. Time starting to tick away, but Boston again made a run, and this is where the Celtics closed out games 3 and then eventually closed the deficit in Game 1. Tonight, they put the clamps down again.
Near steal at half court. They say it was tipped into the backcourt. Horford's got it. 2-point game, Boston trailing. Jaylen Brown with it on the right. Brown crossing to the left at the free throw line. Ducks under, took a step and puts it up, floats it in for the tie. 102-102. 29 for Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown, the 29 points there. Meanwhile, Indiana would then get another miss. Both teams with the miss. Celtics get the ball.
Brown working his way to the left. Now he's going to cut toward the basket. Jump pass into the corner. Derek White for 3. Got it! 44 seconds to go. Derek White the go-ahead 3.
7-0 run for the Boston Celtics.
It was inside of a 20-8 closing kick for Boston ever since they were down 9. Derek White hit a 3. The Celtics at the half, they had made 8 3-pointers. They made only 6 in the second half. They were 6 of 24 from 3 in the second half. Had went a long time between the third and fourth quarters without hitting a 3. White hits there, 105-103. You heard Kesty mention it. 44 seconds to go.
Here's Nembhard at the top. Lifts for 3, doesn't have it. Tatum's got the rebound for Boston. Half a minute to go, and a foul in the backcourt. Neesmith got too close to Tatum and knocked him down.
But there's not going to the free throw line because the Pacers had a foul to give. Boston with the ball.
Tatum now turns. Tatum's going to wheel. Try a 3. Off the iron, no. Holiday leaps, got the offensive board. They got to foul him. He passes out with 2. They can't get to Brown. Throws it in the air, and it's over. The Celtics have finished the sweep. They rally again, and it's on to the NBA Finals for the 23rd time. The Celtics will celebrate in Indianapolis with a comeback 105-102 win over Indiana.
Just another gutty performance by Boston, and if you're a Pacer fan, heartbreak. Utter heartbreak. The Pacers in the fourth quarter tonight outscored 25-19. 7-0 closing run, as you heard PJ mention, 15-4, 20-8, whatever you want to call the run. The Pacers once led by 9 in the fourth. Your final score, 105-102. We heard from Jaylen Brown, the MVP of the Eastern Conference. Lisa Salters on ESPN caught up with Jason Tatum.
Take me through that last minute and 9 seconds when the game was tied. Just how did you get this one to close it out?
By any means necessary, right? It's a tough out game to close it. Are the toughest. They fought us hard to the wire. They're a prideful team. They didn't want to give up. And we just found a way. We got big stops, big rebounds, guys hit timely shots. So that was a hell of a win.
What did you think when you saw that three leave Derek White's hands?
I knew it was good, right? We missed bunnies all night. I knew we were due for one, so that was a big-time shot.
You said that the closeout games are the toughest. Players always say that. Why is that the case?
Because they don't want to go home, right? Those NBA players, they're extremely good. This is a playoff. So that game is the toughest. It's the most fun, too.
We'll see you over there at the podium. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Lisa Salters and Jason Tatum, 105-102. That's your final. Boston for the 23rd time in their history, second time in 3 years. They're headed back to the NBA Finals. They complete the sweep. Up next on the NBA Today postgame show, we'll hear from Celtic head coach Joe Mazzulla. We'll try to get to Rick Carlisle. If not, game night across the ESPN network. We'll take care of that. I'm Kevin Winter. Boston wins 105-102. They complete the sweep. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards scoring courtside seats for your favorite team. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can score courtside seats. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but courtside seats can be astronomical. Maybe if your team plays in a smaller market, you could swing it. Even still, it's unlikely. Maybe fourth row, which are still incredible seats that you'll enjoy greatly. Savings possible. Courtside, long shot. Switch and see if you can save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Progressive cannot guarantee that someone really tall will not sit in front of you at the game, rendering your excellent seats just okay.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Tatum now turns. Tatum's going to wheel, try a three. Off the iron, no. Holiday leaps, got the offensive board. They got to foul him. He passes out with two. They can't get to Brown. Throws it in the air, and it's over. The Celtics have finished the sweep. They rally again, and it's on to the NBA Finals for the 23rd time. The Celtics will celebrate in Indianapolis with a comeback 105-102 win over Indiana.
Our Getting It Done play of the game brought to you by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Kevin Winter with you. Boston wins. First team since 2016 to not give up any points in the final 3 minutes and 30 seconds of a closeout game. A 7-0 run. Celtics win Game 4, 105-102. The Joe Mazzulla, their head coach, with Lisa Salters at the podium.
Look at all the talent. Look at the players that we have. It's really all about them. They let us coach them. They allow us to push them. They listen to us. And they set the temperature of the organization every single day. And so it's a credit to the ownership, to credit to Brad. And as a coach, the greatest gift you could have is a group of guys that trust you and that allow you to coach them. And you guys give that to us every day. So I appreciate that.
And you've said that the NBA is all about timing.
Yeah.
Why is this the right time for this group?
It's just where God has us right now, and we're exactly where we're supposed to be. And right now, everyone's mindset is on helping each other and winning, and there's nothing more important than that.
Joe Mazzulla, the head coach of the Boston Celtics, took him to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, has taken him to the NBA Finals this year, was an assistant under Ime Udoka when they went to the NBA Finals 2 years ago. Jaylen Brown, 29 points tonight. He is your Larry Bird Eastern Conference Finals MVP. Jason Tatum had 26. Drew Holiday had 17, including a massive three-point play late in the fourth quarter. Finished with 18 points per game average in the series. He, too, spoke with Lisa Salters.
You were brought to Boston to help this team get right back here. Just what did you envision that this journey was going to be like?
I don't know. This is a great team, man. I think going through everything I went through, going through some injuries, and then making it how we did, it's been an awesome journey.
You've said that you've been the ultimate X factor for this team throughout the regular season, throughout the playoffs, and you've said that you come into each game not knowing really what you're going to be needed to do, but that has been fun. It's been freeing. It's brought you so much joy. How is that?
Man, it's just helped me build my game. Some days I might score, some days I might rebound, some days I might assist, and most days I'm going to defend. So just elevates my game, and then my teammates really make it really easy though. I got the best teammates in the league. So many versatile players. I literally got the best teammates, so they make it easy for me.
17 points for Drew Holiday for the Boston Celtics. 9 rebounds, 2 assists tonight. Boston wins 105-102. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
For general 98.7 ESPN contest rules, visit ESPNNewYork.com/contest. WEPN-FM, New York, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
I'm Kevin Winter inside our Granger studio. So the Eastern Conference Finals are done. We know we will begin the NBA Finals a week from Thursday. It will be June 6th. We'll have our coverage here exclusively on ESPN Radio. Of course, the Eastern Conference Finals can be seen on ABC television. Up next on across the ESPN Radio network, it'll be game night. Full reaction to Boston completing the sweep. Also full reaction to a sad day in the NBA with the passing of Hall of Famer Bill Walton at the age of 71. Reminder, the NBA's conference finals are not done. We'll continue with Game 4 tomorrow night. Beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, can the Dallas Mavericks also complete the sweep, marking the first time in NBA history that both conference finals ended in sweeps. We'll start our coverage of Game 4 from Dallas beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow night. For our producer, Harry Black, associate producer, Josiah Howard, and our technical producer, Camilo Ortiz. I'm Kevin Winter. Boston wins 105-102. They complete the sweep. They're on to the NBA Finals. Game night's next. We thank you for listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
If you ever volunteered to coach, mentor, tutor, or just be a positive role model to kids or young people, why not make a career of it? Become a youth development specialist where you will supervise and support young people in detention. It's a union job with a $51,000 starting salary, and you'll be making a positive impact on the lives of young New Yorkers. NYC residency not required. Apply to become a youth development specialist today at nyc.gov/YDS. That is nyc.gov/YDS.
Don't be the guy with the T-shirt on in the pool this summer. Contact NJ Diet today and you'll be able to feel confident being shirtless after losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help keep the weight off. Locations throughout the tri-state, or they are available from the comfort of your own home with live online video consultations. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safe. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. Schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. That's njdiet.com to lose 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days. Go to njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
Light by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Light by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass. Raise the bar. Light by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Everything they could tonight. It was just Boston that kind of waited them out.
I mean, one of the more competitive sweeps, if there's such a thing, I think you could maybe ever have, right? I mean, each game outside of Game 2 came down to the final moments. It just kind of feels like the Pacers weren't ready for the moment. They fought, especially the last two, without Halliburton, but there's a reason why Indiana was kind of here in the first place. They benefited from a lot of injuries from the teams they faced in the first couple rounds, so here they are finding themselves in the conference finals. Injuries catch up with them a little bit, and Boston's been the best team in the league, certainly the Eastern Conference all year. So Indiana certainly had a chance. You commend them for the effort, but I don't think anyone truly gave them a legitimate chance in this series. So the way they lost maybe adds to the frustration. They deserve credit for the fight, as you bring up, Matt, but I think at the end of the day, they went about as far as most people realistically probably expected they could go.
Jaylen Brown was named the Eastern Conference Finals MVP. He had 29 tonight. Jason Tatum with 26, 17 for Drew Holiday. You talk about Derek White with 16 there. And I think, because I wanted to ask Jake, and we'll have a big conversation about this tonight. We're going to hear from a lot of the players, but what did we learn about the Celtics in this series? And I think it comes back to exactly what you're talking about there. Is it hard to really make a declaration on this team, right? Because obviously they didn't have Kristaps Porzingis. I'm sure they're very excited about that potential of getting him back for the finals. You were able to sweep this out. You get almost, 10 days off now of rest before the finals start. So I sit there and I try to really ask myself, did I learn something about Boston? If it really is going to be Dallas on the other side, which seems to be where we're trending on that, what did I learn about the Celtics as they get ready for the Mavericks? Did I say, okay, I think Jaylen Brown has taken it to even another level. I've always been a fan of his game, but I think it has been Derek White and Drew Holiday that have stepped up. Bench is concerning, and I know Peyton Pritchard can fill it up from time to time, and I think things would change, obviously, when Porzingis comes back and you can move Horford, back to the bench there. But I see a Celtics team that didn't sway. They knew their goal. They were a team on a mission. They were motivated. They took care of business, and I sit here and say, Jake, I look at this Eastern Conference Finals and I say Boston checked a lot of boxes for me, even though, again, it was against a team that was struggling without their best player.
They did what they had to do, but now I would say this, the playoffs truly start now for the Celtics, as crazy as that sounds, with these NBA Finals. They're most likely, barring a miracle, going to take on Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks, and the storylines for that right themselves, as I'm sure we'll get into throughout the night. But the bottom line is this, the Celtics have been the best team in the Eastern Conference. You can make a case they've been the best team in the league all throughout the year. Now they have all this ample time to get healthy, rest up. Porzingis seemingly will be back in time for Game 1 of the Finals on June 6th. Anything less than winning a championship at this point would be a major disappointment. This team has only lost 20 games all year. They've only lost 2 games here during this playoff run. I mean, this 12-2 postseason run doesn't mean a thing unless they cap it off now by winning 4 more games. I mean, that's just a realistic scenario the Celtics find themselves in because of what's happened, not to their fault, but what's happened around them in their own conference. They did what they needed to do, and now the real test will start when they take on this Mavericks team at some point soon in the NBA Finals.
Well, you talk about a Boston team that's bucking a little trend here, and what's been the thing on them? They've been in the conference finals 6 out of the last 8 years. They advanced to the finals in 2022, and they finally did again now this season. So, again, you're talking about a stretch of 6 out of 8 years you're there, and you've only still advanced to. That's not a great ratio there for Boston, but I feel like that was a big issue, something kind of weighing on some of these, getting there to the finals. Some of the other things, Joe Mazzulla going to the NBA Finals, age 35. He is the youngest head coach to advance to the finals since Bill Russell, who was a player coach for the Celtics back in 1969. So a lot of ties there with the Boston Celtics. And I think one of the guys that people really looked at and put a lot of pressure on of getting to the finals, again, got to the Eastern Conference Finals plenty, but you weren't getting there, was Jason Tatum. Here he is after the game talking with Lisa Salters as his team advances to the NBA Finals. Here's Jason Tatum.
Take me through that last minute and 9 seconds when the game was tied. Just how did you get this one to close it out?
By any means necessary, right? It's a tough out game to close it. Are the toughest. They fought us hard to the wire. They're a powerful team. They didn't want to give up. And we just found a way. We got big stops, big rebounds, guys hit timely shots. So that was a hell of a win.
What did you think when you saw that three leave Derek White's hands?
I knew it was good, right? We missed bunnies all night. I knew we were due for one, so that was a big-time shot.
You said that the closeout games are the toughest. Players always say that. Why is that the case?
Because they don't want to go home, right? Those NBA players, they're extremely good. This is a playoff. So that game is the toughest. It's the most fun, too.
We'll see you over there at the podium. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
That was Jason Tatum with Lisa Salters after the win. This is Game Night. Matt Fontana, Jake Asman with you tonight as the Celtics advance to the NBA Finals. And I felt like there was a lot of that, Jake, on Jason Tatum, where he's still a relatively young player, but he's considered by a lot to be elite. But there are moments in games he's not there, even sometimes late in this series, but to now get that off of his shoulders a little bit. And, I think he's a guy, I guess I just put it this way, right? Not even so much Tatum, but like Jaylen Brown, the foundation of the Celtics team. I said there's so much, and I said they're too talented to not win a title. And I'm not saying they have to do it right now, but now's a good opportunity to do it. And I think that is a little message sent to some of their critics to say, hey, we finally did it. We're back in the finals, and they're certainly going to have a good look at hoisting up that Larry O'Brien trophy.
No doubt. But here would be my question to you, Matt. It's not now then when for the Celtics team, right? You look at the Eastern Conference seemingly kind of collapsing around them with all the injuries to the star players. I mean, Boston didn't have to face Jimmy Butler, for example, in the first round. He was out. Donovan Mitchell got banged up and missed a significant amount of time in the second round. Not that I think Cleveland would have beaten Boston, but still, they played Indiana, which is all you need to know about the state of the East in the first place. No one had the patience going to the conference finals, right. And even in this series, Tyrese Halliburton missed the last two games. If not now, then really when for Boston here? I mean, the team they're going to play in Dallas was not thought to be like this team that is an unstoppable force, and you're just happy to be there if you're the Celtics. Like, they're going to be a favorites in this NBA Finals here. If not now, then when? This might be their best chance at it. I mean, this team is loaded. They have depth. They're going to likely be able to get Porzingis now fully healthy. Don't have to rush him back because you get all this extra time between now and Game 1 of the Finals starting. I mean, if not now, then when for the Celtics? I think that's the storyline we're going to be talking about for the next 10 days before these finals start.
And it's got to be on the other side of it, too, that if they don't, how do you mess that up with this run? Like, exactly what you're talking about, Jake. Like, all these things. Even the Pacers getting here, they faced a Knick team that Jalen Brunson was battling a broken hand. They missed OG Anderson. I mean, there were so many players out for the Knicks. So if I'm a Boston fan, and I know, listen, like you were saying, Dallas is a very good team. But you say you were gifted a trip to the finals. It's like you opened that chocolate bar and inside was not a ticket to go to Willy Wonka's factory. It was a ticket to go to the NBA Finals, and you walk down that path and you got the chick that turns into a blueberry and you got the other guy that falls into the chocolate fountain or whatever, and here comes Joe Mazzulla and Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and they're walking their way into the NBA Finals. You have to win this. Like, that's, if I'm a Celtics fan, I'm saying you were gifted this path. Now, they took advantage of it and swept it on out, basically, right? Again, a record-setting three-point game there for the Miami Heat. Give me one there, I think, to the Cavs. You sweep out the Pacers. I think that path getting you to this point, no excuses on the table right here for the Celtics.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I don't want this to come across as, like, you're killing the Celtics for things that are out of their control. Right. If they win the NBA Finals, great. Like, they deserve all the credit. No one's going to care that you had a quote-unquote easy path to get there. But it really just doesn't mean anything now. They don't win the NBA Finals. They haven't been tested. Like, that's going to be the storyline between now and these finals starting. How good are the Celtics actually, right? They're in the weaker conference between the West and the East. They really didn't have to play any great team on their road to get here, where you look at the Mavericks, you can't say the same thing. Like, they're going through some really good teams to put themselves in a spot where here they are in the NBA Finals, assuming they win one more game here over the next 4 potentially left. You look at Boston, you can't say that. But if they win the whole thing, nobody's going to care. But that's the pressure they now will face when these NBA Finals get started on June 6th.
Speaking of the NBA Finals, they're right here on ESPN Radio. Tune in tomorrow night for Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals as the Mavs host the Wolves, presented by Indeed. Coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern on most ESPN radio stations and on SiriusXM Channel 80. Speaking of that path that the Celtics have been on, we'll discuss that a lot more. We got a lot of reaction to the game tonight. Again, the Pacers have punched their ticket to the NBA Finals. They take down the Pacers 105-102. Celtics on the way to the Finals. We'll discuss it next. It's Game Night right here, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio. From the play-in tournament, Embiid trains the triple until a champion is crowned at the NBA Finals. The Denver Nuggets NBA champion. History awaits. The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Your heart, it's gotten you through a lot. From your first kiss to your first grandchild. So when your heart needs exceptional care, trust the experts at White Plains Hospital. Our team performs state-of-the-art arrhythmia treatments, complex open-heart surgery, and now the most advanced minimally invasive heart valve replacement procedures. So our patients get home sooner or to wherever their heart takes them. White Plains Hospital, among the best hospitals anywhere that just so happens to be here. A member of the Montefiore Health System.
I'm a New Yorker. I want to contribute to public safety.
I want a six-figure salary.
I want to get paid after I retire.
I want to take my kids on vacation.
New York City Department of Correction Officer jobs are available now for strong, brave, bold New Yorkers with problem-solving and communication skills. Most earn more than $85,000 in their first year. Register today. Search the words City Exams on your phone, click, then scroll to Correction Officer.
Want to serve with a purpose? Take the test. Join, discover New York City Corrections. Take the test.
Where can you walk magnificent greens with the Manhattan skyline as the backdrop while you're lining up your next shot? Only at Skyway Golf Course at Lincoln Park West in nearby Jersey City. It's the finest public golf experience in Hudson County. An amazing 9-hole layout lined with flowering grasses, magnificent dunes, rolling fairways, offering fun and challenge at every hole. Visit them at SkywayGolfCourse.com. See all that this wonderful course has to offer, including instruction, events, tournaments, and outings. Juniors are welcome and senior discounts are available. Skyway Golf Course is sure to make your must-play list of the Metro New York golf courses. Go to their website, SkywayGolfCourse.com. Reserve a tee time. Skyway features maximum variety with an equal mix of par 3, par 4, and par 5 holes. Landing areas are generous and visible, and most greens have collections of chipping areas to receive slightly offline approach shots. It's urban golf at its best. Check it out. SkywayGolfCourse.com. That's SkywayGolfCourse.com.
With Father's Day right around the corner, what do you give to the man who has everything? Easy. You give him an experience he'll never forget. You give him Omaha Steaks. Because a world-class dad deserves a world-class steak. The Father's Day experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to put a smile on the big guy's face this summer with hand-selected gift packages starting at just $89. Just go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code K at checkout for an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. Endless flavor, endless variety, and endless value. Truly, they have perfected more than steak, and your dad is guaranteed to love every bite. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code K to get an exclusive savings. Shop for unforgettable gifts that are guaranteed to make Dad's day. Because if there's one thing Omaha Steaks knows, it's that dads want steak. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code K at checkout to save on exclusive packages starting at just $89.
If you're listening to this and you're not already keeping it easy in your backyard with Bud Light, well, consider this message a gentle reminder. Your backyard is waiting, and so is that Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Tatum now turns. Tatum's going to wheel, try to three. Off the iron, no. Holiday leaps, got the offensive board. They got to foul him. He passes out with two. They can't get the foul. Throws it in the air, and it's over. The Celtics have finished the sweep. They rally again, and it's on to the NBA Finals for the 23rd time. The Celtics will celebrate in Indianapolis with a comeback 105-102 win over Indiana.
There was on ESPN Radio. They get it done on the hunt for their 18th championship, 17 in the books. But the interesting thing is, this would only be their second one in 30-odd-some years, potentially 08. It's been a little drought for the Celtics. Can they get it done? We're talking about it right here on Game Night. Welcome back, ESPN Radio, ESPN F, Sirius XM, Channel 80, presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Matt Fontana. He is Jake Asman, and it is the 23rd appearance. Only the Lakers with 32 appearances in the final, the more ahead of the Celtics. And again, we know these two teams, Jake, always going back and forth for the championships and who can win it. They're looking for their 18th. So here's where it stands for Boston. They won it in 2008. Their last championship prior to that was 1986. Now, here's the thing, as we know, for those great Celtics teams of the 60s that won those titles in 61, or excuse me, I'll do this, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 68, 69, but then even a little run. They won 74, 76, 81, 84, 86. And then back in 2008, I bring it up just to ask this question. Is this Celtics team potentially one of those teams that can get on this run and win multiple championships? I'm not talking about, again, going back to 9 straight, but can they win 3 out of 5 or 2 out of 4 coming up? Because now, again, we're in the streak in this NBA where this was already set when Denver lost. We'll not have back-to-back. We'll have new champions every year for the past 7 years.
And it kind of feels like that trend would continue just because you look at the Celtics and how good they have been, yet this is only their second trip to the NBA Finals with this core that they've kind of had in place in the Tatum and Brown era. That's why I think that when you look at it, this is their best chance at it. The East, I think, will be a lot better next year. Just you play the injury luck cards. You would not expect the East to be this decimated with injuries to star players a year from now, so that changes the equation. And you just look at the Western Conference. The West is still stacked, so if not now, then when for Boston? I feel like we'll say that a lot tonight because they're going to be a significant betting favorite here. They're going to have ample time off. They're going to be fully healthy by the time things restart. I don't know if they're going to win multiple championships, but I'll tell you what, we can debate it after they win their first championship with this group because they're in position to do so. And once again, I'm going to look up at ESPN Bet what the hypothetical finals line would be for Celtics Mavs because we're headed that way. Because Boston's going to be a big favorite. Not saying that they're an overwhelming favorite where Dallas wouldn't have a chance, but Boston's going to be expected to win the NBA Finals. That's the reality when you look at their path to get to this point. They're now going to be expected, the playoffs, if you will, essentially starting out with the NBA Finals for them.
You mentioned the core, and it's been the core. Again, Jaylen Brown, he wins the Bill Russell Eastern Conference Finals MVP award. Jason Tatum put up 26. And I think that's when I do look at this Boston team to say that there are times that Tatum is there and maybe, turnover here or there. Jaylen Brown, I thought, obviously, by winning the MVP, had a fantastic series. But it's been Derek White, who has just been so impressive. I even think it's been Al Horford, where I don't know why, Jake. Tonight was just such a funny game for me, where we have games that we see Al Horford going 7 of 12 from behind the arc. Tonight, just 1 out of 3. So it's like just that swing of the ageless Al Horford. And by the way, I know that they put this up on the screen after the win too, and it's a stat that I've kept my eye on too. Al Horford has the 3rd most playoff games logged in NBA history without winning a title. The only 2 ahead of him are 2 of the guys that always come up on the list of the best players to never win a ring, John Stockton and Karl Malone. So I know Al Horford is very much trying to push to get that ring and get him off of that graphic of the most NBA playoff appearances without a title. But, he's played that role. I think about when they get Porzingis back. It sounds like that's all but a for sure that he'll be back to the NBA Finals. But I do look at the Celtics team, and I say, just beyond the X's and O's, do you think it was good facing a team like the Pacers that really gave them a push and fought for it? And, really, I talked to Brian Winters last night about this, Jake, and he was, we were talking to Whitney. He goes, guys, you could be living in a 2-1 series lead for the Pacers going into Game 4. But now we got Boston sweeping it on out, and that's just how close this was. One of the big keys to that was Jaylen Brown, Eastern Conference Finals MVP. He's at the podium. We head out live to Indiana. Here's Jaylen Brown.
I thought they were as tough as anybody we played all season. They were physical. They were fast. They put a lot of pressure on us, so shout out to them and respect to them.
Jaylen, I want to talk about your vocal leadership this year. Obviously, that was something people talked about going in this year, who would kind of be the vocal leader on this team. It looked like you kind of embraced that throughout, kind of motivating teammates, speaking your mind. How did you feel like you took another step there this year and showed comfort in that area?
Yeah, we had some guys leave So I wanted to make sure that that void was filled. Marcus Smart, one of my brothers that got traded, he was one of the voices of our team. And when he wasn't here, I wanted to make sure I stepped in and make sure that everybody felt me and everybody knew what the standard was. And we didn't skip no steps all season. I think we played the right way every single game. I've held everybody accountable, and this is the byproduct.
Jalen, D. White had to tip in last year, and this year he has the shot to send you guys to the finals. How did it feel to see him get that moment and send you guys on?
Great shot. We work on that all the time. 2-on-1 reads. They veered it. I was able to get to the paint with Turner on me and just found him. And before I told D. White, just stay ready, it's coming. And that was just a big shot to put us up 3 and help us advance to the finals.
A number of times this season, Joe's been asked what's changed, and he said time. And he said that time allowed you guys to just figure out how to go about doing things together. How have you guys used time? How have you used experiences to kind of solidify yourselves and get ready for your second trip to the final?
Yeah, we feel like we're a different team than we were last year and the year before that. I know everybody kind of pigeonholed us to what's happened in the past, but we've had a different team every single year, different coaches. We've had like 3 coaches in the last 5 years, and still people want to, just make it seem like it's the same. Time has gone by, experience has been gained, and I think we are, ready to put our best foot forward.
Jaylen Brown, the Eastern Conference Finals MVP, on the way, and Jake, I think you brought up a lot of great points about this team. They had to kind of re-establish themselves. They do want to move on from Marcus Smart. What was before wasn't working, and they had to make that move, and they did, and they bring in Porzingis, obviously not been huge in this playoff run due to the injury, but I think a shakeup like that kind of maybe made some of these other players realize, hey, we're a good team, but we're not great. We're not doing what we need to do to get to the NBA Finals and go win one. They make some of those moves. They had to put some guys in some new roles, and you give guys like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum a lot of credit for stepping up into those roles. I can only begin to speak about the move of getting Drew Holiday as well to help this team out. He certainly has been a big part of it. Well, coming up are the Celtics. We know they're going to have a look at it. How much of a chance they have to get ring number 18. We'll discuss the next game night on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kennedy, coming up Tuesday from the NBA to NHL. I'll react to it all in my Upon Further Review at 6:30 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
The annual ESPN New York Beach Bash is coming. Friday, June 28th at Bar A in Lake Como, New Jersey. Both Bart and Han and the Michael K. Show will be broadcasting live from 12 to 6:30 with special appearances from Rick DiPietro. Shut up. Dave Rothenberg.
Yeah, I will rise to the occasion because that's what winners do. Are you drinking more? No, I haven't.
And other ESPN New York personalities. We'll have giveaways throughout the day and live music from the Mark Ribler Band. Plus, don't miss Don LaGreca's annual Serenade to Summer.
We're going to the road, and we're gonna have a Rio, a good time.
The ESPN New York Beach Bash, Friday, June 28th, is presented by Open Road Auto Group, Flight by Yingling, New Jersey Lottery, Calandra's Bakery, General Plumbing Supply at 98.7 ESPN.
I dominate the Beach Bash.
You're ready for a perfect summer on the lawn. But wait, there are weeds, brown spots, and mosquitoes everywhere. It's time to call True Green. Get the best deal of the year and save over $200 when you bundle annual lawn care and mosquito plans. So all you have to do is water and mow. Hurry, offer ends May 28th. Visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Judge Janine Pirro here. Attention all patients exposed to urologist Darius Paduch. If you thought the varicocele procedure, ED, or Klinefelter's treatment by Paduch was suspicious, you were right.
Darius Paduch has just been criminally convicted of fraud, abuse, and exploiting male patients.
If you experienced an inappropriate encounter with Paduch, the DiPietro law firm can help you. They've already secured over $250 million for victims of sexual abuse.
Call us today at 212-233-3600 or visit atdlaw.com.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Wednesday, July 3rd for a very special night. It's Fireworks Night presented by Baby Ruth. Bring family and friends down to the ballpark to watch the Yankees take on the Cincinnati Reds. And following the ball game, we'll have a spectacular fireworks show. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Reds for Fireworks Night on Monday, July 3rd. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
We're not saying it, you are.
Just found the ESPN app like 2 weeks ago. Changed my life. I listen to you guys literally every day.
That's awesome.
The ESPN New York app is where it's at. Live shows, exclusive podcasts, and one-tap entertainment. Download it today. Sports Center.
The C is for clutch. I'm Chris Smith. Derek White's tie-breaking three-pointer with 43 seconds left gave Boston a lead as the Celtics close out a four-game sweep of the Pacers, 105-102 to reach the NBA Finals for the second time in 3 years. And on the podium with our Lisa Salters, head coach Joe Mazzulla was filled with pride.
Look at all the talent, look at the players that we have. It's really all about them. They let us coach them. They allow us to push them. They listen to us. And they set the temperature of the organization every single day. And so it's a credit to the ownership, it's a credit to Brad. And as a coach, the greatest gift you could have is a group of guys that trust you and that allow you to coach them. And you guys give that to us every day. So I appreciate that.
At 35 years old, Mazzulla is the youngest head coach to reach the NBA Finals since Bill Russell all the way back in 1969. The Celtics will play the winner of the Dallas-Minnesota series as the Mavs are up 3-0 and have a chance to win the series on Tuesday night with coverage beginning 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio. Prior to the start of Game 4, the NBA had a moment of silence to commemorate Hall of Famer Bill Walton, who passed away at the age of 71 after a battle with cancer. Walton led the UCLA Bruins to 2 national titles before winning 2 championships during his NBA career. And on the ice in the Western Conference Finals, Jason Robertson notched a hat trick to rally the Stars over the Oilers 5-3 to take a 2-1 series lead. At the French Open, Rafael Nadal's potential final run at the men's single title ended in the first round as he fell to Alexander Zverev in straight sets. Nadal said this is a big percentage. This will be his final French Open, but he intends to compete in the Olympics later this summer.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Tuesday, I'll tell you all the small things I learned from a full, long weekend of sports at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It's on Sportsman, like 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Throws it in the air, it's over! The Celtics have finished the sweep, and it's on to the NBA Finals for the 23rd time.
We just found a way. We got big shots, big rebounds, guys able to timely shots, so that was a hell of a win.
It's not that all shocking that the Boston Celtics are going to the NBA Finals. They were one of the best teams all season, one of the heavy betting favorites to get there. But I think a lot of people were maybe a little shocked at the team that they were facing in the Eastern Conference Finals. Still reacting to Boston punching their ticket to the NBA Finals. But let's turn over and talk a little bit about the Pacers right now. Game night here on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, and SiriusXM. Channel leading presented by Progressive Insurance. He's Jake Aspen. I am Matt Fontana. And we do talk a little bit about a Pacers squad that, Jake, you mentioned this earlier, too, about nobody saw them here. You know, even as a 6 seed, right? I think a lot of people are saying, oh, you know, here come the Knicks, or this could be a big run here for even the 76ers, all that. You give a lot of credit to the Pacers, who had a really fun series and a really hard-fought series against the Knicks. And obviously this didn't go their way with the sweep and Tyrese Halliburton going down with injury. But if I was a Pacers fan, I'd feel really good about a lot of the players on this team. Now, the problem is, do they become one of those teams that now all of a sudden get poached? You know, I'm already reading about where T.J. McConnell might fit in, where Pascal Siakam, you know, could fit in. And it's so hard to not have Tyrese Halliburton out there, but I saw a lot of guys step up in a lot of important roles for them, And if you're a Pacers fan, you got to be feeling really good about where your team sits right now.
You also got to be feeling just awful about the fact that you got swept, and in 3 of these games, I mean, in game 1, you're up 117, 114 with the ball and 9 seconds to go. You lost. Game 3, you're up 109, 101 with 2:25 to go. You lost. Tonight, 98-90, 5:40 to go. You lost. So on one hand, you're happy to be here because no one had you going all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals. On the other hand, man, you had a chance to at least be 2-2 right now going to Game 5. I'm not going to say you win all these games, but they were that close yet so far away. I just wonder what's next for the Pacers. Do they look at their team and go, well, we're ahead of schedule, look where we got, or do they realize, man, we were lucky to be here, we need to make some moves to really get us over the hump to go on another run? Because you're right, some of their players can get poached, some of the other teams in the East are going to reload, get healthy, like Milwaukee, like New York, for example. It's just fascinating to me where the Pacers are. One thing I will say is that they did fight to the very end. Like, without their best player these last credit for taking the Celtics where they took them, but it's also got to be agonizing if you're an Indiana fan, just knowing how close you were to winning. And just it felt like every time you had a chance to make a play down the stretch, they turned it over, made a bad decision. The coaching by Rick Carlisle, Game 1 and Game 3, horrible. A lot of frustrations, Matt, I think if you're a Pacer fan as well.
You're so right, and I think that is a bit of the growing, which you want to keep these guys together and say, hey, we grew, almost like what the Celtics have done, right? Hey, they went through some tough times. They had to grow a little bit. For the Pacers, most notable name, and I know Dougie McBuckets got some minutes tonight, but really Pascal Siakam, Doug McDermott, James Johnson, the only unrestricted free agents. There's some restricted guys, including Obi Toppin, probably their biggest one there. So you would feel good, about the Miles Turners, the Tyrese Halliburtons, the Nemhards coming back, and can they take that step forward? I'd be lying to you, Jacob. I didn't think about Rick Carlisle and say, obviously, a veteran coach and been there is some of the gaps that he did have, and as apparent as some of the mistakes were, do you feel really good about him being the coach? Is he a guy that maybe just enters the season on the hot seat a little bit? I don't really know where you sit with Rick Carlisle, but from a player standpoint, you got to feel good about this Pacers squad. Just with the group again of Halliburton, Nemhard, Miles Turner, they got to feel pretty good about their future.
It really is shocking that Carlisle, who's won a championship, oh by the way, had the series he did. I mean, Game 1, he basically admitted afterwards, "Hey, it's on me." And tonight, I don't know if it was how much you really could put on him, just other than it was more of the same with the late game inability for this Pacers team seemingly to execute. But Game 3, I thought he botched it at the end by not calling a timeout when Nemhard was basically going 1v4 the Celtic defense with Drew Holiday latched onto him. That, to me, made no sense. And the explanation after the game on why he chose to not call a timeout, I thought also was pretty silly. But, I mean, it was surprising to see Carlisle, I guess, coach the way he did, given his championship background, his pedigree. But I think he's still a very good coach overall. Tough series for him. Indiana kind of just feels like they were above their weight. They were punching above their weight class. They ran into a Celtics team that, for the most part, minus Porzingis, was still very healthy. Brown and Tatum play all the time. This Celtics team, not too long ago was just in the NBA Finals. They've been the best team all year. So it's tough to really say, where the Pacers go from here, because I don't know internally how they view this season. It's a success, but do they view this core as a core that can get them over the hump at this time next year? I'm not so sure.
You want to know the crazy thing about Rick Carlisle? And I'm trying to turn this into a bash Rick Carlisle thing here, but the thing, Jake, that always stuck with me, after he won it in Dallas in 2011, he was there for another, decade, basically, literally another 10 years. They never advanced past the first round after that. After winning a championship, he was there for another 10 years. They went to the playoffs another 6 times, missed it 4, and made it 6, and not once did they ever advance past the first round. So I would say now, and again, where's he at now? His second stint in Indiana, missed the playoffs each of the last 2 years, and now in the conference finals, miss out. You got to feel good about where you're at, but that's something to be thinking about as they move forward. Well, again, tonight is a lot about the Boston Celtics and their big win to go to the NBA Finals. It is game night. I'm Matt Fontana. He is Jake Asman, and we got to continue this breakout. We bring in PJ Carlismo ESPN radio play-by-play announcer and a covering of the whole series. PJ, appreciate your time tonight. A lot of fun for your Boston Celtics fans out there. PJ, I want to ask you a question we were debating a little bit earlier. What did you learn from this Boston team in either this series or this run that they've been on as they're now going to the NBA Finals?
Well, Matt, first of all, it's great to be with you and Jake. I don't know that we learned it and not being smart. I just think it reaffirmed just how good they are. I mean, they've been for the entire year the best team in the NBA, not by close, but by a sizable margin. I mean, the most home wins, one short of New Orleans for road wins, but New Orleans played an extra game, a 42 road game schedule. So, and you know, they dominated the East. I think they know how to win. They've got two, not good, they have two great players. Jaylen Brown should have been All-NBA. Jason Tatum was. They're what they are that most teams in the league are not is balanced. They're very, very good. Indiana's not a good offensive team. They're an excellent offensive team, even without Tyrese. But Boston is close to as good on the offensive end and infinitely better on the defensive end. They're the most complete team in the league because they can beat you both ways. They can beat you in a low score. They can beat you in a high score. They can make threes. They can score paint points. They're a versatile team. They have a lot of options. I mean, you know, everybody on the floor is capable of shooting. Al Horford just played at 7 threes the other night. Obviously, Holiday and Derek White can make threes. They're both over 40%. They both make 90% of their free throws. And then you got the two, you know, big-time players, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, again, who can score in the paint, who can take people inside, or can beat you outside. These games were close. Porzingis didn't play the entire series. Yes, Halliburton didn't play, but the runs that they closed on in the fourth quarter of Game 1 and in the overtime, in the fourth quarter of Game 3, and in the fourth quarter tonight, I mean, they just snapped these 12-4, 15-4 runs on people because they stop you on the defensive end. They block shots or they get strips. For the most part, they do not turn the ball over. And they got a couple of mega closers. And Drew Holiday just finds a way to make these plays. Another and one three-point play today, very similar to the one he made on Saturday. And then he gets the biggest rebound of the game, that offensive rebound at the end to, you know, take away any chance Indiana had to maybe tie the game up. I just think they're really an excellent team. You can't get three better guys for a sweep. Poor Indiana's got to be, you know, pulling their hair out. They play 3 games. They have all 3 in their hands with a chance to win in the fourth quarter or overtime, and they don't get any of them. But, you know, when it happens repeatedly, you kind of say, hey, maybe these guys on the other side have a little something to do with it.
And PJ, that was going to kind of be my follow-up to you, right? Indiana having a chance to win 3 of these 4 games late. What to you from watching it was the biggest reason why they failed to be able to come away with at least one of these wins here?
Well, I want to give them love for Halliburton not playing in games 3 and 4. I just think the other team is better. They weren't able to get a foul. Pascal Siakam kind of got rubbed off. I'm going back now to the fourth quarter of Game 1, which was absolutely the best chance they had. Tyrese, who's a great player, but he's still a young player. He dribbled the ball into Mike Green's lap twice, once at the end of the fourth quarter, once at the end of regulation, and took away and then they couldn't inbound the ball. Nimhard made the pass, I think it was Nimhard, to Neesmith, and instead of like taking an angle toward the ball, he kind of took a straight angle more toward the basket. They couldn't inbound, they couldn't get it in, and then Pascal got lost on that little curl play that the Celtics ran, and Jaylen Brown caught it, and he wasn't sitting in his lap, so he couldn't foul him instantly. And as always happens in this league, if you let somebody take a 3 late in the game, you're just sitting there hoping that it doesn't go in. And then the overtime, you know, Jason Tatum just beat him up for 10 points. It really was not a game. Saturday, they played so well for so long, but I thought Pascal Siakam and Miles Turner, who had played really well, weren't there in the fourth quarter. I mean, Nimhard and T.J. McConnell were, I'm saying his name wrong, were playing McConnell were playing really, really well, and they needed more from Pascal and Miles and didn't get it. I think it's a little bit of everything. I mean, they're way ahead of schedule. They went 12 games more this year than they ran. I think they found out a lot about Nimhard, these 2 games without Halliburton. I think they're going to be a very good team in the East. I should know my contracts and roster, and I don't know that. I don't know who they're in danger of losing or whether the team is going to remain intact. But Miles Turner's got to learn to stay on the floor. And nothing to do with the dust up. He just gets in foul trouble too many times, and some of them are crazy fouls. You know, he's a shot blocker. He does so much for them. He can't be committing these goofy offensive fouls, and he sits on the bench so much for a player that they need on the floor. So I think they do need Miles there all the time. And the other thing, frankly, that people are forgetting, Ben Matherin's not a good player. He's an excellent player. He averages just under 15 points at a very efficient shooting percentage. He's really a good player. So they played without him. Now, I know the Celtics didn't have Porzingis, but, you know, for Indiana to do this without a guy who was a real critical player for them, you know, I think that's significant. I like where they are. I really think Kevin Pritchard and Chad Buchanan have done a good job. I think the two additions this year were really, really significant for this team, and I think it's going to help them going forward. But they needed to be at 100%. You know, not Halliburton just playing really well. They needed Matherin to be playing, and still, Celtics remind me a little bit. It was at the Vampire. I always forget the one. You got to put a stake in his heart, and hit him like about 19 times to make sure he's dead. They just keep coming. If you give them a chance, they will take advantage of it.
Great stuff. PJ Carlesimo joining us. Of course, ESPN Radio on the call, getting ready for the finals. Really appreciate all the time, PJ. We'll be ready to go for a couple of weeks, all right?
Great being with you guys. Enjoy it. Thank you very much.
There he goes, PJ Carlesimo. Great stuff. And really, again, just that, to talk about the Pacers, the fight that they put up, maybe that's helping the Celtics get ready to go for the finals, and they sit back, they kick back, and get ready to go for their Dallas Mavericks, potentially, probably, maybe, also the Minnesota Timberwolves, but we got to discuss that a little bit coming up as well on who the Celtics are going to be talking about. We'll continue our conversation. We'll continue the post-game coverage. Celtics punching their ticket to the NBA Finals. We'll discuss the next game night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The Western Conference Finals on ESPN Radio. Up 3-0, the Dallas Mavs have pushed the Minnesota Timberwolves to the brink of elimination.
I'm always positive. Been through the work, so the sky's never falling for me.
Coverage begins tomorrow at 8 Eastern, with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on SiriusXM Channel 80. Presented by Indeed. We're not saying it. You are.
Just found the ESPN app like 2 weeks ago. Changed my life. I listen to you guys literally every day.
That's awesome.
The ESPN New York app is where it's at. Live shows, exclusive podcasts, and one-tap entertainment. Download it today.
Looking for the ideal venue where you can motivate and inspire your team? Gather your staff at Crystal Springs Resort, the ultimate retreat located in scenic northwestern New Jersey and just 1 hour from Manhattan. Experience engaging team dinners, unique meeting spaces, and team building such as goat yoga, pickleball, and wine tasting. Crystal Springs Resort features 2 stylish hotels, pool complexes, 6 golf courses, and 2 spas, all surrounded by stunning mountain vistas. Learn more about extraordinary group gatherings at thecrystalspringsresort.com.
The New Jersey Lottery has it's a Jersey thing, scratch-offs. Let's see if people can guess all 16.
It's gotta be Summers Down the Shore.
Oh, yeah. Jersey Diners. The best. Asking someone, what's your accent? You know it.
Now you can turn your Jersey pride into prizes with the chance to win up to $500,000.
Hands down, the best pizza.
Right? Never pumping your own gas. Never.
Play today. Anything can happen in Jersey. Must be 18 years old to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, class. So we all know that E equals MC squared. But what about F and G? What are they squared? Huh?
This is Advanced English Lit. What happened to Miss Eileen?
Okay, so I'm not a teacher. I'm an Optimum Tech. When it comes to we're experts. If millions of communities rely on us for fiber internet and mobile, you can too. Optimum. Where local is big time. Visit Optimum.com today.
Enjoy the best fresh-baked Italian and French bread today from Calandra's Bakery. Handmade daily, no machines, from 4 all-natural ingredients, no preservatives. Calandra's is vegan, too. Family-owned and operated since 1962. Made with love at Calandra's Bakery and delivered straight to local supermarkets, ShopRite, King's, Acme, Morton Williams, D'Agostino's, Key Foods, Gristides, and more. Calandra's, from our family to yours for 60 years. The best baked Italian and French bread. Calandra's Bakery. Can't you smell and taste the freshness? Calandra's. Bon appetito.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass. Raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated. Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
I'm a New Yorker. I want to contribute to public safety.
I want a 6-figure salary.
I want to get paid after I retire.
I want to take my kids on vacation.
New York City Department of Correction Officer jobs are available now for strong, brave, bold New Yorkers with problem-solving and communication skills. Most earn more than $85,000 in their first year. Register today. Search the words City Exams on your phone, click, then scroll to Correction Officer.
Want to serve with a purpose? Take the test. Join, discover New York City Corrections. Take the test.
Celtics on their way to the NBA Finals. Unfortunately, the Indiana Pacers heading on home. That was the result tonight, with the Celtics getting a 105-102 win over the Pacers. We've been getting a little bit of love to the Pacers tonight. We'll hear from their head coach coming up in a bit. Welcome back. It is game night right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80, presented by Progressive Insurance. Jake Asman, Matt Fontana alongside, and again, a great run for the Pacers. They got to feel pretty good about where they're at, maybe not expected to be there. They still fall. They're still going home. A lot of things that you can feel good about. Head coach Rick Carlisle, though, after the game and the unfortunate sweep for his Pacers squad. Here's Coach Carlisle following the loss.
Circumstance never fazed them one way or the other. They were in this to win every possession that they could and any game that they could. And so a lot of respect to our players and just how they conducted themselves in this series. So, you know, there were a lot of things accomplished this year, and certainly expectations will be raised for next year, which is good. So there are challenges to meet over the summer for our guys to all get better. All of us involved need to get better, and you know, there's some exciting things. You know, Tyrese's going to be on the Olympic team. That's a great honor. Represent your country. Drew Nemhard, I believe, is going to be with Team Canada. That's going to be a great honor for him. And I think Ben Mathurin will not be cleared to play for Team Canada, but he will be with the team, and so he'll be a part of that. So that will be another great experience for those two young Canadian players. You know, Miles got hit in the back early in the game. Had to go back to the locker room a couple times to get worked on. You know, he stayed in there, kept fighting, but it was very difficult for him throughout the game. And so he gave it everything he had. He was tremendous this year. Amazing. Siakam was great. I don't know what more we can say about Pascal. You know, just tremendous. And really all the guys, just, you know, the everything, the fight, the character, the integrity, the competitive spirit, you know, really, really exceptional. So I'm really proud of all the guys and our group and our staff too. I think our coaching staff, who done an amazing job this year as well.
guess just to continue going on that, I mean, you've talked so much throughout the last couple of years about just putting these guys in competitive scenarios and learning from those scenarios. Obviously, you got a lot that you can take from this. I mean, what do you see as some of the most important lessons, most important sort of experiences that you got over just the last, month and a half or 2 months or whatever it's been since these playoffs started?
Well, when you get into the third round of the playoffs, the level of competition rises each round. The demands are very, very high. And one of the things our guys learned was that the individual expectations you have on a particular night, you got to throw that stuff away. And you just got to play the game as it comes to you. There are things you can do to, manifest your involvement, but they're effort type things. It's not, it can't be my turn. It can't be getting itchy about catches and shots and stuff like that. Otherwise, you lose. You just flat out lose. And so there's a lot of growth there. Our guys just got better and better with all that stuff as the games went along. So, and that's one of the things that's hard to understand. But it's really an us against them or everyone thing. That's just how it is. And our guys embraced it. They embraced it, and you grow up a lot playing this level of competition.
Rick, how do you evaluate a series like this where in so many games you're so close and right there late but can't quite get over the hump in any of them?
Well, I look at the process and the level of fight, our situation with personnel and stuff. There's no excuses.
That was Rick Carlisle following the loss here. The Indiana Pacers head coach Matt Fontana, Jake Asman right here on Game Night. Sounded, Jake, it's tough, I'm sure, for even Rick at this moment to have some sort of breakdown. It's so just raw, but I heard a little frustration there from him. I want to say calling out guys, but as he was discussing, maybe just wasn't happy about how they played in certain scenarios or the roles that guys took on or did things like that. I mean, that's a coach where you're always sitting there trying to evaluate things. It's always tough to do right after a loss, right after a series, but I'm sure there's some things he's going to look back on with these Pacers team and say, hey, we missed some real golden opportunities there.
No doubt. And the last question he answered in the press conference, I mean, he had no answers for why they basically failed to find a way to win despite the fact they were up 3 with 9 seconds to go in Game 1. Game 3, they're up 109-101 with 2 minutes and change to go. Don't win. Tonight, 98-90, 5:40 to go. They don't win. It was a competitive sweep. But, man, you can make a case Indiana should at least be 2-2 right now going back to Boston, and they just could not get it done.
And, again, that's something where Rick Carlisle made some questionable moves or maybe even borderline mistakes, but sometimes maybe you just got to look at the players and say, hey, we need to stop. We need a bucket. We need something here to swing the momentum back. And Pacers still a young team, just couldn't quite get over the hump. Well, coming up, we'll hear from a man looking to become the face of the league. We'll discuss that, all that coming up next. Game Night, ESPN Radio, ESPN app, and, of course, SiriusXM, Channel 80.
Hey, it's Greeny, and we're back in the chair on Tuesday with so much to say coming off a Memorial Day weekend filled with all the great sports, particularly the NBA's conference finals. It's Greeny, starting 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
There's something about country music that's just so easy. Like a Bud Light. Simple stories, soulful melodies, and lyrics that refer to drinking a Bud Light in the sun. So, keep it easy. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
We're not saying it. You are.
Just found the ESPN app 2 weeks ago. Changed my life. I listen to you guys literally every day.
That's awesome.
The ESPN New York app is where it's at. Live shows, exclusive podcasts, and one-tap entertainment. Download it today.
At Audi Manhattan, experience best-in-class service in the heart of New York City, conveniently located at 55th Street and 11th Avenue. Free indoor valet parking is available. Visit the Audi flagship store today. Here's a deal just for you. Enjoy complimentary Audi care with the lease or purchase of any new Audi. Shop 24 hours a day at AudiManhattan.com. Audi Manhattan, where luxury meets excellence.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first. 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first. 888-24-LAW-24. 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
Don't be the guy with the T-shirt on in the pool this summer. Contact NJ Diet today, and you'll be able to feel confident being shirtless after losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help keep the weight off. Locations throughout the Tri-State, or they are available from the comfort of your own home with live online video consultations. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safe. Call 8555-NJ-DIET. Schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. That's njdiet.com to lose 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days. Go to njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
Do not drive off the road with this big news.
DiPietro and Rothenberg.
Morning, 6 to 10.
I'll give it to you whenever you want it.
WEPN-FM, New York.
This is Sports Center.
A huge comeback in the East Finals. I'm Chris Smith. The Celtics went on a 20-8 run over the final minutes to sweep the Pacers with a 105-102 victory in Indy to improve to a perfect 6-0 on the road this postseason. With the win, the Celtics ensure themselves a full 10 days off the rest up for the start of the NBA Finals on June 6th at Boston's TD Garden. And basketball loses a legend as Hall of Famer Phil Walton, who won 2 NBA championships, has passed away at the age of 71 after a battle with cancer. And ESPN play-by-play announcer Dave Pasch had one word to describe his broadcast partner.
Special. You know, I guess that's the word that I would use, the first word that comes to mind. He was one-of-one. He's just so unique. Dealt with a lot over his life and went through a lot. But he was somebody that always had a smile on his face. He'd make you laugh. He was just fun. He was just a fun guy to be around. And, you know, he was genuine. He cared for people.
Heard on ESPN Radio's Carlin versus Joe. Walton was a member of the NBA's 50th and 75th anniversary teams. And on the ice in the Western Conference Finals, Dallas trailed 2-0 after the first period, but Jason Robertson completed his first hat trick of his postseason career to rally the Stars over the Oilers 5-3 to take a 2-1 series lead. In the NFL, 2 women are suing kicker Brandon McManus and the Jaguars, saying McManus sexually assaulted them during the Jaguars' overseas flight in London in 2023, and the Jaguars for failing to supervise McManus and create a safe working environment.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Tuesday from the NBA to NHL. I'll react to it all in my Upon Further Review at 6:30 a.m. Eastern. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Coming up Tuesday at 3 p.m. on The K Show, we'll break down everything from the Rangers and Panthers over the weekend, of course, how the Yankees and Mets did, and so much more. The K Show starting at 3 p.m. on Tuesday on 98.7 ESPN.
This is Game Night on ESPN Radio.
Here we go. Brown working his way to the left. Now he's going to cut towards the basket. Jump pass into the corner. Derek White for 3. 44 seconds to go. Derek White the go-ahead 3. Tatum now turns. Tatum's going to wheel. Try a 3. Off the iron. No. Holiday leaps out the offensive board. They got to foul him. He passes out with 2. They can't get the Brown. Throws it in the air and it's over. The Celtics have finished the sweep. They rally again. And it's
ESPN Radio. Celtics back in the finals. A big night from Jaylen Brown and a big night from Jason Tatum, who we're going to talk about, and a very interesting stat I have for Jason Tatum and the company he is keeping when it comes to the playoffs. This is Game Night right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80, presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Matt Fontana. He is Jake Assman. We will hear from Jason Tatum in just a second. But, Jake, I got this for you for Jason. So tonight, entering the game tonight, which Tatum ended up scoring 26 points. But prior to that, Jason Tatum had passed LeBron James for the second most playoff points scored by a player aged 26 or under. Adding his points tonight, Jason Tatum now has 2,605 playoff points, and he just turned 26. He's not going to get to play in the playoffs next year at age 26 because he'll be 27. His birthday is in March. But that being said, he now has at least 4 more games to potentially pass Kobe Bryant. He will be 89 points behind Kobe when the finals start for the most playoff points by a player aged 26 or under. That's the company that Jason Tatum is keeping. And I really got to think, too, Jake, this is big for him. You know, again, so many times getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. They went to the one finals, didn't win it. I think there's a lot of pressure on Jason Tatum to get this done here.
Yeah, I think there's pressure on him, and then there's also like, wow, he's only 26 years old. It feels like we've been talking about Jason Tatum for so long because really since he entered the league, Matt, he's had tremendous success. Now they haven't won a championship yet, but he's been in the finals. He's been on an All-NBA team. He's played in a ton of playoff games, as that stat you just gave really articulates it and hammers it home. The only thing missing from his resume is a championship. The only thing missing from the Celtics kind of core, this group that they redid a little bit this past offseason with Holiday and Porzingis, of course, is still that championship. And this to me, is their best chance at it, right? You look at their path to get here, say whatever you want about it, but they're 12-2. They did what they needed to do. Now they're going to be a significant favorite over Dallas. And ultimately, while Dallas certainly, in my mind, has a legitimate chance to win because of how well they're playing, a lot of people are going to pick the Celtics, and rightfully so, especially with Porzingis coming back and now having another 10 days or so to get ready for this series. This is their best chance to get it done, and if they do get it done, they're going to need Jason Tatum to be consistent, because that's the only knock I think you could have on Tatum. He's an All-NBA player, but there are moments where he's a little streaky, and he didn't play great in his first appearance in the finals 2 years ago. All that's forgotten with a great performance here against the Mavericks when they meet, beginning Thursday, June 6th, which is crazy to say just how long this layoff now potentially is if Dallas sweeps Minnesota tomorrow night. But it is what it is. It should be a great finals with the storylines, but the pressure's on Boston, and specifically the guy you brought up this segment to start it off, Jason Tatum, to get it done.
Absolutely. Like you said, there's moments, late game, even just some clutch times throughout the game that you want Jason Tatum to take it over. Sometimes he does. Sometimes he dribbles it off his foot out of bounds. Nonetheless, let's hear Jason Tatum following the big win for the Celtics. They're back in the finals. Here's Jason Tatum.
Jason, your reaction when Jaylen Brown's name was called, he seemed surprised. Everybody seemed very excited for him. What was that moment like for him?
No, that was special. It's a big time to be rewarded for how you play, and that's a special accomplishment for him and for everybody.
And obviously, going back to the finals, special accomplishment for you guys. Is there a difference? Is it kind of like the same type of emotions? What's that like for you?
It's special, right? Even though we've been there before, most of us have. You don't take it for granted, right? We were excited. The hell of a team we just played. They made us earn every single game, and we're extremely grateful to move on to the finals.
Jason, all season you guys have talked about the importance of not overreacting to wins or losses, sort of staying mild-mannered. How much do you think that's helped you get to this point, and how important is the balance of keeping that, knowing that this is an amazing accomplishment, but there's still more work to do?
Yeah, I mean, the playoffs is like an emotional roller coaster, and trying to find a balance right in between the wins and the losses, trying to stay even keeled throughout the entire, however long you're playing, is important. The team that does that the best usually has a lot of success.
Jason, Jalen's big play at the end to win it, the block, pass.
he's known as a scorer. So, I mean, for you watching him, someone that you've grown with your whole career, how much did it mean that in that big moment what defined his impact on the game was that pass?
No, that was special. We talked about it before. As a team, however long it takes, whatever we got to do to make sure that we move on and advance.
Jason, there's obviously a lot that's happened since you guys were last in this position a couple of years ago. As a group, for you and Jalen, the guys who've been here, what is different about you guys specifically in terms of growth over the last couple of years, and how do you think that will help you get the 4 wins you're looking for over the next few weeks?
Learning from our experience, right? That playoff run was a lot of up and downs. Obviously we fell short of the ultimate goal last year, lost in the conference finals. So I think, we've just applied everything that we've learned to this season, this postseason, and, it's been working really well.
I think it's safe to say we can add the White shot really was a clutch moment. What's it like for you having a guy on the team that you can trust in the shot like that?
No, that was big. D. White is a big time player. You're right, and especially in that moment, it's a lot on the line, pressure. But we trust him. JB made the right pass, and D. White knocked down a hell of a shot.
The knock on you guys in the past was often, can you close out tough games when it's crunch time? And this series, we're in trouble 3 of these 4 games. What has gone into the evolution there over the years, and what did you lean on to come back in those 3 games?
Just being decisive, understanding, watching a lot of film, knowing the things that we want to run in those late game situations, and being able to apply it and having carryover from film sessions and practice and shoot arounds and things like that.
Jason, Derek highlighted the championship stations that Joe has kind of run you guys through. What about those you think could help set you guys up to be at this championship stage that you're about to embark on?
It's the little things that we talk about that can help you win a championship. Defensive rebounding, crashing the glass on offense, communicating, and just little things we do every single day that can take you a long way.
Jason, to your last point, the game was so tight throughout the second half, and there you are, 5 minutes to go and under, battling with Turner, among others, on the block. As your game has evolved more and more, how much do you relish a physical challenge like that?
Yeah, it's the playoffs, and, in that moment, I say it all the time, every press conference is do whatever it takes to help the team win and for us to advance.
That was Jason Tatum following the Celtics win to head back to the NBA Finals. This is Game Night right here on ESPN Radio. Matt Fontana, Jay Gassman, and of course ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, making it easy to save money. Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phones, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance, and cover your furry friends with pet health insurance. Jake, I thought it was funny that Jason Tatum, rightly so, describes the playoffs as a roller coaster ride, but I picture it like you leave the station, you go up a giant hill, down a hill, up a hill, and then you just sit there for like 10 minutes, because that's the lull that the Celtics are going to have to face now, where you go so hard for so fast. They did have that little break, obviously, gentlemen sweep on out for the first round against Miami and then against Cleveland, so they're not unfamiliar with time off, but just now this big gap off of when you had things really rolling, playing some of your best basketball. So it was interesting when Tatum goes, it's a bit like a roller coaster. I'm like, yeah, but it's almost like they're going to take you out of the car, sit you down for a little bit, and then you got to jump back into the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like a weather delay at the theme park.
Right.
It's thunder, it's lightning. You're not allowed to be on the ride.
Broke down. Sorry to tell everybody, it'll be 2 hours. Ride broke down. That's the worst.
Yeah, it's a weird spot because, I can't remember a time where the NBA is likely going to be in a scenario where both the teams in the finals are going to go this long before they play again. It's not the NBA's fault that you might get 2 sweeps. You got one officially tonight. It feels like we could be headed for another sweep tomorrow night between Minnesota and Dallas. We'll see how that unfolds. But even if, let's say, Minnesota is able to kind of hang around and force a Game 5, I don't think you have a whole lot of confidence they're going to be the first team to ever come back down 0-3. So at some point, the West is going to have a lot of time off too, whoever comes out, most likely Dallas. So that might be the one thing that is beneficial for the Celtics. Like, both teams are going to be in the same spot. Like, you're not going to have the old, like, rest versus rust type of debate, because I think both teams are going to be rested at the same time, if that makes sense, Matt. So it's an interesting scenario, and I wish they could move finals, because if it does end up being a sweep out west at this time tomorrow, man, we're going to be going a long time kind of recycling the same storylines before we actually play these games, which wouldn't start till June 6th.
And especially the coaching matchup. You know, whether it is Chris Finch, whether it's Jason Kidd versus Joe Mazzulla, who, again, I mentioned earlier, Joe Mazzulla at 35 is the youngest head coach to make the finals since Bill Russell did it as a player coach all the way back in 1969. But it's not Steve Kerr. It's not Spoelstra. It's not Pop. It's not some coach that has been there and won this over and over and over and over again. You got a little new blood in this with the coaching staff, but I think that's the first thing I always think of is, yeah, you get your player rest, but what can the coaches start to formulate when they're up at night watching the iPad, getting the tape done? What can they start to create and try to get their matchups of what they want to do for the NBA Finals? Well, a part of that algorithm, if you will, a part of that formula is Joe Mazzulla, and we're going to hear from him, head coach of the Boston Celtics. We'll do that coming up. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio. From the play-in tournament, trains the triple until a champion is crowned at the NBA Finals. The Denver Nuggets NBA champion. History awaits. The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
We're not saying it. You are.
Just found the ESPN app like 2 weeks ago. Changed my life. I listen to you guys literally every day.
That's awesome. The ESPN New York app is where it's at. Live shows, exclusive podcasts, and one-tap entertainment. Download it today.
With Father's Day right around the corner, what do you give to the man who has everything? Easy. You give him an experience he'll never forget. You give him Omaha Steaks, because a world-class dad deserves a world-class steak. The Father's Day experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to put a smile on the big guy's face this summer with hand-selected gift packages starting at just $89. Just go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code K at checkout for an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. Endless flavor, endless variety, and endless value. Truly, they have perfected more than steak, and your dad is guaranteed to love every bite. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code K to get an exclusive savings. Shop for unforgettable gifts that are guaranteed to make Dad's day. Because if there's one thing Omaha Steaks knows, it's that dads want steak. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code K at checkout to save on exclusive packages starting at just $89.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law Fight Back.
Are you tired of looking at your old, grimy, and mildewy bathtub, looking to replace it with a beautiful walk-in shower, but cash is tight? For as little as $89 a month, no payments for 12 months for consumers who qualify. Remodeling loans can put you into a beautiful new walk-in shower in as little as 1 day. You can rest easy knowing that Remodeling Loans, a network of certified contractors, screened and handpicked by us, offers premier products, top-rated service, and value, increasing the beauty, safety, and value of your home. A new walk-in shower will also provide you with a germ-free, slip-resistant, safe, and beautiful new bathroom. Call 800-921-1403 and take advantage of our holiday special of free installation. Our agents are standing by, ready to schedule your appointment with our design team at no cost and no obligation to you. All callers will receive a free upgrade of premium colors just for calling today. A beautiful new walk-in shower is now within reach. Call 800-921-1403. That's 800-921-1403.
Throws it in the air.
time off to think it over, and I know Joe Mazzulla and his staff going to be trying to find that edge, maybe against Dallas, maybe against Minnesota, but a lot of pressure on Joe Mazzulla taking the team over at just now 35 years old. He's been in the seat a little bit, but he's taking his team to an NBA Finals. Talking about right here on Game Night. Welcome back. I'm Matt Fontana. He's Jake Asman. We are here on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80, presented by Progressive Insurance. Well, speaking of Joe Mazzulla, position he's really got to be excited to be in, but inherent pressure when you're the head coach of the Boston Celtics. How he's handling, how he feels right now as his team has swept their way through the Eastern Conference Finals to get there is Joe Mazzulla following the win.
Joe, on your right, you're down 8 with 5:30 to go. Looks like the Stars look a little even tired out there with Mr. playing them. How were they able to just to pull that out and down the stretch?
Yeah, I didn't think we looked tired. I thought guys had a smile on their face. We were enjoying the moment. I thought for most of the game we were getting really good looks, and we just had to chip away at it, and just continue to execute. And we did a good job holding them to one shot. Did a good job executing. So I thought the guys just did a great job, kind of staying present, embracing the moment.
Joe, obviously, none of these games are necessarily easy. A lot of them you were coming back in the final couple of minutes, like you just alluded to. How can that help you guys as you prepare for the finals to have gotten through the series the way you did and pulling a lot of these games out in the final months?
Yeah, I mean, I think the guys did a great job having an understanding that, like, a game is not supposed to go a certain type of way, and you got to find different ways to win. You got to learn to protect leads. You got to learn to come back from deficits. You have to learn to execute in close game situations. You have to communicate adjustments, and you just got to make plays. You got to be tough-minded. So as many different situations in heading into this last round, it's important. And the guys have done a great job just winning games many different ways, and so got good practice executing, and we just got to continue it.
You guys held them scoreless for the final 332. Jalen had the huge block on Nembhard near the end. What did you see in terms of defensive execution and limiting them to one shot? Again, this team is very similar to you guys, where they create a lot of noise, and you have to decipher what's true and what shots you're going to willing to live with and which ones you're going to take away. And so it was really hard throughout the game because I felt like we were making them take tough shots, and the guys just stuck with it and did a great job taking tendencies. Did a good bet, just upped our ball pressure and our individual defense, and we got stops home to a 19-point quarter.
Joe, what are those championship stage talked about, if you're willing to divulge? And is that something you started this year? Does that go back to when you first took over here?
Just the details, things that you can't take for granted. Sometimes it's the smallest is getting the ball in bounds, but just try to pick little things that we see on a nightly basis that can impact winning and can affect losing. And we just practice them over and over and over again until they become second nature.
They positioned around different baskets from the gym type thing?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Joe, Jaylen Brown, series MVP. What did you think of him in the last minute with the block and steal, and then just for the entire series?
I thought he got good shots the whole game. And he just couldn't get, in the first half, he was pushing the pace. He got transition. He got 2 feet in the paint. I thought he was getting great shots the whole game. And I thought he just stayed with it, stayed poised. He's a guy, you can't shake him. He has great, just a short-term memory. If he misses a shot, never affects the next one. And so I just loved his poise, his ability to just attack. And, if it's one thing about him, and like Derek said, just making plays, not being defined by scoring. And it was a hell of a pass. And, I had full faith he was going to make that read. It was a great read.
Joe, touching on Jalen again, after game 2, we talked about not making the All-NBA and being underappreciated. But just for him to win this award and just to kind of get some flowers for what he's done, his improvement, his step forward, and the man he's become off the floor as well as on the floor, how does that impact you? What do you, when you deal with him and get to know him, and over the last 2 years, how has that relationship formed?
Yeah, I think one of the best gifts, things I have is why I got into coaching is building relationships with guys. And, when I left college to go to the NBA, most people were hesitant about that because, NBA guys get a negative rap as to being able to build relationships with them, but I felt like there's a lot there. And just getting to know people and their families and what makes them tick and the things that they love off the court, and also finding guys that are so passionate about just getting better as players and people, and Jalen is one of those. And so from the first day I've been here, he's become more
just like open-minded towards just growing as a basketball player, see what he's done in the community, and I just really, really value the time that I get to spend with him on and off the court, and he just keeps getting better and better. I'm happy for him.
There it is, Joe Mazzulla following the win there for Boston to go to the finals, and he's trying to join a pretty exclusive list. Welcome back, Matt Fontana, Jake Asman here on game night. So here's the head coaches that have won a title for the Celtics. Red Auerbach, Tom Heinsohn, Casey Jones, Bill Russell, Bill Fitch, and Doc Rivers. Of that list, only Casey Jones and Doc Rivers are not in the NBA or the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. And again, Doc has a chance to be there, but it's quite an impressive list. And for a guy like Joe Mazzulla to put it on there for one of the legacy franchises and teams in NBA history, Jake, I'm sure that's something he dreams of being able to do here potentially in just a couple of weeks.
No doubt. And let's not forget how his time in Boston even started, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was kind of thrown into it because of what went down with with Ime Udoka at the end of his tenure, seemingly comes out of nowhere right before the start of the year. And then, who's this 35-year-old coach that Brad Stevens is anointing as the new guy up in Boston? There was a lot of talk, could Mazzulla be one and done after what happened last year with the Celtics where, they disappointed after going to the NBA Finals year one with Udoka, but talking with people who cover the Celtics, it does feel like Mazzulla's gotten a lot better on the job. He's got a more experienced staff. They redid the coaching staff this past offseason, and it's paid off dividends. And you know what? Mazzulla deserves a lot of credit. Brad Stevens for putting together this roster deserves a lot of credit. Making the bold trade to bring in, Drew Holiday and bring in Kristaps Porzingis. I mean, they fundamentally changed the core of this team while trying to still build around the true core of Brown and Tatum, and it's worked, and you can't knock what they've done. Mazzulla's a big part of it. Obviously, Stevens a huge part of it as he's overseeing this entire run with Brown and Tatum. But now, as we've been talking about throughout the course of our show, we're going to have 9 days to get ready for the NBA Finals. There's no excuse. They're going to be the betting favorite, and they got to find a way to get it done.
Speaking of bets placed, I would have lost a good chunk there if you would have told me that Joe Mazzulla might win a ring and Brad Stevens wouldn't. As the head coach, and you're so right of bringing up Brad Stevens. I'm glad you did, Jake, because he has, pretty much made, I would say, a real seamless transition, from that coaching to the front office, and sometimes it doesn't go all that way. Now, that being said, you don't see that all that often. You see sometimes guys get jobs in the front office as just like a thank you for everything. But Brad Stevens has come in and done a fantastic job. I find it so weird that there's a chance that Joe Mazzulla could do something that Brad Stevens even couldn't do as
it's pretty crazy, right?
coach. And again, going back to that list of just really some of the legacy coaches they've had there, he's got a chance to etch his name in history. And I think he's also, in this day and age where you got coaches on the hot seat left and right, and guys only getting 2 years and being done, you're right, he's not only weathered that storm to this point, he has certainly thrived and taken this team to a whole new level. Well, coming up next, should the conference finals in the East and the West be considered a disappointment? We'll discuss it. Game night, right here on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Tuesday from the NBA to NHL. I'll react to it all in my Upon Further Review at 6:30 a.m. Eastern. It's unsportsmanlike 6 a.m. right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Wednesday, July 3rd for a very special night. It's Fireworks Night presented by Baby Ruth. Bring family and friends down to the ballpark to watch the Yankees take on the Cincinnati Reds. And following the ball game, we'll have a spectacular fireworks show. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Reds for Fireworks Night on Monday, July 3rd. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
If you ever volunteer to coach, mentor, tutor, or just be a positive role model to kids and young people, why not make a career of it? Become a youth development specialist where you will supervise and support young people in detention. It's a union job with a $51,000 starting salary, and you'll be making a positive impact on the lives of young New Yorkers. NYC residency not required. Apply to become a youth development specialist today at nyc.gov/YDS. That is nyc.gov/YDS.
Happy birthday.
Hey, take a look outside.
No way. An electric bike? Can I take it for a ride?
We have a car versus electric bike crash on Main Street. Victim is a 17-year-old male and unresponsive. No sign of helmet use.
Don't let your gift become your grief. Work together.
Learn about controlling an e-bike and operating it safely before they ride. Wear a helmet. Be careful in traffic. Slow down and follow the rules of the road. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Dave Rothenberg here to tell you about my friends at Bathfitter. Now, they converted my kid's bathtub to a shower, did a wonderful, phenomenal job. Customized just as we wanted, only one expert installer. Process was so easy, so simple, no demo, no mess, and Bathfitter is a high-quality, permanent solution with a lifetime guarantee. Now, 3+ million happy customers just like me and my wife, and for a limited time, you get 0% interest or save $500 on a complete Bathfitter system. So start designing your bath today, like we did at bathfitterdesign.com. There's only one Bathfitter.
You know when you said come over for the fight? We thought you meant your house.
You guys want another round of Bud Lights?
Service is better here. So is the beer.
Bud Light is back as the official beer sponsor of UFC. Enjoy responsibly. 2024 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This is Sports Center.
The Celtics get the brooms out in the East Finals. I'm Chris Smith. Boston trailed the Pacers by 4 with under 4 minutes remaining. But with their second finals appearance in the last 3 seasons on the line, the cream rose to the top.
Brown working his way to the left. Now he's going to cut toward the basket. Jump pass into the corner. Derek White for 3. Got it! 44 seconds to go. Derek White the go-ahead 3.
7-0 run for the Boston Celtics.
The call on ESPN Radio, the Celtics closed out a 4-game sweep of the Pacers, 105-102, for their 23rd NBA Finals appearance, the second most behind the Lakers. Boston now awaits the winner of the Mavericks and Timberwolves, Game 4 on Tuesday, with coverage beginning 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio. And a sad day in the world as Bill Walton, who led the UCLA Bruins to 2 national titles before winning 2 championships during his NBA career, passed away at the age of 71 after a battle with cancer. And on the ice in the Western Conference Finals, Jason Robertson's first hat trick of his postseason career lifted the Stars over the Oilers 5-3 to take a 2-1 series lead. In college hoops, DJ Wagner, a former top 5 recruit, has committed to Arkansas, becoming the 6th player or prospect to follow John Calipari from Kentucky to the Razorbacks. In college baseball, SEC regular season and conference tournament champion Tennessee, the consensus #1 team in the country for a month, was awarded the top national seed for the 64-team NCAA tournament, which opens on Friday. And Notre Dame claims their second straight men's lacrosse championship by defeating Maryland 15-5. The Irish become the first program to go back-to-back since 2014.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman, and coming up Tuesday, I'll tell you all the small things I learned from a full, long weekend of sports at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It's on Sportsman, like 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
One after the NBA Finals set, it'll be the Celtics. We await the Western Conference champion. 3-team stand. We really think it is kind of 2, and it's been a lot of quick work, specifically on the Celtics side, but we also have a chance now if Dallas gets a win on Tuesday night, 2 sweeps in the Eastern Conference, Western Conference Finals, and more than a week off till we get to the finals. Is that what you want as a fan? We'll talk about it here. Game night right here on ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 8, presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Matt Fontana. He is Jake Asman, and we'd love to hear from you. 1-888-729-3776. 1-888-SAY ESPN. And the question is, Jake, do we feel like this has been a disappointment of an Eastern and Western Conference Finals where you already got the sweep? We think we're staring down the barrel of a sweep, if not in just 5 games, and we're going to have this over a week gap. I think that's the biggest thing for me. is the week gap. And I get that the NBA's got a lot of money when it comes to the TV rights, and they want to stretch this out till June. Jake, that's what's going to kill me, man, is that we're going to be staring down 8 days of not having basketball after having it almost every night. I don't know how to be able to handle that part of it.
Matt, you nailed it. That's the biggest problem, right? Like, it's unfortunate that you already have one sweep. You might have another one at this time tomorrow, but you're just stuck no matter what, having to wait till Thursday, June 6th to start these NBA Finals games. And I get why logistically the NBA can't move it up, but man, can they please find a way to move it up? Because this is brutal. I mean, regardless of what happens, they now have 9 days before they play again, and that's just not how the sport is supposed to be played. And it's not the NBA's fault that there was a sweep. Of course, you can't plan for that, but it would be nice if they could move up the start date. Because you're right, that's really the big issue. As far as has it been a disappointment? Yeah, no doubt. And honestly, because of all the injuries throughout the playoffs, a lot of these playoff series, unfortunately, have been disappointing. Like, I'm a Knicks fan, so I look at what happened to the Knicks against the Pacers the last round. The Knicks just had a little more injury luck go their way. I'm convinced they beat Indiana in 5 games. They just had OG Anunoby who went down in Game 2. So there's a lot of what-ifs for a lot of teams, not just the Knicks, but Milwaukee, Miami, really the whole Eastern Conference, which kind of goes back to the theme of the night. How, hey, Boston, 12-2, you're in the finals. But the playoffs really start now when you get tested against a Mavericks team in all likelihood that has Luka Doncic and, of course, Kyrie Irving coming back to Boston. So those storylines will be fun, but we got to wait 10 more days at least until we get to see it play out.
Well, we know the NBA, Adam Silver, they love their little tournaments now. Let's get one cooked up here. Get some of these teams. Could you imagine calling some players like, hey, guys, can you get back in the gym? We're going to do a little 6-team tournament here.
Do it in Cancun.
Yeah, get them out of there. Bring them on back. You know what? We'll play it in Cancun. That's fine. Put it out on the beach. They're just going to need some content going on here. They love their in-season tournament. What about a little post-season tournament for some teams hanging out? Because I wonder also about, the teams represent Boston. Certainly a major market. Dallas is, Minnesota, not quite as big as the other one, but not small by any stretch. But you don't have like that West Coast flavor. You don't have a team for the West Coast and the Pacific time zone to kind of hold it out. So I think for a lot of us, Jake, you and I are both in the East time zone here. We don't mind it because we're getting 8:30 games out here. There are no 10 o'clock starts out there when the Warriors were playing or the long travel. Some of those things. It's going to be. I haven't studied a map necessarily, but I would have to say for your 2 Western Conference teams, it's about as close as you get. Again, it could be Cleveland, it could be Chicago, and Minnesota, which would be really close, but just with these 2 teams and it being Boston, you're talking about short travel on that kind of stuff. But so just that ramp up the excitement to get there and then kind of pull it back. And I also wonder about the teams, right, where I think Boston really had a lot of things clicking. I look at a lot of like Derek White. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, they did what they are expected to do. Somebody who just kind of got really hot, like Derek White, he's somebody where you don't want him to sit down. You want him to keep rolling, and how you going to handle plus a week off. And then again, if it is Dallas, I look at a lot of their role players, but I think probably more for Dallas with Derek Lively, taking that knee to the head, already out for tomorrow night. They need to get him back. Max Kleber will be back for them potentially, and then you flip it over for Boston, hopefully getting Porzingis back. They probably certainly like the break from an injury standpoint, but that's just a long time to be sitting around watching the same tape over and over again, doing the same practices. Like that itch, you and I are sitting here as fans feeling like, how the heck are we going to deal with a week plus? I can only imagine what the players are going through.
And I do think the rest is beneficial more so for Boston because of a player we've mentioned a couple times, right? Kristaps Porzingis does not need to be rushed back to play in the conference finals. He can take all the time he needs to be ready for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. And then, if you just look at the NBA Finals schedule, there's no back-to-backs once you get to the playoffs. But then when you get to the NBA Finals, we're talking about, in most scenarios, 2 days in between all these games. Like, Game 1's on a Thursday, Game 2's not till Sunday. Then they don't play Game 3 till Wednesday. Game 4 is a Friday. Well, Game 5 wouldn't be till Monday. Game 6 wouldn't be till a Thursday. Game 7 wouldn't be till a Sunday. So the NBA Finals are going to start, Matt, on Thursday, June 6th. Game 7 would not be played until Sunday, June 23rd. They basically stretch it out 3 weeks to play, in theory, 7 basketball games before 10 games now in between Boston winning tonight and Game 1 of the finals starting.
And you also talk about now, where we started about the disappointment between the two. I got to say, Jake, the East gets a pass for me. Like, I give the Pacers credit for showing up. They had to fight through injury, that's fine. I will say I'm disappointed in the West. I am. And for Dallas, who I kind of felt like had a little edge going into that, I am extremely disappointed in Minnesota. And they could shut me up, and they could do the first time and coming back from down 3-0 and set the record and all that. I don't even know how they're going to play tomorrow night. Like, I'm going to be leaning Dallas tomorrow, I guess. But still, like, I guess I'm going to give the pass to Indiana. I'm not that upset with the Pacers. But I will say on the disappointment meter, it's pretty high for the West for me. Like, I expected this to be a better series. Anthony Edwards could only do so much. That Game 3 where Cat and Rudy Gobert just were MIA, nowhere to be seen. It's just squandering. And I guess it is good basketball from the standpoint, again, going back to the East, why I'm not so disappointed. There was some good basketball there. Now, there's 2 ways you can get good basketball. It's when you have 2 really good teams being efficient and playing well, or you get 2 teams that are about as equally bad, and they make a lot of mistakes, and that can then turn into almost bad basketball turning into good basketball because they're so even. I feel like we've seen good basketball in both series, but I'm much more disappointed with the West.
Yeah, I think it's a great point by you, right? The East, I mean, the injuries speak for itself. It's why you have Indiana in the conference finals in the first place, with all due respect to the Pacers, who are clearly ahead of schedule. But in the West, I mean, you thought with all the hype coming in for Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves after they went on the road and beat the Denver Nuggets in a pivotal Game 7, you figured we were going to get at least a long series. Like, there'd be no way Minnesota would lose both games on their home floor. There's no way Minnesota would then not really find a way to win Game 3. I know they were in it to the end, but man, it just felt like the moment got too big for them, which is surprising considering the moment wasn't too big for them in Game 7 against the defending champions. So I'm with you. The East, they kind of get a pass. The injuries speak for itself. The West has been really disappointing just because it kind of felt like Minnesota, Dallas were 2 evenly matched teams. This would be a 7-game series. Instead, it might end up being a sweep at this time tomorrow.
You also, the preparedness of the team, right? Where Dallas, they're beating a good basketball. And again, I'm not taking anything away from the Pacers. I think they're a really good basketball team. But on the level of getting your team ready to go, seeing different looks, you look at the Celtics and certainly deal with Miami, then get through Cleveland. And there's something to be said about playing an Indiana team that wanted to run a pace, that wanted to put up a lot of points, and they were able to effectively beat them. And you flip it over for Dallas, who's had a tough stretch. Like, I think about the runs that these teams have had to go on, and, I don't know if I could pick one that I feel like has an edge, right? Like, we talk a lot about the Celtics going maybe through the easier path, but I look at Dallas, and it's okay being an OKC team that's there for the first time, and now I think they're beating up on a Minnesota team that's just got the hangover of all hangovers after beating Denver. I don't know, again, if it is Dallas. I don't know between Dallas and Boston who's like the hotter, better team coming into the finals. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. And you kind of now look at like the matchups here and the different storylines that are going to kind of follow the discourse here. I mean, 10 days is a lot of time to kind of be breaking down the same storylines over and over again. So it's going to be fascinating to see kind of what comes of the next 10 days. What different angles can you look at these matchups before you kind of get sick of talking about the same things, Matt, over and over again between now and June 6th.
And especially the paralysis by analysis, kind of what you're talking about. It comes back to that coaching, too, where they're starting to sit there and you're like, okay, who's going to defend Luka or vice versa? Who's going to be on Jaylen Brown here? What are we going to do when they run this? And then you throw in a little bit of a curveball with some of the guys coming off of injury. And I think about more maybe about on the Dallas side of things, where I've been really impressed to see what they've been able to do to limit Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. That was the one thing where I thought Minnesota had the edge. I said, hey, you got 2 bigs, and boy, has Gafford and Lively, I know again now due to the injury, but man, have they stepped up there for Dallas. Is that now something that they can deploy against the Celtics, who again, we assume Porzingis will be back, But if Dallas gets Kleber back, that's another big that you add to your rotation. Is that now something that flips over to Dallas like that? Again, I'm assuming Jason Kidd, Joe Mazzulla over the next week plus are going to be sitting there running this, and I think it's going to be a lot of the X-factor guys where you sit there and you say, no bones about it, not a single question. 4 best players in this series: Luka, Kyrie, Jaylen Brown, and Jason Tatum. Not necessarily in that order. You could shuffle them on up however you want. Those are the 4 best. Then I start looking at like the next 4 best. And I think about what those coaches are going to do to put some of those guys in position, because those are going to be the ones that win you championships.
No doubt. And you know what's great about the 4 players you mentioned, too? On any given night, they could be the best player on the floor.
Go up to 50, couldn't they? Right.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
How often do you have a series where, the 4 top players, there's an argument to be made who's the top player in that given night? Like Luka, to me, he's better than Kyrie. But Kyrie's had moments where he's been the best player on the floor in these playoffs. Jaylen Brown was just the conference finals MVP. He wasn't on the All-NBA team. Jason Tatum was first-team All-NBA. So the star power in the dynamic duos for both of these teams, there's a lot of intrigue in who's the best player each game, because you just don't know. They all have had their moments throughout these playoffs.
ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Protect your home and autos when you bundle. Get a quote today at Progressive.com. Well, again, is it going to be the Dallas Mavericks, or can the Timberwolves get back in this and avoid the sweep? We'll discuss that next. Game night, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This show and all of ESPN is streaming live on the ESPN app, featuring ESPN Plus, the streaming service powered by ESPN. From live events to original programming, download the ESPN app and sign up for ESPN Plus today.
Attention patients exposed to urologist Darius Paduke. If you thought the varicose seal, ED, Klinefelters, or cryopreservation treatment by Paduke was suspicious, you were right. Darius Paduke has been criminally convicted for fraud, abuse, and exploiting male patients. If you experienced an unusual encounter with Paduke, help put an end to this institutional cover-up. Call the DiPietro Law Firm at 212-233-3600 or visit atdlaw.com. That's 212-233-3600 or visit atdlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Enjoy the best fresh-baked Italian and French bread today from Calandra's Bakery. Handmade daily, no machines, from 4 all-natural ingredients, no preservatives. Calandra's is vegan, too. Family-owned and operated since 1962. Made with love at Calandra's Bakery and delivered straight to local supermarkets: ShopRite, King's, Acme, Morton Williams, D'Agostino's, Key Foods, Gristides, and more. Calandra's, from our family to yours for 60 years. The best baked Italian and French bread. Calandra's Bakery. Can't you smell and taste the freshness? Calandra's. Bon appetito.
A good career can be rewarding. A great one, life-changing. If you'd like to make a difference and help others reach their full potential, consider a career as a certified teacher of blind or visually impaired students. There's nothing more gratifying than empowering others with the opportunity to achieve their goals and fulfill their dreams, and in the process, you just might realize your own. Learn more at cbvi.nj.gov. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services, Commission for the Blind and Visually Impaired.
Hey, Michael K. here. Did you know that Crystal Springs Resort, the Northeast's largest golf destination, is only 1 hour from the GW Bridge? You don't have to fly to experience a world-class golf vacation. Discover 6 exceptional courses, including top-rated Ballyowen, the Ledbetter Golf Academy, luxury lodging, extraordinary dining, one of the best wine cellars in North America, award-winning spas, and so much more. Learn more about the perfect golf and stay in the scenic mountains of northern New Jersey at the CrystalSpringsResort.com.
This baseball season, ESPN New York and George Remus Bourbon are giving fans a chance to enjoy baseball's biggest rivalry this July when New York takes on Boston. Enter to win this special trip on the ESPN New York app or at participating Remus Bourbon retailers throughout New York and New Jersey. For more details, go to ESPNNY.com. It's all brought to you by the award-winning Remus Bourbon. Be legendary. Sip responsibly. No purchase necessary.
Rangers fans, ESPN New York is your home for Rangers hockey, and we have the easiest way for you to consume all things Rangers hockey. The ESPN New York app. Download it today and you'll never be out of service again. Never miss a goal, never miss a game.
Cross-line pass, shot, score! Seekers of again!
Stream us in your car or at the office, on the LIRR, New Jersey Transit, Metro North, or even on the subway. We're making more local stops everywhere, so download the app today. We're not saying it, you are.
just found the ESPN app like 2 weeks ago. Changed my life. I listen to you guys literally every day.
That's awesome. The ESPN New York app is where it's at. Live shows, express, and one-tap entertainment. Download it today.
Did the Timberwolves have one in them? Trying to hold off the sweep. The pressure now maybe on Dallas to finish this on out and get ready to go take on the Celtics. We'll preview the Western Conference Finals Game 4 coming up on Tuesday night. Welcome back, Game Night, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80, presented by Progressive Insurance. Jake Asman, I am Matt Fontana, and of course, Celtics in Dallas. Jake, it's going to be Dallas. You know that. I know that. We all know that. It's just if it's going to be tomorrow or another game. And I think the same thing with the Pacers, where I figured that Boston was going to win this game tonight. They did. But I was really shocked to see that fight kind of from the Pacers. And I don't know why, because there's so many parallels where I see these games, the same thing. Minnesota leading for a good chunk of the game, and just here comes Luka, and here comes Kyrie. Like, it's an inevitability from Dallas. Now, the other side of it is Boston was just so much more talented. I don't say so much more talented, but they were more talented than the Pacers. So when the Pacers led for good chunks of the game, again, Boston coming back really didn't shock you. But there's just something I feel about Minnesota, like they just feel off to me for some reason, and I can't put my finger on it other than to say the massive, whether it's just energy or just whatever, the loss after beating Denver, it just seems to be it's really impacting their play. I can't find any other excuse in my head. I really can't.
Dallas has Kyrie, who's been in this spot before, has won a championship, played in the conference finals a bunch. Luka's been to 8 conference finals already. Minnesota hasn't, right? They're an inexperienced team. And what Anthony Edwards was doing, why he was actually getting the Jordan comparisons, it's because it was unheard of at age 22 to do what he was doing. But I think the age seemingly has caught up with him. What I mean by that is not that he's old, is that he's young. He's inexperienced. Yeah. And like typically you see the NBA superstars have to go through some difficult losses in the playoffs before they eventually break through. And Anthony Edwards seemingly was breaking through before he really had like the long list of like difficult playoff losses. Maybe that's where it kind of starts. Like right here, it's like, well, he's ahead of schedule, unbelievable run, but he wasn't ready to truly take this team to the NBA Finals like many of us thought he was, because he just really hasn't played great. He was a little better, of course, in Game 3, but if Anthony Edwards, Matt, played to the quote-unquote back of his basketball card the first 2 games of the series, I think this is not 3-0 right now. Maybe it's 2-1 Dallas, but it's totally different, and I think that's been the biggest thing, right? Minnesota, their top players haven't played like top players, whereas Dallas's top players, Kyrie really setting the tone early, especially in Game 1, I thought was huge. Doncic into the huge shots the way he has. I think that's been the difference in the series so far.
And I'm one, Jake, that I was always questioning Dallas to say, man, it's just Luka, it's just Kyrie, and I've had Brian Windhurst, I've had the play-by-play person for the Dallas Mavericks tell me on these airwaves, basically, Matt, you're an idiot, and you're not watching P.J. Washington and Gafford and all these other players stepping up for Dallas. And again, I give credit to say that throughout these playoffs, they have proven me wrong, right? Because I was just wondering about, are you going to have some of these other role players step up? Well, not only have you had that, you've had Luka and Kyrie just go off in this playoff run. And you have people making statements along the line of the best backcourt that's ever been assembled. Or, the stat that everybody was going with after Game 3, which Luka and Kyrie, as a starting backcourt, have 3 games in this playoff run where they each have scored 30 or more points. They're the first starting backcourt to do that in 50 years in the NBA playoffs. So they're doing things that are on a historic level. And again, you're getting your contributions from some other guys on the floor. And it's a little bit, I think maybe why I would be so intrigued if it was Dallas to come out, which we assume it will be, of that matchup of Luka, Kyrie versus Brown and Tatum. But then I want to see, P.J. Washington and Derek White. I want to see where Drew Holiday comes into this. I want to see where some of the other Mavericks players come in. Like, that's really one of the things that I want to see when it comes to the finals, and that's really could be where it's won or lost.
And that, to me, is what is going to make this NBA Finals so exciting, right? I mean, the dynamic duos on both teams, the role players on both teams, and also, like, it's going to be talked about a lot, and we should really mention it here. I mean, the reception Kyrie Irving's going to get in Game 1 and Game 2 when he returns back to the Boston Garden. That's going to be something too, Matt. So a lot of storylines to look at here, but maybe Minnesota surprises us tomorrow. They can at least get it back to a Game 5 and keep it interesting. I'm kind of rooting for that at this point because, as we've talked about, there's no basketball until June 6th. If we see a result tomorrow night, like we saw tonight with the home team finding a way to win it, or in the case of the in the case of the Celtics tonight, the favored team finding a way to win. If that happens again with Dallas tomorrow night at home, no basketball until June 6th. I'm hoping it's a great game, competitive like it was tonight. Only we could see Minnesota win to at least force a Game 5, give us some more basketball before this long layoff.
Well, and that's Dallas. The pressure being on, not only just the length of time that Boston would be out front of you, but you don't have to play an extra game. Twisted ankle, you know what I mean? We see these injuries. You see what happened to Derek Lively in that game the other night. I mean, if there's a chance to close this out, which I do give credit to Boston, I felt that tonight. I felt that from the Celtics, even when the game was majority of back and forth, and even when the Pacers got out to a lead, I felt like Boston still had it in them, and especially late, they wanted to close it out. But again, there's we can go back home and do this. Talking about Boston, I know they're in Dallas for Game 4, so maybe even the pressure there to do it in front of their fans. But you got an opportunity to put a team away, you do that. And the record a lot of people look at was Kyrie, where he's never lost a clinching game in his playoff career. There, you don't want to lose that blemish on him either. And I think Dallas will come out supremely motivated to get that time, but just you don't want it to play an extra 48 minutes if you don't have to.
Yeah, 100%. I think the point you made about injuries is spot on, especially in these playoffs, right?
Like, yeah, exactly, right.
Don't chance it, man. You got a chance to win in 4. If you're Dallas tomorrow, do it, so you don't have to risk the ankle sprain or just something, key role player, whatever it is, affecting you, even with the long layoff you essentially would still have if you did close it out and save 5 games. But don't tempt fate. You can get it done tomorrow when you're at home. Avoid yourself the flight back to Minnesota if you don't have to do it.
Absolutely, and again, you talk about for Minnesota, an offseason, a potential change coming for them, like pressure on them to just not get swept out and see where it would go. We'd be remiss to not bring up today that the basketball world really lost somebody special with the passing of Bill Walton, so we certainly send out thoughts and prayers to his family, to all the fans out there, and just, you see it. There's not a bad word to be said, right? Just a bigger than life. Just, I love the special on ESPN a little bit today. We did on ESPN Radio where they had one word for Bill Walton, and authentic and special and passionate, all the words that come out. So certainly lost an important figure in the NBA world today. So thoughts and prayers heading out to his family and friends, and certainly all the fans are out there with the passing of Bill Walton. Great stuff tonight. We, as always, appreciate everybody joining us. Jake, a pleasure to do the first show together with you. Jovan, Cam, we appreciate all your work back at the ranch. Far from done with the reaction for the Celtics going on to the finals. Sports Center all night with Jay Reynolds is next. This has been Game Night on ESPN Radio, ESPN app, and SiriusXM Channel 80.
Hey, it's Greeny, and we're back in the chair on Tuesday with so much to say coming off a Memorial Day weekend filled with all the great sports, particularly the NBA's conference finals. It's Greeny starting 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Come out to Yankee Stadium on Wednesday, June 5th when the Yankees host the Minnesota Twins, and be ready to receive the Yankees promotional giveaway. It's Juan Soto Basketball Jersey Night, presented by Canon. The first 18,000 guests will receive a Juan Soto basketball jersey. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Twins for Juan Soto Basketball Jersey Night, presented by Canon on Wednesday, June 5th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Don't be the guy with the T-shirt on in the pool this summer. Contact NJ Diet today, and you'll be able to feel confident being shirtless after losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help keep the weight off. Locations throughout the tri-state, or they are available from the comfort of your own home with live online video consultations. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safe. Call 8555-NJ-DIET, Schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. That's njdiet.com to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Go to njdiet.com and lose the weight for good.
The NBA app is everyone's app. Every fan of every team.
Oh, my goodness.
Everyone who follows LeBron, Tatum, and Embiid in the app. Every warrior who's ready to go to battle over three-point percentages. Every streetwear king who's here for the tunnel fix. Every young buck, nugget, and grizzly who wants to take a peek behind the scenes of the league. And everyone else on this floating basketball we call Earth. Download the NBA app today. Available in the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Mark your calendar. The ESPN New York Beach Bash is coming. Friday, June 28th at Bar A in Lake Como, New Jersey. WEPN-FM, New York.
Coming up on SportsCenter all night. The Celtics try to put the Pacers away.
Up top, Tatum getting around a Horford screen. Acceleration, dunks with two hands.
We say goodbye to a legend in the game of basketball.
What he was as a player was revolutionary and as good as anybody who played the center position.
We got a pivotal Game 3 in Edmonton between the Stars and Oilers.
Back in front, Stankovic, loose punt, score! Johnson at the side of the net.
Plus, we take you around the diamond.
Charlie drives it to right. Brennan going back. It is gone!
From the worldwide headquarters of ESPN, this is SportsCenter all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
Memorial Day weekend, seeing a fair share of celebrating in Indy. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. Sunday, Joseph Newgarden win with back-to-back wins at the Indy 500. Monday, there would be more celebrating. Either the Pacers would be happy to have their season continue, or the Celtics would be celebrating a conference championship on the Pacers' home floor. Game 4, Pacers looking to avoid that sweep.
Pass to the wing, Neesmith. He'll drive into the lane, bumps off Brown, fading shot, rolls around and down, back-to-back buckets for Neesmith.
Two big ones, and again, this is the time in the game. In the fourth quarter, game 1, fourth quarter, game 3, when Boston made their comeback.
With Horford on him, still beyond the arc. Now he's going to drive Horford. He's going to rise, hand in his face, jumper, count it! Nembhard drains the 12-footer.
Tough shot over a big man. 5-point lead. We approach 4 minutes.
24 points, 6 rebounds, 10 assists for Andrew Nembhard tonight.
Pacers with a 5-point lead there in the fourth quarter. Game tight the whole way. Neither team would have much separation. There was never a double-digit lead in this one for either side. Pacers did have the lead there, up 5, 4 minutes to go. But late-game situations has been defining this series. Indiana, with 3 losses in the series, despite holding leads or being tied in the final minute, and it would happen again on Monday.
Near steal at half court. They say it was tipped into the backcourt. Horford's got it. 2-point game, Boston trailing. Jaylen Brown with it on the right. Brown crossing to the left at the free throw line. Ducks under, took a step and puts it up, floats it in for the tie. 102-102. 29 for Jaylen Brown. Brown working his way to the left. Now he's going to cut toward the basket. Jump pass into the corner. Derek White for three. Got it! 44 seconds to go. Derek White, the go-ahead three.
7-0 run for the Boston Celtics.
Boston holding the lead in the final minute. Still had the lead in the closing seconds, and they had the ball. Pacers with time on their, not on their side, but if they got to stop, they had a chance.
Tatum now turns. Tatum's going to wheel. Off the iron. No. Holiday leaps. Got the offensive board. They got to foul him. He passes out with two. They can't get to Brown. Throws it in the air, and it's over. The Celtics have finished the sweep. They rally again, and it's on to the NBA Finals for the 23rd time. The Celtics will celebrate in Indianapolis with a comeback 105-102 win over Indiana.
Mark Kestisher calling it here. The NBA on ESPN Radio. 3-point win for the Celtics as they complete the sweep. 9th time they've swept a best-of-7 series overall. 4th time they've swept the Conference Division or NBA Finals. As Mark mentioned, 23rd NBA Finals appearance. They've won 17 of those 23. More recently, it's their second Finals appearance in the last 3 seasons. And this year, Celtics have a 12-2 record in the postseason. 18th team since the playoffs expanded to 16 teams in 1984 to enter the finals with 2 or fewer losses. Celtics have won 8 straight road playoff games dating back to last year. Jaylen Brown, 29 points, 6 rebounds, 11 of 22 shooting, named the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals. He spoke with our George Sedano.
You guys had a 7-0 run down the stretch, but a lot of it was started on defense. How did you guys pull this thing off?
Man, we just made some plays down the stretch. Give credit to Indiana, man. They played a hell of a game, but we found a way to win in the end. Defense, make some big-time plays towards the end of the game. I'll take the win.
You had a tough first half by your own standards, but in the second half, you were absolutely incredible. What was your mindset after the tough start?
Just breathe. One game at a time, man. Just breathe. I don't feel like I played to my best. TJ, I love you, bro. Respect for you, bro. You're a baller, bro. Nothing but love.
Giving TJ McConnell some love?
Yeah, man. Tough. TJ is tough all series, man. When I said players was looking like Michael Jordan, that's what I was talking about. With TJ, he was balling, man.
And then all season long, we heard, because you guys were blowing everybody out during the regular season, they struggle in late game situations. You disproved that theory 3 times in this series alone. What does that say about the resiliency of your squad?
I love our group, man. We play excellent down the stretch. And people not giving Indiana their respect, man. They was a great team, man. They played with so much pace and force. And those dudes can ball, man. But we found a way to win.
What is it going to be like to go back to the NBA Finals and have a few days off?
Great to have a few days off. Super blessed, super grateful to be able to go back to the NBA Finals and take advantage of our opportunity.
Jaylen Brown, just under 30 points per game with 52% shooting in the win. Celtics get the victory. They've won 7 straight clinch opportunities on the road dating back to 2019, 4th longest streak in NBA history. Pacers losing the final 2 playoff games of the season after an 11-game home win streak dating back to mid-March. They didn't score in the final 3.5 minutes of this one when they led 102-98. They finished the game 0 for 4 with a couple of turnovers. ESPN analyst Tim Legler.
There was clearly a calm and a poise that Boston played with at the end of these games that Indiana did not. And there's a lot to love about the Indiana Pacers. And it's a big off season for them because, as the people can see, they're a lot closer to being in the mix in this league and really contending than a lot of people thought they were this big off season. But the bottom line is, all 3 of these games that they lost, obviously one got away from them when Jaylen Brown went off. They weren't really in that game. The other 3 games, these are winnable games. In fact, if you want to say game 1, that is a game they actually won that they gave away. All you have to do is inbound the basketball. They did not play with the level of poise that Boston did in those moments. And we talked so much about, who Boston played, and they weren't tested. And I said to you, for me, the most important thing to look at for the Celtics from the first 2 rounds was their response in Game 3 after losing at home in Game 2. And in both cases, they went on the road and decisively beat those teams down, Miami and Cleveland, and then snuffed them out the rest of the way. In this series, a little bit different. What you judge them by is how did they handle the winning moments. Sure. Right? They made shots. They found the right person at the right time. They also made great defensive plays. It wasn't just about Indiana giving the ball up. Boston forced a lot of that. You saw great rim protection in this game throughout. The big block by Jaylen Brown, and what it leads to on the other end of the floor, capitalizing on mistakes by Indiana. Game one, obviously. So give the Celtics credit. They did what they had to do in the winning moments. And now here they are in the NBA Finals, and you got these two forwards right now that are absolutely a load to deal with. Look what they did tonight. 55 points combined, 19 boards, 10 assists for the two forwards, and basically shoot 50% from the field. You can't ask more out of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
You get Porzingis back because we're off for like a month and a half. The finals don't start till who knows when. So, I mean, they're clear favorites over whomever they play next?
I wouldn't say clear favorites. I think that's going to be a little bit more interesting than people think based on, well, look, I expect Dallas to come out in the West. They've got to win one more game. But I think you're going to have, a little bit more of a closer betting line, I guess, if that's how you want to look at it, in the finals because of what's happened in the Western Conference Finals. One thing I want to say about Boston, and at the end of these games, and you just saw it tonight, Indiana got sped up and it looked a little bit frantic on some of those important possessions, and I felt like everything Boston did, particularly on their shooting and their releases, were so calm, and everything was just so slowed down. And look, that's big game experience. I mean, they've been in these spots so many times, you would expect them to handle it in that manner.
Poise is a learned behavior, isn't it?
Definitely.
Pacers, with the fourth time they've been swept in a best-of-7 series. Happened in 2020 against the Heat, 2019 against the Celtics, and 2017 against the Cavs. No franchise has been swept more times since 2017. Much more reaction coming up this morning on Sportsmanlike, 6 to 10 Eastern Time, followed by Greeny until noon. Celtics will be hosting, talk about the layoff, Game 1 of the NBA Finals, June 6th. They'll face either the Mavs or the Wolves. They play Game 4 tonight. Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals presented by Indeed. Coverage 8 o'clock Eastern on most ESPN radio stations and on Sirius XM Channel 80. Right now, Sports Center all night. On the day where the Celtics were celebrating, they were also mourning the loss of a former player. Celtics, Clippers, Blazers. Those were the pro stops for Bill Walton, after a legendary college career as well. As our Christine Lisi tells us, Bill Walton's story is one that began in the fall of 1952.
Born on November 5th in La Mesa, California, William Theodore Walton III became one of the best collegiate basketball players of all time. A two-time NBA champion, a regular season and NBA Finals MVP, and ultimately a Basketball Hall of Famer. But there was much more to Bill Walton than just his red hair and a 6'11" frame that made him stand out. ESPN's Jay Billis.
Just a very sweet man that was very genuine, always fun, and I mean that. He was always interested in you. So he wasn't the type that was going to sit down and talk about himself. He was going to draw you out and find out something about you.
That sun comes up every day, and my approach, what can I do to make things better for as many people as possible?
As a player, Bill Walton would attend UCLA and play for legendary coach John Wooden. In his 4 years as a Bruin, Walton guided UCLA to back-to-back national titles, with the team going 30-0 each year. Bill Walton was selected first overall by the Portland Trailblazers in the 1974 NBA Draft. 3 years later, with the late Dr. Jack Ramsey as the head coach, the Trailblazers won their only NBA championship.
I've never coached a better player, I've never coached a better competitor, and I've never coached a better person than Bill Walton.
Walton was named the league's MVP the following year, but an injury in the second round of the playoffs derailed any hope of a repeat. Following the 1979 season, Walton signed with his hometown San Diego Clippers, but he spent more time injured and off the court than he did playing, and there was thought his career might be over. Celtics president Red Auerbach didn't believe so, and acquired Walton via trade prior to the 85-86 season.
I knew I had a chance here, and when you get second, third, fourth, however many chances you get, you have a duty, an obligation, and a responsibility to make the most out of that chance.
Walton was named the NBA's Sixth Man of the Year and helped form one of the most formidable rotations in NBA history, with Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, Dennis Johnson, and Danny Ainge, as the Celtics won their 16th NBA championship that June. Upon his retirement, Walton became one of the top basketball television analysts for all three major networks. He worked for ABC and ESPN from 2002 to 2009 and returned in 2012, broadcasting college games until as recently as this past spring, usually paired on a broadcast team with Dave Pasch or Roxy Bernstein. Here's Dave Pasch.
He was one-on-one. He's just so unique. He dealt with a lot over his life and, went through a lot, but he was somebody that always had a smile on his face. He'd make you laugh. He's just fun. He's just a fun guy to be around. And, he was genuine. He cared for people.
Bill Walton was 71, two-time NBA champ, died after battling cancer. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver saying in a statement, Bill Walton was truly one of a kind. As a Hall of Fame player, he redefined the center position. His unique all-around skills made him a dominant force at UCLA and led to an NBA regular season and finals MVP, 2 NBA championships, and a spot on the NBA's 50th and 75th anniversary teams. As a cherished member of the NBA family for 50 years, Bill will be deeply missed by all those who came to know and love him. From Commissioner Adam Silver. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio. We'll get Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals Tuesday in the NBA. Monday on the ice, we had Game 3 in the West. Stars, Oilers, their series tied 1-1. Oilers led 2-0 after the first period. Stars would respond.
And with it on the attack. Back in front, Stankovic. Loose puck. Score! Johnston at the side of the net. The Stars have their first lead, and the second period tidal wave grows and grows for Dallas.
3 Dallas goals in 3.5 minutes. Third period.
Dallas still keeps possession. Robertson in deep. Baked it. He scored! A hat-trick goal! Robertson outweighted Skinner. Looked for a window. Banked it off him and in. And with 8:06 to go, Robertson's hat-trick gives Dallas the 4-3 lead.
96.7 FM, the ticket. It would be a 5-3 win for Dallas. Stars taking a 2-1 series lead with the win. Robertson with the game winner for the 4-3 lead completes his first hat-trick of his postseason career. 8th player in franchise history with a postseason hat-trick. Stars took the lead in that second period with 3 goals in 3.5 minutes. Fastest 3 goals in a playoff game since the team moved to Dallas. Okay, so who's the internet going to pick on now? That's next. SportsCenter all night continues at ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Candy, coming up Tuesday from the NBA to NHL. I'll react to it all in my Upon Further Review at 6:30 a.m. Eastern. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
More SportsCenter all night. Coming up next.
It's gotten you through a lot, from your first kiss to your first grandchild. So when your heart needs exceptional care, trust the experts at White Plains Hospital. Our team performs state-of-the-art arrhythmia treatments, complex open heart surgery, and now the most advanced minimally invasive heart valve replacement procedures. So our patients get home sooner or to wherever their heart takes them. White Plains Hospital, among the best hospitals anywhere that just so happens to be here. A member of the Montefiore Health System.
If we don't get any leads in this case soon, the chief will have our badges. Any ideas?
The pieces don't add up.
Yeah, we know.
I suspect foul play, and we need answers.
That's why we're here.
Don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
Are you just quoting cop shows?
Okay, so I'm not a detective. I'm an Optimum tech. When it comes to connectivity, we're experts. If millions of communities rely on us for fiber internet and mobile, you can too. Optimum. Where local is big time. Visit Optimum.com today.
Enjoy the best fresh-baked Italian and French bread today from Calandra's Bakery. Handmade daily, no machines, from 4 all-natural ingredients, no preservatives. Calandra's is vegan, too. Family-owned and operated since 1962. Made with love at Calandra's Bakery and delivered straight to local supermarkets, ShopRite, King's, Acme, Morton Williams, D'Agostino's, Key Foods, Gristides, and more. Calandra's, from our family to yours for 60 years. The best baked Italian and French bread. Calandra's Bakery. Can't you smell and taste the freshness? Calandra's. Bon appetito.
Looking for the ideal venue where you can motivate and inspire your team? Gather your staff at Crystal Springs Resort, the ultimate retreat located in scenic northwestern New Jersey and just 1 hour from Manhattan. Experience engaging team dinners, unique meeting spaces, and team building such as goat yoga, pickleball, and wine tasting. Crystal Springs Resort features 2 stylish hotels, pool complexes, 6 golf courses, and 2 spas, all surrounded by stunning mountain vistas. Learn more about extraordinary group gatherings at thecrystalspringsresort.com.
If you're listening to this and you're not already keeping it easy in your backyard with Bud Light, well, consider this message a gentle reminder. Your backyard is waiting, and so is that Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's time to toast to the NBA Finals. For 2 exceptional teams, this time is pressure. Pressure to be perfect. Every play, every minute, perfect.
He's unstoppable. Another 3. Bang!
This is the time stars become legends and dreams become real. The NBA Finals, presented by YouTube TV, begins June 6th on ABC.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
You're listening to SportsCenter all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
SportsCenter all night presented by Progressive Insurance. Protect your home and auto. Save when you bundle. Get a quote at Progressive.com.
In there, got him looking, and Schwarber throws his bat, throws his helmet, and he's been ejected. And he is going off on Angel Hernandez right now. He is standing at home plate, showing him the left side batter's box, the right side batter's box, and he is furious.
One of the more memorable reactions on the baseball diamond a couple of years ago, and it was a national spotlight. Sunday Night Baseball in April of 2022. John Shabby had the call here on ESPN Radio. We're going to have to save those video clips. Angel Hernandez is now a retired MLB umpire, effective immediately. Brings to an end a controversial 3-decade-long career. His debut came in 1991. He worked his final game May 9th. In addition to being a social media target, there was also consternation within baseball as well. Hernandez sued MLB in 2017, alleging the league had engaged in racial discrimination. That lawsuit was thrown out by a district court judge. That decision was upheld by an appeals court last year. Hernandez had not worked a World Series game since 2005. Last umpired a league championship series in 2016. His lack of playoff assignments, as well as no promotion to crew chief, despite his tenure, was the basis for his lawsuit against the league. He blamed Joe Torre, league executive who was in charge of umpiring, and later in a declaration said Hernandez had an overly confrontational style. The judge, though, granting MLB the summary judgment in the case, throwing it out. That decision was upheld, and Angel Hernandez retiring now, effective immediately. Speaking of folks not being the most popular, how about Craig Counsell? He was popular in Milwaukee right up until that point last year when he jumped over to Chicago and became the manager of the Cubs. Monday, his first return to Milwaukee, where he was the Brewers manager for 9 seasons. He was booed during the short video montage, which ended with a picture of him in a Brewers uniform. Booed when his name was announced during the starting lineups. Booed during a pitching change in the 8th. As for the game,
3-0 pitch. Fly ball deep center.
Bellinger back, and it is gone. Home run number 8 for Willie Adames, and he has busted this one wide open.
6:20 WTMJ. Game was tied at 0 before the Brewers scored 5 in the bottom of the 8th inning. They beat the Cubs 5-1. Brewers with a 4.5-game lead in the NL Central, largest of the season. They were tied with the Cubs atop the division as recently as May 8th. Cubs, though, with 5 straight losses. They're back to 500 at 27-27. They're at 500 for the first time since April 2nd when they were 2-2. Cubs with a batting average of .211 in the month of May, worst in Major League Baseball. Cleveland, meanwhile, going for a double-digit win streak. Guardians facing the Rockies.
Pitch. Charlie drives it to right. Brennan going back. It is gone. It hit off the top of the out-of-town scoreboard. Touch 'em all time. Charlie Blackmon, his second homer of the year. A 3-run shot. A 6-run inning. 7-4 Rockies.
Charlie Blackmon doing it on offense. How about defense?
2-2 pitch. Yeah, that's hit to right field. Charlie Blackman's got a long run. It might be a foul ball. Charlie on the run. Slides. Did he make the catch? He did! What a catch by Blackmon in foul ground. Diving grab along the warning track for the second out.
Who says old guys can't still play? Wow.
850 KOA. Blackmon, both sides, offense and defense. And in the end, Guardians needed some work.
Beats, delivers, and the pitch swung on, popped him up. The first base side of the infield, this will do it. And the catch made by the second baseman Rogers on the grass, and Cleveland's 9-game win streak comes to an end.
Tom Hamilton, WTAM, Cleveland with the loss. 9-game win streak is over, was the longest active in Major League Baseball. Cleveland's win streak ends. Baltimore's continues.
That's hit high and deep. Out to right field. At the wall. Has to play the rebound. A good read around second by Henderson. Coming around third, wave to the plate. He's going to score all the way from first. Gunnar Henderson blazing around the bases on the wall ball RBI double from Adley Rutschman. And it's 8-0 Baltimore.
Rutschman with a couple of RBI. WBAL with the call. Orioles an 11-3 win over the Red Sox. Baltimore's won 5 straight, their longest win streak of the season. 5th time this season they've scored at least 11 in a game. Reds pick up another win.
Lynn deals. And Benson hits this one softly on the ground. Left side, Arenado can't get it. That'll trickle into left field. That's a hit. Around third, Martini to score. There's nobody home at third, so India moves up there on the soft single through the left side of the infield by Will Benson.
Benson gets the hit there. Reds go on to a 3-1 win over the Cardinals for their 4th consecutive win, their longest win streak of the season. They started the month 4-16, worst record in Major League Baseball over that span, but they get the win over the Cardinals, 700 WLW. Cardinals, they have their 5-game win streak snapped. That had been their longest win streak of the season and second longest in baseball, but Cleveland and St. Louis, both with their win streaks coming to an end on Memorial Day. Memorial Day also seeing us getting half of the NBA Finals. That's next. Sports Center all night. It's ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's Greeny, and we're back in the chair on Tuesday with so much to say coming off a Memorial Day weekend filled with all the great sports, particularly the NBA's conference finals. It's Greeny, starting 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
We're not saying it. You are.
Just found the ESPN app like 2 weeks ago. Changed my life. I listen to you guys literally every day.
That's awesome. The ESPN New York app is where it's at. Live shows, exclusive podcasts, and one-tap entertainment. Download it today.
Urologist Darius Paduch was just convicted for fraud, exploitation, and other crimes against male patients. If you underwent a cryobank preservation procedure with Paduch at New York Presbyterian Hospital or the Brady Urology Institute at Weill Cornell Medical Center, the procedure may have been a scam. To learn more, call New York City's original law firm for patient safety. Call the DiPietro Law Firm at 212-233-3600 or visit atdlaw.com. That's 212-233-3600 or visit atdlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
It's not a question of if, or even of when. Climate change is affecting New Jersey right now. The things that make us great, our majestic shorelines and rivers, and our bustling cities, also make us vulnerable to rising sea levels, inland flooding, and extreme heat. But we're not focused on the fear, we're focused on the fight. And New Jersey has the people, the power, and the plans to be resilient. Learn more about them and find helpful resources at climatechange.nj.gov.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass. Raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated. Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
You're listening to SportsCenter all night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jay Reynolds.
SportsCenter all night, taking you to 6 o'clock Eastern and unsportsmanlike. Evan, Michelle, Chris Candy, 6 to 10 Eastern here on ESPN Radio.
Half-hour headlines on SportsCenter all night.
Cleveland Guardians had their 9-game win streak come to an end on Memorial Day. Dallas Stars scored 3 in rapid fashion in the second period. They wind up taking a 2-1 series lead in the West. And we have half of the NBA Finals now set.
Throws it in the air, it's over! The Celtics have finished the sweep, and it's on to the NBA Finals for the 23rd time.
We just found a way. We got big shots, big rebounds, guys did the timely shots, so that was a hell of a win.
Celtics a 105-102 win in Indy in Game 4 to complete the sweep. 23rd NBA Finals appearance now for the Boston Celtics. They've won 17 of the 23 times they've gone to the NBA Finals. This one is their second in their last 3 seasons. This season, in the postseason, Boston is 12-2. They're the 18th team since the mid-'80s when the playoff field expanded to 16 teams. They are the 18th to enter the NBA Finals with 2 losses or fewer. Their coach, Joe Mazzulla.
Joe, on your right, you're down 8 with 5:30 to go. Looks like the Stars look a little even tired out there with Mr. playing them. How were they able to just to pull that out and down the stretch?
Yeah, I didn't think we looked tired. I thought guys had a smile on their face. We were enjoying the moment. I thought for most of the game we were getting really good looks. And we just had to chip away at it. The guys did a great job having an understanding that like a game is not supposed to go a certain type of way, and you got to find different ways to win. You got to learn to protect leads. You got to learn to come back from deficits. You have to learn to execute in close game situations. You have to communicate adjustments, and you just got to make plays. You got to be tough-minded. So many different situations as we could put ourselves in heading into this last round. It's important, and the guys have done a great job just winning games many different ways, and so got good practice executing, and I just got to continue it.
They've won it in different ways. They're 6-0 on the road this postseason, and they have 7 straight wins overall. Their last loss was Game 2 against the Cavaliers. In this series, the Celtics outscored the Pacers by 27 points over the course of the series. 4th lowest margin in a conference finals sweep in NBA history. The game was, of course, here on ESPN Radio. Mark Kestisher, PJ Carlissimo had the call for us. Mark?
Jay, thank you very much. We've heard gentlemen's sweep. That's 4 games to 1 when a team beats the other. This was a competitive sweep. It was legitimate 4-0 Boston. 3 of those games could have went to Indiana. PJ, again, the Celtics down 8 with about 5.5 minutes to go, close on a 15-4 run, and their defense turned up again. They didn't allow the Pacers to score the last 3.5 minutes.
That's the thing that people don't see. They remember guys making shots. Drew Holiday with the and one. Jaylen Brown with incredible stepping up. JT with one backbreaker shot. You forget the plays. Jason Tatum strips the ball. It goes into Jaylen Brown's hand. The block from behind. Looked like Nembhard had a layup, a block from behind. They make big defensive plays when it mattered. They finally kept the Indiana Pacers under 50%. They held them to 46%. They held them to 102. That's an achievement against the Indiana Pacers, albeit without Tyrese Halliburton. But, this team just doesn't blink. Trails by 9. Never was there a double-digit lead. They trailed by 9 with 8.5 minutes to go. You just referenced it. They trailed by 8, 5:36. They don't blink. 15-4 run because both ends of the floor, they make plays.
There's going to be a narrative for the Boston Celtics that all 3 teams they faced were compromised, had injured players, and maybe the easiest route to the finals. But you could counteract that with the Celtics struggled as good as they were this year with clutch time. Whenever there was a close game, they struggled. We had 3 clutch time games. Boston delivered on all 3 of them.
Anybody that says that is out of their mind. Kristaps Porzingis hasn't played, hasn't even appeared. This is a team that won 64 games in the regular season, 34 at home, 27 on the road. They have been, to this point, clearly the best team in the NBA, and it's not even close. They're 4 wins away from the only thing that matters in Boston, and that's that banner that you referenced, banner number 18. But if you say anything critical of the Boston Celtics, your basketball IQ is suspect.
Let's raise our basketball IQ because could have went either way. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum for conference MVP. Brown edges out Tatum, 29 points in the clincher, 19 in the second half. He struggled in the first half of Game 4, but really turned it on when the Celtics and Joe Mazzulla needed it most in the third and fourth quarters.
We kept saying early, Jaylen Brown can't get anything done. He was 4 for 11 at the half. He was 1 for 3 from the three-point line. But he makes plays when it matters, like the Boston Celtics do. Derek White, a little bit lost in the shuffle also. All he had was 16 points, 5 steals, Kesty, 3 block shots. We're talking about defense. Derek White, 5 steals, 3 block shots. It's incredible, along with 16 points and 7 for 14. Derek White and Drew Holiday is one of the best defensive backcourts we've seen in a long time in the NBA.
Listen to this behind us. A lot of Boston Celtics fans made their way to Indianapolis to see the Celtics clinch their 23rd trip to the finals, second in the last 3 years, and they're 4 wins away. They haven't hung a banner since 2008, looking for their NBA record 18th championship to face either Dallas or Minnesota. 4-game sweep for the Celtics as they knock off the Pacers in Game 4. Celtics 105, Indiana 102. Now for PJ Carlissimo, I'm Mark Kestisher right here on your home for the NBA Finals, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Let's go back to our pal Jay Reynolds in the studio.
All right, Mark. Pacers didn't score in the final 3.5 minutes of this one. Finished the game 0 for 4 from the floor with 2 turnovers over that span. 4th time Pacers have been swept in a best-of-7 series. They fall to 1-8 in the conference finals round. Their lone win coming in 2000. This year they lost their final 2 playoff games of the season after going 11 games at home with a win streak dating back to mid-March. Coach Rick Carlisle.
When you get into the third round of the playoffs, the level of competition rises each round. The demands are very, very high, and one of the things our guys learned was that the individual expectations you have on a particular night, you got to throw that stuff away. And you just got to play the game as it comes to you. There are things you can do to manifest your involvement, but they're effort type things. It's not, it can't be my turn. It can't be getting itchy about catches and shots and stuff like that. Otherwise, you lose. You just flat out lose.
Pacers are now done for the summer, and as for next season, there
were a lot of things accomplished this year, and certainly expectations will be raised for next year, which is good. So there are challenges to meet over the summer for our guys to all get better. All of us involved need to get better, and there's some exciting things.
Pacers are done. Celtics moving on to the NBA Finals. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio. The NBA Finals will begin Thursday, June 6th. In Boston, Celtics could learn their opponent tonight, Western Conference Finals. Game 4, Mavs and Wolves. Dallas can complete a sweep. Mavs riding Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. ESPN insider Brian Windhorst says Irving's been leading, even when it's out of the spotlight.
It was 3:30 in the afternoon, and Kyrie was on the court. He was the only player out there. He was demonstrating a leadership quality. That was what LeBron used to do. And I'm not saying he's necessarily doing what LeBron did all the time here, but LeBron used to, in big playoff games, LeBron would come 5 hours early. He would be on the court, and his other teammates would come early to work with him because he wanted to set the tone. The way Kyrie is acting as he's like a 32-year-old who's acting like he's 45, but still is in his prime. That is what you dream of with a star player who has the understanding of the moment, who has the poise in the moment, who still has the athletic ability to do anything. Kyrie has been working towards this his whole career. He's shown flashes of it. We have this perfect balance, and he happens to be alongside one of an all-time great player. This is the foundation of a championship team. This is what we're seeing developing.
I mean, again, he learned from LeBron as a young player, and you saw that when LeBron shows up hours before a game, before these big games.
Yeah, when it's a big game, he's always in the building 5-6 hours early, setting the tone. You can tell by the look on his face, and everybody in that locker room embodies his attitude when he does that. The same thing with Kyrie. He's stepping up early. He's there 4 or 5 hours before the game, setting the tone. He's taking the defensive matchups when they're given to him. And I also heard him after that Clipper series called Luka Hermano. I don't know what it means, but I think it means brother. I think it means brother. So when you talk about brother, now you're playing for your brother as opposed to playing for your teammate, which makes you play harder. They have a brotherhood in that locker room. He's brought that to them, and I think that helps them as well.
Game 4 of the conference finals tonight. Our coverage here on ESPN Radio, 8 o'clock Eastern. Right now, Sports Center all night.
Basketball Hall of Famer and two-time NBA champion Bill Walton has died following a lengthy battle with cancer.
I grew up with Bill Walton as an idol.
I'm not into being remembered. I learn from yesterday. I dream about tomorrow, but I try to make today my masterpiece.
Basketball world and the world mourning the death of Bill Walton, the Hall of Famer, dying at the age of 71 after a battle with cancer. After his playing days, he went into broadcasting, most recently doing college games, past decade, with our Dave Pasch.
Special, I guess that's the word that I would use. So a first word that comes to mind. He was one of one. He's just so unique. Dealt with a lot over his life and went through a lot. But he was somebody that always had a smile on his face. He'd make you laugh. He was just fun. He's just a fun guy to be around. And, he was genuine. He cared for people. I remember a game in our first year, there was a player in Washington who had gone through significant back issues, and Bill teared up on the air talking about it. I mean, it was legit. I think Bill just had a love for people. There were always people coming up to him before games, sometimes in-game, after games, asking for autographs and pictures, and he would sit there after every game if there were people that wanted to, and he would sign autographs and take pictures. He never wore a hat. So when he was in the airport, everybody saw him. I mean, he's tall and didn't walk so well. So he was easy to spot anyway, but he didn't hide from people. And he's just friendly, just special guy.
Hall of Fame player, and then went into broadcasting, which was a hurdle in and of itself, says our Michael Wilbon.
Bill was unbelievably shy and introverted, the stuttering being a large part of that. And so it was unthinkable that person, who people thought was too sheltered by John Wooden, that he would never flower, that he flowered in the way he did and became a complete extrovert. Bill Walton comes along and becomes a young man during the back end of the civil rights movement and struggle. And he had shared a locker room at the beginning of his career, at the end of theirs, with people like Bill Russell and certainly Kareem, and shared the stage of life in Southern California, people like Jim Brown. And Bill went out on a limb. Bill was one of the, I'm going to say, few white athletic stars of his time that then took to the front lines of this struggle and did not mind talking about it, did not mind getting in somebody's face about it. And you're like, wow, that's the same guy who was so inward and didn't seem like he would ever be this person. And so you got it publicly, you got it privately, and to underscore your word, he was real. It was authentic. And Bill felt these things. And then once he was out there as this character, but he wasn't a character, he was real, he wanted to bring everybody along with him.
And that broadcasting career obviously coming on the heels of a legendary playing career as well. ESPN insider Adrian Wojnarowski.
What he was as a player was revolutionary. And as good as anybody who played the center position, you look at Nikola Jokic now, his roots are in Bill Walton, how he played that position, the passing, an MVP, a finals MVP, 3-time National Player of the Year. You think of maybe the greatest college performance ever, 44 points in a national championship game in 1973 on 21 of 22 shooting. The foot injuries obviously derailed his career, but pound for pound, skill-wise, the idea that John Wooden had Lou Alcindor, obviously Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for 3 years, and then another 3 years of Bill Walton after. He comes from an era that we'll never see again, and his impact, not just as a player, but as a broadcaster, one of a kind.
And as the tributes continue to pour in, you hear people talking about Bill Walton, the person. ESPN analyst Kendrick Perkins.
Bill Walton was therapy, right? He was therapy in his own way. Meaning, if you were having a bad day, a sad day, he was the person that you wanted to be around.
Absolutely.
Because it was nothing negative about him, right? He would brighten up your day. And I remember when I was drafted to the Boston Celtics, I remember sitting down with him, and he asked me, do you know what it means to be a Celtic? And I was like, no, I'm from Beaumont, Texas. I don't have a clue. And he sat down, he talked to me literally for about an hour and a half on the history of the Boston Celtics and what it meant and how you should approach it every single day with the pride. And what I got from it is he was real. It was real. It was authentic. It wasn't nothing fake about him. Everything was authentic, and you just love it because you could be around somebody, right, and when they have that type of energy, it's contagious.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver saying in his statement, in part, Bill Walton, truly one of a kind, and redefined the center position on the court. Bill Walton survived by his wife and their 4 sons. Straight ahead, we have a champion. Sports Center All Night continues at ESPN Radio.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio. All the dunks.